morning, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back for cross-examination of Trooper Proctor. Oh, you just barely got started. Just barely got started on Monday. And now Ellie's going to have him, or Jackson. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson is going to have him for about as long as he wants to work him over. And the big question of the day is, how much worse can it get? How much worse can it get for Trooper Proctor? Those tags, can he go down? Can he go lower? Can he go lower than those texts that we heard? We're fully into the gaslighting mode of the defend the Commonwealth's case at all costs style of commentary approach to this case. Full gaslighting mode, right? Trooper Proctor's texts are no big deal because Turtle Boy also says mean things. Not like he all of these texts and he didn't even admit to the conspiracy. The gaslighting is like, it's just next level in this case. It really is. He admitted the conspiracy. It's right there. The owner isn't going to get any heat because he's a Boston cop too. It's right there. Day one, he told you. They're not going to look at the homeowner in the text. Going to lean on the medical examiner. Rookie move. Rookie move not to get that homicide determination. Rookie move. This is a commissioned law enforcement officer with the power to take your freedom, the power to take your property, and yeah, power to take your life if we're going to get right down to it. You think if Trooper Proctor has a little incident, a little shooting, and says it's that person's fault, I think that's going to be real closely scrutinized. He's going to get every benefit of the doubt and all that. Yeah, he's kind of got a position of power and authority that Turtle Boy, you know what you get to do if you don't like what Turtle Boy does, you don't like his tactics, you don't like what he says, you get to ignore him. You get to ignore him. Good luck ignoring Trooper Proctor if he decides he's going to use the power of his office to come in and take your phone and then rub his dirty, grubby fingers through it and use what he finds to cosplay some Giga Chad to his little group chat friends. Pretty bad stuff. But I mean, that just, it speaks to the desperation to cling to this insistence. It was Karen Reed. She did it. Well, we're all here watching, and other than Trooper Proctor telling us there's compelling evidence, it's kind of like watching that video of the drinks with Yuri Buchanan. We're going, where? Where is it? You say you see this, but I'm watching this with my own eyes, and I am not seeing it. I am not seeing it on this video. I'm seeing her back. Seeing her back when you're telling me I see her put a shot glass into a larger glass. Yeah. Saw it twice. Didn't see it after that. So yeah, just a lot of really clinging to this insistence that the case has already been solved. But here we are watching it, and just really not getting anything like that. I saw that there was a very early chat that I wanted to get to because it's going to be timely. Do you think AJ will ask Proctor exactly when he became regretful for his text from Solo Yellow? Well, that will be an argumentative question if he did, but it's a pretty good one, isn't it? I mean, yeah, we'd sure all like to know. At what point exactly did you ever express any regret for those texts? Because I noticed you didn't apologize to anybody on the stand. You didn't apologize to anybody. You just seemed to mostly feel bad for yourself about your unprofessional responsibility and how it's making you look bad. But the problem is, of course, the effect it has not just on you, but on the rest of your team who looks bad, and certainly some of them justifiably. Buchanan liking this kind of thing, supporting this kind of thing, makes them look bad, makes your leaders look bad, your leadership makes your investigation look pretty bad. I saw something too, man, the sleuthing on this case is really next level. It's just, I'm so impressed with the stuff that people have followed, and the level of detail that there is out there about this case, because just as soon as something is said, pretty much, you know, there's information out there about it. This, I'm going to make myself smaller here. This is a little bit hard to see, but this is a piece of a motion that was filed back in March of 2023 by the Commonwealth, when they're asking for protocol on essentially how to handle Karen's phone. This is when they needed to get the taint team on to look through the messages and stuff. And so it's describing that the cell phone was seized and taken to the Norfolk County District Attorney's office. And then it was on February 2nd, they got their warrant. And where's the phone? The phone at this point is where it should be. The phone is where it should be. It's with Trooper Garino, the guy who does the extraction, a certified electric forensic examiner. He then attached the device to a decryption machine software to access said data from within the cellular phone. According to this pleading back in March of 2023, Nicholas Guarino did the extraction, and that's the point when they discovered that there was communication with David Yannetti. That's when they saw that there was attorney-client privileged information on here. That's not what Trooper Proctor testified to. That's not what he said. He said it was in August that he was looking in this phone, just thumbing through it. They had a warrant, but hadn't extracted it. That seemed to be kind of what he was saying. It was before they did that, and he's just thumbing through it, and you know, happens to come across these text communications, and that's his explanation for that comment to his little buddies about the nudes. No nudes yet. No nudes yet. Well, this kind of raises the question then about that particular timeline. Is that actually what happened? Because it sure sounds like they had the extraction. They knew that there was attorney-client privileged information on there. Had the taint team finished with the phone by August when Trooper Proctor is going through it? Because if they weren't, they hadn't gone through that full extraction, that could be quite a problem, because that makes it look like you're in there looking for the stuff you're not supposed to be seeing. So I'm waiting to see if we'll hear a little bit more about this timeline during cross-examination today, because, you know, best case scenario here is just his explanation doesn't work. His timeline doesn't work. They already knew that these communications were on there. They'd already conducted the extraction. So what's he doing thumbing through the phone? What's his reason? I mean, that's the best case scenario, is he's given us a fake reason for why he was going through her phone. And if his reason is fake, does that make it more or less likely that he was in fact looking for her nudes, or just whatever embarrassing, whatever information he wanted to look for that he thought would be helpful, but that didn't have perhaps clear legal authority to be going in and looking for it. That's the best case scenario. Of course, the worst case scenario is, yeah, he's going in to look at those messages with Yannetti. That's the worst case scenario. And of course, the problem here is that at this point, we are depending on this guy's integrity. Because none of this is documented. None of this is recorded. This is these guys, you know, acting off the book, doing whatever. And so we got to just take his word for it, that what he was doing was totally okay. Not a problem at all. Just really not a big deal. Nothing to see here. Nothing to worry about. Just Just totally normal for cops to be thumbing through an electronic device belonging to somebody you're investigating for the crime. Not the way you do the forensic work. Hands down, no question. Not the way you do the forensic work. You don't go in there with your own hands looking for stuff, because you can modify the phone. You can modify the data on the phone. You create new information in the phone. It just affects the integrity of what it is that you got. So, okay, they did an extraction before, but that can affect what you get down the road, right? We saw, were there multiple extractions of Jen McCabe's phone? Isn't that how that happened with the different timing of the Google searches? Because we heard that the Commonwealth, they did their extraction with a certain software version. And didn't they use other types of software, other versions, things like that when the defense did their extraction and got their experts? And that's how they discovered this fragment anyway, that from the 2:27 a.m. timing of that Hoslung to Dying Cold search. So yeah, sometimes you got to do multiple extractions of a phone. But now you've gone in there. Consistent. I mean, I got to say, I got to give them points for consistency, right? It's consistent with the negligence we've seen so far. They just don't care. They don't care at all about preserving the integrity of any of this stuff. It's really just a little bit mind-blowing. So I also saw Turtle Boy report that Brian Tully is in the house. Brian Tully arrived at the court this morning. And so that may suggest he would be next once defense is done. I mean, if defense finishes today, they could go all day. I mean, I could definitely see a universe where they could go all day. I mean, they spent a long time with Jen McCabe. And Trooper Proctor is at least as big a part of the problem here, the problem with this case. He's at the center of it. So this could be a long day. We might not get to another witness. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I don't know what all he has to work with. But yeah, looking good. It'll be Lieutenant Tully up next. So Lieutenant Tully, of course, for me, my interest in him is that cert search, that January 29th cert search. He was the one in charge of that evidence. That's what Lieutenant O'Hara told us, that Tully was the one who was in charge of that evidence. He documented, he made sure there were photographs, things like that. So any defects in the chain of custody are kind of on him. They're on him. He's the one that's supposed to go and secure it, seal it, book it in. And it doesn't look like he did that from what we saw from the crime lab. He either didn't do it at all, or I should say he did it days later, and not just he did it days later, but it looks like Trooper DeChico did it days later, the evidence room guy, or whatever he sealed in, whatever he Tully entered into evidence, it didn't go to the crime lab. I mean, it's one of these two things. And so if it's the second, if he gives this to somebody else that it ends up getting processed in by DeChico, well, how is that happening? And why is that happening? Because that's sus. That's very sus. And it's even more sus now that I heard from Trooper Proctor that Mr. DeChico here is his BFF. These guys are tight. They're buddies. Friends even, you know, not just acquaintances, not even loose acquaintances, but this guy's actually a friend. Yeah, just so many problems here that are inexplicable. They're inexplicable. There's just no reason for these decisions to be being made. And yet here they are in the case where you would think they would be pulling out all of the stops, making sure everything is done by the book. You're not giving the defense anything to be able to work with. And yet it seems like so far, pretty much every single stage of this investigation, they've cut some corner, they've violated some protocol, they've made some really bad judgment call. Kind of hard to comprehend why you would conduct this investigation like it looks like you want to tank it if you didn't in fact want to tank it. So Bev is a couple minutes late so far. We'll see what we get. Just keeping an eye out for when things get started here. I'll pull this up while we got some time. Thoughts on Young Thug's lawyers held in contempt. Boy, I'm sure a lot of people were watching this. Like as soon as we got done with court on Monday, there's this chaos happening down in Fulton County, Georgia. Absolute chaos. I had to go and sort out what exactly has happened here because I haven't been following this trial. This trial is going to take years. Like it's taking forever. Plenty of good commentators on it already. I'm just aware of things, around the periphery as interesting things happen and get reported. That's how I learn about it. So pretty much in the same boat as everyone else there. So I had to go and look, like, what is going on? What is the context here? And so what had happened, there is a witness who was on the stand and he had pleaded the fifth. And so then apparently the prosecutor gave him immunity. So getting immunity, giving somebody immunity is a way to overcome their Fifth Amendment privilege, right? The Fifth Amendment privilege is against self-incrimination. If you can't be prosecuted for whatever it is that you say, your admissions, then they don't incriminate you because there's no consequence for it. So kind of common way to get around a claim of privilege. Prosecutor goes ahead and offers him immunity. Well, he insists he's going to continue to invoke the fifth. He's going to keep pleading the fifth. Judge tells him you're not going to be able to do that. He's like, watch me. So they put him back on the stand in front of the jury, and lo and behold, he does what he says he's going to do, and he pleads the fifth. So the judge throws him in jail. Says, basically, you have to testify. And so it's a coercive sanction. This is not the first finding of contempt from this judge. So did it to the witness first. So then next day, they start court like 2.5 hours late, right? And lo and behold, defense has found out they're having this backroom meeting. The prosecutor, the judge, the witness's attorney, they're all meeting there back in chambers, having some kind of ex parte conversation. And the defense not only is not notified of it, they have no idea what any of this is about. They don't know what's transpired. Somebody, however, has filled them in on the fact that it took place. And there's no question whatsoever that this is extraordinarily improper. Okay, this is part of a court being impartial, a court being unbiased. You really are supposed to avoid ex parte communications as much as you can. There's certain exceptions for that, things that have to be done in confidence. But they're pretty rare and they're pretty specific. Things like you need to go get a search warrant for the defense. You need to go get an order, approving your expert witness to be appointed for a case. Things like that. Pretty normal to happen ex parte. But outside of those types of situations, no, you don't have secret conversations with one side back in your chambers that you don't even tell the other side about. And so, I mean, the rules on that people dug up for Georgia seem pretty crystal clear. No, this is not okay. This is not how you're supposed to operate things. So the defense naturally is pretty heated about that, really not happy. And so the defense lawyer, Brian Steele, he's calling the court out on this stuff. You're not supposed to do this. You're supposed to tell me. And what happens is the judge is getting pissed that he got caught. He wants to know, well, who told you? You weren't supposed to have this information, so who told you? Accuses him of eavesdropping, right? And the attorney says, I don't have to tell you, and I'm not going to tell you. It's privileged. Looked at the privilege rules for Georgia. Georgia is similar to Washington in that it's very, very broad. The protection for confidentiality, attorney-client confidentiality, is not just the words my client speaks to me. It's all information obtained in the course of the representation. It's very broad. So it includes, work product. It includes interviews. It includes things like I'm working as this guy's lawyer and somebody comes and tells me, hey, you should know this shady thing is going on back in the judge's chambers. So he refuses to disclose. The judge is demanding that he disclose who told him. Who's the snitch, right? Who told him? And he won't do it. So that was the basis for the judge finding him to be in contempt. Now, is this a problem? Yeah, there's like a million ways that this is a problem. A million ways this is a problem. A big part of the problem here is that this is a criminal contempt sanction. This isn't you go sit in jail and I'll let you out as soon as you decide you're going to tell me the name. That would be a coercive sanction. The point of it is to just get you to comply with the court's order. It's not to punish you for something you did wrong. But that's not what the judge did here. The judge said, you did something wrong. I'm finding you in summary criminal contempt because you did it in my presence, and I'm going to impose a fixed sentence as a punishment. And this is to uphold my authority and my my integrity, my dignity as the court. So a lot of problems here. I mean, number one, there's specific findings the judge has to make in order to make this kind of determination. He did not make them. Specifically, he needs to identify, there has to be an interference with the administration of justice. And what is that? What's the interference with the administration of justice here? It's the judge. It's the judge having this ex parte meeting that interfered with the administration of justice. The lawyer here is trying to advocate for his client about the judge's improper activity. That's exactly what he is supposed to do. That's exactly what the justice process is and is about. So that's one of the problems. There's some other case law that indicates they need to find that it's basically takes it out of the ballpark of advocacy, that this is just interference. This is obstructionism. It crosses a line where you can't say, look, this is just a guy with a good, pushing an argument far for the benefit of his client, a guy taking a hard stand. You got to find something more than that. You got to find that this is, essentially not proper, not for an appropriate purpose. Well, you're not going to get that here. You're not going to get that here. Of course, this is entirely proper and necessary for him to make this argument, to raise this issue, to preserve it, to make his record of what's happening here. Another big problem in all of this, the judge is a witness to what happened, okay? The judge is a witness, and he's not supposed to be presiding over decision-making, proceedings in which his own perception, his own recollection might be at issue. There might be a need to challenge that. There might be a need to cross-examine him on this whole chambers meeting and what exactly happened. I mean, one of the big ahas from all day was, well, did he admit that this happened? And then he signs an order, finding the guy in contempt. He seems to admit this happened. Well, that's exactly the kind of thing. This is a question. Was there a meeting or was there not a meeting? You're a witness. And so this should be handled by a different judge. This should have been handed over to somebody else to make the determination of whether or not the guy is in criminal contempt. Normally with criminal contempt, what happens is it's just like any other criminal charge. There's a complaint, there's notice, opportunity to be heard, there's a formal process, you know, charging, right to counsel, et cetera, all this stuff. It's just like any other criminal charge. There can be an exception for summary contempt that occurs in the judge's presence. But that's where all these, you know, specific findings and stuff that we're talking about have to be made that are just not met here. This guy is advocating for his client. So it's a mess. Really a mess. It's a mess on so many levels because he's appealing this. I saw the latest thing that I saw was that he filed a motion for what they call a supersedious bond. It's a stay. He's filed to stay the jail sentence basically while this appeal is going on, which incidentally Judge Glanville told him he doesn't have a right to appeal it. Of course he has a right to appeal it. You just found him guilty and sentenced him to time. Of course he has a right to appeal that. So, you know, the Court of Appeals is poised to intervene on this issue of contempt. And it seems, you know, extremely likely to me. Of course, this is going to be overturned. This is not going to be upheld. The question is going to be really how alarmed is the Court of Appeals by this judge's behavior, and what are they going to have to say about it? But of course, the real $1 million concern is, well, is this going to have trickle-down effects on the trial, on the young thug trial? And it's kind of hard to see how it wouldn't. It's really kind of hard to see how it wouldn't, because this ex parte meeting has now really tainted. It's really tainted this process. I don't know, since I'm not watching this trial, I don't know if they ever got back to this witness. I don't know what ever happened. I think they're continuing with direct examination of this witness. He hasn't been crossed yet. The guy with the meeting that all of this was about. And so I have to think the defense is going to ask him, what happened in that meeting? Why did you change your mind? You know, about you'd invoked the Fifth and you went to jail, but now you're cooperating. Somebody say something to you back in that little private meeting that got you thinking about, I don't know, what was in your best interests, how you should handle yourself going forward. There's questions about that, big questions about that. So yeah, this meeting, if it can show prejudice, if they can show, this had something to do with the substance of the testimony, something to do, if there were like decisions made, conversations had that the defense wasn't allowed to participate in and could have had something to say, could have had some record they needed to make, anything like that, well, then now it's starting to also look like this backroom meeting was prejudicial. It's not just a mistake that happened that didn't have any material effect on the case. No, it potentially affected a witness's testimony, and it potentially affected the process. So it's alarming. It's alarming that this happened. So it looks like Judge Bev has finally arrived. Let's go ahead and see what we got. Let's get Trooper Proctor in here.
Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in and from the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. You things. First of all, let me ask you those 3 questions, please. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone suspected or not? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation? Yes, everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said yes. So by now you know one of your jurors is no longer able to participate in this case with us. And you may know why, but it's my job to tell you that it's personal to that juror. It has nothing to do whatsoever with this case, and you're not to consider that. And there's one instruction I need to give you. You'll remember that when digital evidence or text messages were introduced earlier, I gave you an instruction. I'm required to give you this instruction again.
Because we're going to hear more.
Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or transmitted the message was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the witness or the other people in the text message thread was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that communication in deciding that case. So it's an instruction I'm required to give you. I should have given it to you on Monday. All right, with that, can we bring the witness in, please?
So if the juror is not here today and they're continuing to take evidence, that juror is going to be replaced. They're going to have to bring in one of the alternates now. So one down, one down.
Step down there, stand in case the clerk is sworn in.
It's almost for the evidence of the court during the case now. We're going to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God.
Good morning, Trooper.
Yes, sir.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, as a matter of housekeeping, I would move to admit the packet of text messages with date stamps inclusive of 02680, 02685 that was referred to on Monday.
Is there an objection to the written one coming in?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Why don't I see you at sidebar on this?
He's objecting to the exhibit coming in. Oh my God, that's hilarious because he's the one, of course, who had this guy read all of them from the stand. Well, he's probably objecting that it's cumulative, right? That the jury's already heard them and so they don't need to get the written one, but they're entitled to the written one. There's a best evidence implication here, which is essentially any time somebody is testifying about the contents of the document, the best evidence of the contents of that document is the document itself. So yeah, you typically get to admit the original. I can't imagine there being a viable objection here that's gonna overcome these exhibits coming in. And of course, from my perspective, yeah, you should be getting every single one of these text messages in writing, in evidence to the jury, so that the jury can look them over themselves. We don't know if they were in their lally land, their haze on Monday when he's saying these things from the stand. We don't know. We don't know the context for them. We know he's already told us there's more in these documents than he read out. So the jury should get to see that. That's what he was referring to. I can't imagine he's objecting to something like foundation authenticity based on the fact that this is somebody else's extraction. This isn't an extraction that one of his law enforcement officers performed. It was presumably somebody at the FBI. And we don't have that guy here testifying. But, if Lally, I can't imagine it's that type of objection because Lally already opened the door. He already elicited these things on direct. He's already conceded that they were his text messages. So it's really all I can think of is he's arguing it's cumulative. Maybe Jackson is trying to get in his own version, not the cut up version that Mr. Lally provided. And so maybe Mr. Lally doesn't like some of the contents of what's being offered. Just don't know. But think there's very, very low likelihood that the jury is not going to get these written text messages in their deliberations.
Unmuted.
One question in was sidebarred.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
One more matter of housekeeping. I have another set of iOS messages that are inclusive of pages 2527 through 2545. I'd like to have these marked as, for identification, as next in order.
All right, if you have any others, let's have them all marked for identification at the same time.
Let's have them all marked. Now Bev wants to pre-do it.
Your Honor, may I stand at council table to
Yeah, sure.
deal with this?
And let's try and do it quickly. It's just for Mr. Jackson, let's try and do it quickly. It's just for identification.
Yes, these are all
Marking
just
is
for
marking,
identification.
Judge.
I'll give the court the inclusive base stamp numbers. Next packet would be 2680 through 2685. Sorry, that was the first one.
Right.
Mark ZZ. The second one is 2527 through 2545. The next set would be a single page 2625. The next packet would be 2662 and 2679. The next is just 2 pages, 2623 and 2624. The next packet would be 2518 and 2526. Following that, 2618 and 2620.
We're going to have a lot of
Then
conversations about
packet
text today.
2628 and 2634, and finally, a packet inclusive of 2583 to 2617.
So 1, 2,
All right,
3,
Madam Court
4,
Reporter, if you'd be
5,
so
6,
kind,
7,
please.
8, 9
Thank you.
packets. 9 packets of text is what we're going to be going through. I think the first one was what he was going through on Monday already. Wasn't that the nudes?
May I approach?
Yes.
Because he showed Trooper Buchanan liking it. He liked it. Thought that was a real clever little comment there. No nudes yet. Yeah, let's hear some more about this, Mr. Jackson, and why he was in that phone in the first place and how his timeline doesn't add up. He's lying or the Commonwealth was. Which one is it? Did Guarino discover the text with Yannetti and put the halt on the extraction, or did Trooper Proctor do that several months later, about 5 months later? I think that's kind of important. Karen in nice, simple, classic black today. Today she is not the show. Today she is mere wallpaper. The show is on the stand. So when it's marked for identification, it means he's going to show it to the witness and ask questions about it, but it may or may not get admitted into evidence. He's still going to have to formally move for it to be admitted into evidence for the jury to see it in their deliberations. Otherwise, it's just marked.
Thank you.
Because it needs to be part of the
Thank you.
record if he's going to ask about it, if he's going to offer it and it
All
doesn't
right, go
get
right ahead,
accepted.
Thank
Mr.
you, Your Honor.
Jackson.
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you.
A binder. He's got a whole binder. Oh, it's going to be a long day for him.
Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's a private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engaged with?
That's correct.
Those
No, I don't
participants
believe he
include
did.
people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then
Bird,
there's some other folks in there. They're identified by at
Whitey.
least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I did not.
I want to take a look at page 2527. If you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this chat, this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it was 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours
It was
later, sir.
right after he
Correct.
got
And
home
you
from work.
identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who is fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes.
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficiently. Isn't that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They wanted it. They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends, again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually. You have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
You
Yeah,
understood.
maybe-
That the owners of the house isn't going to get any
That's
shit
what
for
you
this, right?
understood.
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner was a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
The
Yeah.
question that
Had nothing to do
preceded
with why.
your answer, nope, The homeowners of Boston Cop 2 was
Total non
the
sequitur.
homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. Oh goodness, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text. He's a Boston Cop 2. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston cop.
why he's not going to get any shit. Correct, Trooper Proctor?
Yep.
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
When you hadn't even gone to
Yes.
the house,
To your satisfaction.
interviewed
To my
people.
satisfaction
And
and
you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
So let him finish. We didn't get finish
Some-
your answer.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
Yes, ma'am.
The fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had you had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor.
They all
The
knew.
term, that term.
All right, so he can answer that.
They all knew the
And the
homeowner
puddle
did
part
it.
means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that. Correct?
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, nope. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again, this is before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
No
So
medical
before you ever went to the crime
determination
scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yes. Based on the evidence my office uncovered that day, the one shoot discovered at the scene, the one shoot at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight pieces underneath the snow.
Trooper Proctor, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked, did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes.
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him, question mark, right?
Yes.
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes
a
or no?
medical.
That's yes
No,
or no?
he's going to answer the question. If you want
Go
to
ahead.
withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital with Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
Yeah, and you said those
As a matter of
injuries
fact, both
supported
you
her
and Sergeant
waffling him.
Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. And we're still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics, correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had, a physical altercation leading to a death, correct?
Correct.
So when you just said, initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware, initially, that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
He's there.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises? Ever?
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
And that's
60
enough
plus.
a person out of his shoe, right?
60 plus miles per hour. So I can't recall right now off the top of my head as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen a shoe missing,
Correct.
pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
Trooper Proctor, let me ask you the question
You
again.
just said
Have you ever, yes or no?
60
Have
plus.
you ever, in your experience, seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Next question.
Can't remember.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh, Jesus. And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark. Correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No.
You had a narrative that you had developed and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Chair.
Did you mean by that, thank you, Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement.
Correct.
Okay.
Because the group that
0095
is lying.
then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
And Karen's personal medical information.
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
Okay, correct.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, at about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts, nah, cat.
I do, sir, yes.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton. Correct?
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back, I'm sorry, can I have a moment?
Yes.
Flip to that page.
I see where you're at, sir.
How did you end that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Now, if we could turn to page 2537.
We're going to spend all morning
5051.
just on these texts.
Writes, but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?
Yes,
And Berg writes, something stinks, correct?
correct.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry, correct?
No,
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us. You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions.
Follow all the
You didn't say that,
protocols.
did you?
Clean
not.
my book.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
And then you indicated, we're going to put serious charges on the girl. What did you mean by the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence from that day on the 29th. And everything led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this thoroughly. The question you were answering was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry since it involves cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Yep.
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see.
Well, you brought it
Let's
up.
keep reading, shall we? 5051, a little further down, says, gotta be, I could only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there. Correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 5051, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn. Correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
Can't speak to the mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 5051 changes gears. And he writes, she hot at least? Correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation,
Yes.
into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
But sir, you didn't have all accounts, did you?
You had Jen's and you had Brian's.
What I meant by that was
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And then
you
some.
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from percipient witnesses that you had, correct?
Yep.
There was another additional witness that we had investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
Yes.
What else did you say in response to, she's hot at least? Or she hot at least, question mark?
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Miss Reed.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
I would
And
never
no
be able
ass.
to tell.
Now you're talking about her body, her physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in with a little comedy. Not newsworthy then, correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, she didn't have an ass. Nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was zero chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
Zero chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dried, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. You can, the content's fine. You have to ask it differently.
17 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then when
Absolutely
you said
not.
she's fucked?
Overwhelming evidence.
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks, and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office, we went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure because 5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said zero chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Nothing wrong with
And
that
then
question.
Bird decides to chime in. Good, no ass bitch, right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you? Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
It was unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking
Yep.
you, did you think it was funny?
No, according to my response at the time, apparently.
Then you sent a picture, just to add to it, to pile on, of Miss Reed being arrested, correct?
I don't. Not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. Are you there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022. A person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke? Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Miss Reed.
And you write E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
And then you write what?
She's got a
Chief as
leaky
in-
balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
Yeah.
Your essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
Your anus?
Yes.
That's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
Yes.
When you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed? Yes or no?
Yes.
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You could get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again, another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
Who'd you learn that from?
Were you aware at the time that you wrote this that Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
I was not, sir, no.
Were you aware that she had had 10 surgeries in 18 months, several years prior? 10.
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues that she suffered with, she was a victim of for years? Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustained.
But you decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy.
1 second, sir. I'm sorry. All set.
I'm sorry. You decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point, Trooper Proctor,
Nothing
Miss
wrong with
Reed
it.
was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
No, sir.
Where did he find it out? Jackson, we're dying to know.
Let's skip to 2543.
If he didn't know about the colectomy, then it's probably not from her hospital records. So that's
On the
really
same
narrowing
date,
the options,
February
isn't
2nd,
it?
2022, about 4:15 p.m., a person by the name of Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Yes.
And you wrote, "Nothing, writing a warrant." Is that right?
Correct.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
Yes.
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?" Correct?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see it. Sidebar, take that down, please.
Why don't we get to know what Doc said? It's context for the entire conversation, isn't it? Kind of think we should get to know what Doc said. She's really not liking the style of questioning that he does, where he characterizes what's happening and then asks Trooper Proctor if he accepts that or not. I don't think there's any problem with that. I think that's perfectly legitimate, because your whole point is, I think the jury is going to see it this way. Don't you think that? Or do you have some other way you think the jury is going to see this? But this has been fairly classic Bev. She doesn't want him to be able to move like that, I guess. Considers it
unmuted.
argument. Now John's dad is gone.
Take that down.
Without reference to the specifics of what was.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Sure.
Again. Rule of completeness, Bev. We need to see everything that gives context to the whole conversation, including his statements. So we need to know what the other participants to the conversation were saying if we're going to understand the meaning of Trooper Proctor's contributions. Take that down. Well, it's already, what, is it not already admitted? I guess it's not already admitted. She's going to want it redacted or something like that. I mean, if it's been up on the screen, cow's kind of out of the barn.
You are unmuted.
Trooper Proctor, without getting to the specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Ms. Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
Was there a continued discussion that finished on this subject matter?
Yes.
On Monday, you indicated that your conduct in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? That's what you
Correct.
said to the jurors.
Correct.
Do you know what the definition of integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
It's the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
When you say they're juvenile and regrettable, it sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
For those text. Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, have you ever apologized to Ms. Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
As the lead investigator in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. That's part of your job, correct?
Correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation, in this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Here
Correct.
we go. Second
In
family.
fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabe's.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time. Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024, that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago. So I
So
would
you're
want to
like
review
Jen
those
now?
minutes in order to
Show
answer
it
that
to me?
accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabes?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said.
Objection.
Do you remember what you said?
During that proceeding, no.
Would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at those grand jury minutes?
Yes.
What page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 01563.
Don't remember what you testified to. Well, that's awkward. Seems like it should be pretty easy to remember because it would just be the truth.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you'd review that and look up when you're finished.
I wonder if that's the only lie to the grand jury. Think there are others? Sure has taken a long time to read that. Eyebrows up.
May I, Your Honor?
Okay.
Would that refresh your recollection about a question and answer that you had, or a series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
Go ahead and try, Lally. This has got to come. Prior sworn testimony. It's not collateral. It goes directly to his credibility. Goes to his credibility on an issue and hearing, in this case, the investigation and his conflicts of interest. I like how he tried to weasel around the lack of integrity. No, it's only just in this one specific area. And everything else, I'm completely, totally upstanding. The fact that I'm giving out all this private information, this non-public information about the investigation, mocking the suspect and her medical condition. That's the only way I lack integrity. You can totally trust that I would be on the up and up about absolutely everything else. What do you guys think of that? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Or is it more of the, lack integrity in one thing? You probably lack integrity in all things. What is he going to try to say? He didn't understand the question at the grand jury? I thought they just meant Brian Albert. I didn't know they meant every Albert. And then Ellen is going to piece him apart with the details of the questioning and what he said. Because if he said, the way the question was phrased, you denied connections with anyone in the Albert
You
family.
are unmuted.
You didn't know any members of the Albert family. That sounds like that's what the question was.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. You were asked the question, quote, did you communicate with First Assistant DA Beeland that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and McCabe families? And you answered, quote, to the best of my recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone. Question, meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have a relationships with
Objection, Your Honor.
members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Yes, that's
So,
correct.
so your question is whether he said this?
Correct. Whether that's his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And that's your testimony that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts?
Yeah.
The question was, did you have a relationship with or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was no.
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
Or know them.
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
So you do
You
know
asked-
the Alberts, correct?
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, they asked if there was any relationships.
And let's try this again. Meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts and members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Mhm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically being like friends or,
Yeah.
you know, communications, frequent communications.
Not
That's
like
how I
being at their
interpreted
wedding or
Well, that might have been a
anything.
good time to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That might have been a good time to answer the question, I know these three individuals from the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Nothing wrong with this question.
But your answer was one word, correct, right?
Yes,
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
correct.
And you indicated the needs never come up. Is that right?
Correct.
But you
You also
interviewed Chris
told-
and Julie.
ADA Lally that you, quote, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families, correct?
Correct.
And that's just not true, is it? You did know, you do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what about part of the question, did not have relationships or know
Yeah.
members of the Albert or McCabe families? How
He
about
just
that
answered the part of the question he wanted to.
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabe's. I don't know the McCabe family, sir.
I see. So what you did, Trooper Proctor, is you dissected the sentence, and where relationships are concerned, you ignored that in terms of the Alberts because you don't have relationships. Where no is concerned, you link that to the McCabe's because you don't know the McCabe's. That's what you did?
No.
Objection.
So it's sustained. You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
Not sure I can. I'll ask it a different way. How about if I just ask it this way? That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, absolutely not.
You stand by that
Absolutely not a
testimony?
lie.
Yes.
That you don't know at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Albert family?
They don't have relationships with them.
Right. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll let him have it. Do you understand the question, Trooper?
And it was Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to say, I don't know any members of the Albert family, that would have been a lie, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, this is the point at which I intend to turn to tab 3, and I believe we need to approach.
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand.
Why does he not get to ask if it's a lie? Who knows? Who knows? That's direct confrontation with his prior dishonesty. Same weaselly stuff like Trooper Buchanan, huh? Same weaselly stuff like that Brian Albert group text. If they don't ask, it's on them. It's on them. Well, they didn't ask the question. Exactly right. So he's going to answer what he wanted them to be asking and not what they actually did. Just going to go ahead and weasel around that, and he's going to have his explanation in his own mind that he doesn't bother to offer with his words. Well, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts, but I do know Julie, Chris, and Colin. And by the way, I interviewed Julie and Chris. But I don't know the McCabe's. Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Is that what you got out of that? I haven't got that out of any of these witnesses. They're making it very clear that what they like is partial truths. Partial truths that you leave out the part of the context that tends to change the meaning of the whole thing. So you answer it partially, and that gives a misleading impression. The overwhelming evidence. He cites his injuries as part of the overwhelming evidence, but then he's got to backpedal on the injuries, and that's why he thought initially it could have been a physical conflict, could have been a beating death because of the injuries, but then suddenly that becomes part of the overwhelming evidence of guilt. And then those plastic pieces under the snow, he says. Plastic pieces under the snow. That was a pretty important part, wasn't it? Yeah, but what about that unsecured crime scene? That crime scene that was wide open to anybody and everybody, including Alberts and, a guy named Higgins who has a plow. He's got a plow. Think you might be able to use that to bury some plastic in the street? If you got 8 hours where nobody's at the crime scene, nobody's looking, nobody's paying attention. Just drop some plastic in there. Maybe that's why you knew you needed to go back to the scene. Because you had to go back and get the pieces that you broke off her taillight. Just some possibilities. You would think an investigator would consider those and explore them and rule them out. Because that's part of how you prove something happened, is you proved alternative theories don't work. So how did you do that? You didn't go back and secure the scene. Let's say Canton Police Department, we know they cleared by somewhere between 7:45 and 8:30. I don't know the exact time frame because we got kind of different estimates from that. But let's say it's the earliest. Let's say it's about 7:45. And you got to Canton PD at 10 in the morning. Buchanan says it was a little bit before that. You could have gone straight out and secured that scene. You could have told any of them, go out and secure that scene. You could have told your own troopers, go out and secure that scene. You didn't do it. You just left it open. Didn't even go out there. Didn't secure it. When you rule that out, if you know you're going to be going back and searching, yeah, boy, we sure do, don't we? Doesn't it raise a lot of questions when we see what's on Michael Proctor's phone, when he didn't get a chance to go in and, sanitize it? Gotta wonder what we would have found on Mr. Higgins's phone and Brian Albert's phone, and if they knew what we would find on their phone. And that's why they went to such extraordinary lengths the day of the hearing in court on whether they were going to have to preserve their phones before that order could come down, went ahead to make sure those phones were disappeared before the order came down. Of course, it was a remarkable coincidence of timing because remember, Brian Albert's birthday was 3 weeks before. So, you know, of course, that makes perfect sense as to why you would be shopping for a phone then, 3 weeks after your birthday. The stuff they throw in is relevant and then not relevant. Nobody's buying that you just thought it was a point of interest that he's a Boston cop. Just nothing to do whatsoever with the flow of this conversation. Just a random fact you're going to insert at this point in time for no particular reason. It has nothing to do with your explanation for why he's not going to get any heat. Nobody buys that. Absolutely nobody buys that. Silly. Just gonna go ahead and saw some comments. That's right. See, I'm wearing my hat today because Phillies are in Boston. Phillies are in Boston right now. We won game 1 last night. It was great. Kyle Schwarber, first pitch home run, went yard at Fenway. Yeah, good stuff. You can't be a Phillies fan without being a little bit of an asshole about it. So just gonna rub it in. Just gonna rub it in a little. Yeah, we had a great night last night. Phillies are having a great season. I know there's all you Boston people in the chat. Are we getting Nola tonight? We might get Nola tonight pitching. We had Wheeler last night. We got all this great pitching. And then my boy Orion Kerkering's going to come out and smoke people in the late innings. He's just got some of the dirtiest, filthiest breaking pitches. Yeah. Good stuff, that baseball. How's Boston doing this year anyway? Where are they at in the standings? Where are they at? Are they at 500? Oh, I'm giving you guys a hard time. I'm just gloating a little bit because for once, it is actually a good year to watch Phillies baseball. Last year, I watched every single game. Every game, the entire season. And it was a brutal roller coaster ride. I mean, crashed and burned off the line and then struggled to get something going and then died in June and limped into the All-Star break. And then finally, after the All-Star break, got something going. And they got hot. They got their hot streak right at the right time, right at the right time to coast into the playoffs, beat the Braves in the division series, which is like the most important thing because, then went off the cliff in the series. Phillies baseball is an endurance sport, guys. It's tough. Some rocky stuff going on there. So when we get a year like we're having this year, yeah, I'm gonna enjoy it.
You are unmuted.
That's right. Go Phils.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Hey, stop licking. Don't lick that bed. Sorry there. They're pissed. She's getting in the way. She's not letting him do what he needs to do. And he's infuriated right now. Sorry, I had to threaten him. It's getting bad over there.
Trooper Proctor, you've indicated that you're sister is one of your best friends, maybe your best friend.
Yes.
Courtney Proctor, that's her name? Courtney
Correct.
Proctor. Elberg?
I'm sorry?
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg, with an L. And you're aware that she is also very, very good friends with Jillian Daniels, Julie Albert.
Correct.
Are you aware of any circumstance in which any of the Alberts have been over to your parents' house?
Yes.
Have you ever been over at your parents' house when any of the Alberts have been at your parents' house?
Yes.
Those Alberts include Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you were on or around January 29th, 2022, you were close enough friends with Julie Albert that she had your personal cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
Okay, let me get back to my question.
So how about the
Did
question
you have her
about,
cell phone in your phone, and did she have yours?
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
Tab 4. All right.
this is your no
If you
relationship? I don't
turn
have
to
people in my
tab
phone that I
4.
have no
And
relationship
what was
with.
this marked for ID?
This was,
Or tell me the numbers at the bottom.
I've got the sheet right here. I've got a cheat sheet. Tab 4 is triple B,
Okay.
as in Bravo. And Your Honor, for the court, I'm looking at page 2625. You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the participants in this chat?
I do.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize that as being from Julie Albert?
Based off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this text message from Julie.
And she texts, "This is the weekend I've been waiting for. Michael, please send ski videos if CP doesn't share with me," with a laughing face, correct?
Correct.
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
Correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert, was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Conceded
Who is
Colin's
CP
involved.
in that text message?
It's a nickname I have for my sister.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Okay.
So we have no relationship, but we send our private ski photos back and forth to each other.
Sometime. Can we move to Trooper Proctor to tab 5, please? That's triple C as in Charlie.
I'm going to let you have
You have
it.
that in front of you, sir?
They
Yes.
deserve it.
And this would be page 2664. If you return to that page, please.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, on January 19th, 2022, 10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, your relationship with the Alberts was close enough that you would consider leaving your own child in the hands of Julie Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
I wouldn't say close enough. I've hired babysitters that have that out, but I don't know.
But Julie Albert was among them.
Yes, she was an option to watch my child.
And then you personally interviewed Julie Albert and Chris Albert in this case on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
And you didn't mention a thing about your relationship with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you ever drafted in this case, did you?
I did not.
Not one word, correct?
No, sir.
You
We
interviewed
already
Julie and
established
Chris
you didn't
Albert
tell your supervisor.
at about 5:30 p.m. on the 10th of February, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did either of them, Julie or Chris Albert, mention that their son Colin Albert had been at 34 Fairview Road on the night in question, January 29th?
I'd have to reread the report to refresh my memory on their statements.
Because you
Well-
didn't record him, did you?
Let me ask it a different way, if I may have.
Yes.
It's okay. We know you helped them keep their kid out of it.
You wrote a report on October 12th, 2022, correct?
For which,
Concerning your interview with,
Why don't you show it to him?
I may have the wrong report.
Double check it, Jackson, before you get up there. So are you saying you just leave your kid with randos?
Do you recall Trooper Proctor ever mentioning that whether or not Julie and Chris mentioned to you that their son had been at 34 Fairview on January 29th? Do you recall that as you sit here?
to the best of my recollection, no.
It was a very short interview with Julie and Chris, was it not?
Typical length for the information they had to offer.
So you started the interview about 5:30 p.m. It must have been relatively short because you received a phone call by 6:17 from Julie Albert herself, correct?
I don't have the call detail record in front of me, but okay, yes.
Let's look at tab 6, please.
Oh boy. You don't have the call records, so let's look at them. Let's go ahead and look at those call records.
Oh, it may not be in your book.
It's not, sir.
Okay, fair enough.
So they finished the interview and she's already calling back. Yeah, Jackson is just pissed
You
that
indicated
Bev
that
is
you would like
spoiling
me
his
to look at a phone
fun.
record or a phone log to determine whether or not that call was made and what time it was made, correct?
If you have that,
May I
please.
approach you on?
Yes.
Thank you.
There's a highlighted portion, Trooper
Yeah,
Proctor.
who doesn't?
Focus your attention on that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
It
I
does,
make
sir.
sure
Thank
to
you.
keep
May I approach?
relationships out of my phone contacts.
You received after your interview, you received a phone call from Julie Albert about 6:17, about 45 minutes after you began the interview and then left, correct?
Yes.
6:21, you called her back and you spoke for 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you discuss the interview?
I don't recall the contents of that conversation.
And of course, you never memorialized that in any report, did you? The fact that you had a subsequent phone call with Julie Albert on your personal cell phone.
I did not.
Let's turn to tab 5 one more time. And if you could turn to page 2677. Trooper Proctor, after your interview with Julie Albert, your sister, Courtney, texted you, "How did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous." You recall that?
Yes.
In fact, you responded to that with a ha, 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 ha. 4 ha's, right? And then why, question mark, correct?
Correct.
Then you responded, "It was fine, just a quick convo," correct?
Yes.
You were literally reporting back to your sister about the progress of your investigation in a homicide investigation, weren't you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Were you reporting your progress to your sister about your investigation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
She's really not letting him cross-examine. He's not required to just sit and ask the guy dry, factual questions about what happened and what didn't. He gets to explore his state of mind. He gets to explore his intentions, his thought process, his integrity. Yeah. I mean, for those of you wondering why these are being sustained, well, it's breaking up his flow. It's getting him out of his rhythm. He's got to go back to the podium, furious, and try to decide, okay, well, where am I going to go
You
then?
are unmuted.
Flip through his documents.
May I?
Leading
Yes,
is
thank you. Were you
absolutely
reporting your
allowed on
progress
cross.
of your investigation back to your sister, Courtney Proctor?
No, absolutely not.
No,
But you did
absolutely
say
not.
that the conversation, the formal interview went fine. It was just a quick convo, correct?
In response to my sister indicating Julie was nervous, that's why I told her it was fine.
Trooper Proctor, Julie and Chris Albert were not actually treated like witnesses in a murder investigation. They were treated more like friends. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
Is that true?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not again.
We've established that you're very close with your sister, Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
That started as early as January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
Don't have the exact date or content.
Well, the day of the incident, you began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned, what the status was,
Yes.
the nature of the case, the fact
Correct.
that it was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you discussed who the players were, who the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were out earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the McCabe's too, didn't you? At some point.
Yes.
Yeah. At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm referring to. Okay. You don't need to show this at this point. You write homicide, correct?
So I said 2668?
Correct. If I have my page number correct.
You're on the right page, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
You wrote the word homicide. Is that right?
Yes.
You were describing to your sister the nature of the case that you are now assigned. Is that right?
Correct.
She wrote, the Canton thing is a homicide. And you wrote, don't say a word to anyone. Correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, of course not. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
In the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious. Correct?
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon, you believed that the case was suspicious, right?
was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believe that it was suspicious that it may involve the Alberts, right?
Absolutely not.
She then writes, this is your livelihood, didn't she?
She did.
Meaning this kind of case could make or it could break your career, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
She then wrote, I would never mess with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you take her text? This is your livelihood. I would never mess with that, as a warning from her that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Absolutely not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone. And that was how I interpreted this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
A couple of minutes later, 3:07 on January 29th, you told your sister, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct?
Just
You're gonna
that part.
interview, why you're going to interview them.
Yes.
She wrote, you got to be kidding me, correct?
Correct.
Did you take that as you got to be kidding me? The Alberts are involved?
No, absolutely not.
And then you wrote, it's not a big deal, correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, I bet I know the person. Sounds like it is, meaning it is a big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what she meant with those messages there.
All right, let's call her and ask her.
But she did write, I bet I know the person, didn't she?
She did write that, yes.
And you know she's very close with the Alberts, correct?
And she's close with Julie and Chris.
You then wrote, no, I meant, or you wrote not. I think you meant no. I meant that they were at the bar with them, correct?
Yes.
She writes, yeah, I got that part. And then she continues on, but I know a lot of their friends, correct?
Yes.
Did you see a problem in this exchange?
Nothing jumped out at me.
Your sister's literally explaining
Nothing
that your
jumped out at
family
you.
friends are suspects or possible suspects in a murder investigation that you're in charge of. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Nothing wrong with that question.
On January
factual.
30th, 2022 at 9:13 in the morning, your sister texted you again, quote, Jesus Christ, the party was at one of the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you two were discussing the fact that, to put it in her words, Jesus Christ, these are our friends, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
How did you take her Jesus Christ, the party was at one of the Alberts with 2 exclamation points? How did you take that?
That's the way I'm interpreting my sister's text messages was that surprised and shocked that this is where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the front lawn of that residence.
Could it be Jesus Christ, we know these people?
Again, that's how I read that message.
You don't deny, Trooper Proctor, that you were routinely disclosing to your sister pretty intimate details about the investigation, correct?
I wouldn't say intimate. I'd say newsworthy stuff or just generic, nothing.
Did the news know you
Well,
were going
too
to interview
specific.
Julie and
Newsworthy,
Chris?
would you have gone to the news at this point in the investigation? Would you have
Thank
gone
you,
to
Ellen.
the news and said, Julie and Chris were at the bar, I gotta go interview them?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that, sir.
So it's not newsworthy. These were details, internal details about the investigation, weren't they?
Yes,
And you were sharing them with your sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
correct.
And Courtney Proctor's best friend is Jillian Daniels, and one of her closest friends is Julie Albert, right?
Correct.
Then on February 1st, 2022, your sister texts you that she's actually meeting with Julie Albert, didn't she?
Yes.
And that was before you ever interviewed Julie, correct?
Yes.
So it appears that Courtney was providing information to Julie of some sort before you were able to actually interview her. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
She was, well, let me ask it this way.
Why would it matter?
You don't deny that Courtney was meeting with Julie before you interviewed her, correct?
Correct.
And you don't deny that you had been providing information about the case with Courtney before you interviewed Julie, correct?
Provided information that Julie and Chris were at the waterfall and I needed to interview them. Yes, that's the information I shared.
And who knows what you shared verbally, not in text messages, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you, we have text messages, Trooper Proctor. Did you share other information on phone calls with Courtney?
No.
So the only information we're to believe, you talk to her 5 to 6 times a day. The only information that you claim you shared with Courtney about the details of the investigation are contained in these texts which we have.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that. Can you answer that?
The information that I share with my sister contained within these texts, yes.
You never discussed this case verbally, over the phone or in person with Courtney.
On the phone, I'm sure there's been conversations that things that have, been newsworthy items that have gone to the
Got his
news.
talking
There's
point there.
definitely been conversations in that regard.
Then before you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Yes.
In tab 5, let's turn to page 2672, Trooper Proctor. With court's permission, may we publish?
Yes.
That page,
Yeah, giving him a
2672.
gift. But there's nothing in these texts that reveal the cover-up, the
You
conspiracy.
see the text from you, what's up?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Why is he
And
getting a
what's
gift?
Courtney Proctor's response?
Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond with, get Elizabeth one.
Hang on just a second. Let's take them one at a time. You were asked about this on direct examination by Mr. Lowell, right?
Correct.
And you looked at the jurors, paused, and said, I never asked for a gift. I never received a gift. Elizabeth never asked for a gift. She never received a gift. Remember that?
Correct.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one.
Get Elizabeth one what?
Referring to a gift.
Right. So you did, in fact, ask for a gift, didn't you?
For my wife who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
From Julie Albert
Yes.
for your participation on this case.
I don't know if that's, yes.
Well, Courtney Proctor answers that question by saying, because I guess her and Chris were friends and John, and she's so proud of you for leading this investigation, correct?
Correct.
You're aware during the course of your investigation, well, let me ask it this way. Let me ask a
Leading
foundational question.
this.
Do you pull phone records as a
Leading
matter
this.
of course in investigations of this
Leading
nature?
this what?
Yes.
Did you pull phone records in this case, variously?
The phone records of,
Of anybody? Witnesses, suspects,
not witnesses, Mr.
potential people, whatever?
We didn't pull full phone records of witnesses.
Victim?
Victim and Miss Reed.
During the course of your investigation, did you become aware that there were 67 calls between Julie Albert and your sister, Courtney, in the months following John O'Keefe's death?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation of the level of communication between Julie Albert, one of the witnesses on the case, and your sister?
Objection.
I'm sustaining that objection. You can come try and convince me otherwise if you want, Mr. Jackson.
I can ask it a different way, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you ever seek information about phone calls and communications that Julie Albert may or may not have been having with anybody else?
No.
Didn't download her phone, didn't seek her phone records?
No.
Did Courtney ever tell you that she had consistent communications with Julie Albert? Or did you know that otherwise?
Objection.
During the months, let me ask it this way, during the months following John O'Keefe's death, you did continue to have consistent communications with Courtney, though, didn't you?
Yes, I speak to my sister every day.
Trooper Proctor, were you using Courtney, your sister, as an intermediary between you and Julie Albert?
Look at him nodding.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
You were well aware from the very beginning of your investigation that Colin Albert was, in fact, at 34 Fairview on the night in question, right?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you testified at the grand jury, the state court grand jury on this case, that you knew that Colin Albert was at the location, right?
Yes.
Did you make any concerted efforts to keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
No.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
Colin Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
Let's look at, obviously, part of the job of an investigator is to be as complete and thorough as possible, correct?
Yes.
You don't just take someone's
12:10.
word for something. You look for corroborating evidence, don't you?
There's that
Yes.
12:10.
Matter of fact, you wouldn't take a witness's word for almost anything in a reasonable investigation, would you?
Objection.
Would you?
If-
You can have that.
If I find that witness to be credible and have no reason to lie, then yes, I would take their word.
Would you try to support a witness's statement, or witnesses with an apostrophe, S apostrophe, their statements with corroborating evidence?
Yeah, potentially.
That corroborating evidence might be talking to other witnesses, right?
Yes.
It might be looking at cell phone data, correct?
Correct.
It might be looking at geolocation data, correct?
You
Yes.
can't be
You're
in
trying
there
to
as
find
a
out
reason
where
to
someone
lie.
is. You might pull information from their phone concerning geolocation data, right?
Yes.
You might pull cell tower information, right?
If there's a need for it.
There's myriad ways that you can find out whether someone's telling the truth about where they were and when they were there, right?
Right.
Let's take a look at your handwritten notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel on October 5th, 2022. This should be tab 7, Trooper Proctor. Oh,
What is it for identification?
my mistake. I thought it was in the tab. It's not. This is a 3-page document. I'll just refresh his recollection with this.
Okay, show
Brett.
Mr. Lally and then go ahead.
Of course. Let me ask a foundational question, Trooper Proctor. Do you remember exactly what's in your notes from a conversation that you had on October 5th, 2022?
I don't know.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at your handwritten notes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, the 12:10 came out, and then it was instantly debunked with Chris McCabe. Chris Albert. He was the first one. He was the first one to bring out that 12:10, and then they showed him the video of you leaving the waterfall.
Take a look at that.
And no,
First, let me just ask you if that
it
refreshes
wasn't
your recollection.
12:10.
It does, sir.
Are those your notes, your handwritten notes from this, at least partially from this investigation?
Yes.
Does that reflect your handwritten notes based on a conversation that you had with Juliana Nagel on or about October 5th, 2022?
The dog just doesn't find this as riveting as we do, guys. Taking him a while to remember, what did he say this time? Should be easy, right? Isn't that what you told the grand jury? It's the truth. It's the same thing every time.
Mayor, Your Honor.
Yes.
Is this going to be an accurate representation or an accurate copy of your notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel? Yes. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I changed my mind. I would like to have this marked as next.
Introduced into evidence?
Correct.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the objection is sustained.
Is it true that in your handwritten notes, you list the following individuals based on Juliana Nagel's conversation with you as being at 34 Fairview? Brian, Juliana, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and Sarah Levinson. Correct?
Correct.
You then drafted a report memorializing your
left that
conversation with Juliana Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And that report is a formal memorialization of your interview based on your investigation, correct?
Yes, a summary of the conversation for the interview.
And that report is the thing that's turned over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes.
And the report is the thing that's entered into discovery and provided to the defense.
Correct.
And isn't it true that in that report, you list the individuals that were at 34 Fairview as Brian, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the one name that was left out of your report on that list?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Was there one name left out?
So,
Break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Isn't it true that in your report, you excluded the one name, Colin Albert, from the list of individuals that were in your notes?
yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
At the time that you wrote your report, the formal report, this one, you did not believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed, did you?
No, I knew that was a possibility.
When you finally did get around to interviewing Colin Albert, you personally conducted that interview, did you not?
Yes.
Colin
Along with
Albert
Trooper
told
Zach
you-
Clark.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
Finish your answer, Trooper.
Please go ahead.
Yes, along with Trooper Zach Clark in my office.
Colin Albert told you that he was picked up by Allie McCabe from his uncle's house at 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Allie McCabe also told you that she picked up Colin Albert at 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m. and then dropped him off at his house, correct?
Correct.
And then she indicated that she went straight home after that, right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any further investigation to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were actually telling the truth about that time?
We did not.
Just took them at their word, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you realize you had a forensic image at the time. You had a forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone in your possession, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that she has a Life 360 app on her phone that tracks the location of Allie McCabe, correct?
I was not aware the app tracked her daughter. I knew of the Life 360 app, but I wasn't aware of the capability of her tracking her daughter.
Did you bother to look at Jennifer McCabe's Life 360 app to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were telling the truth about the time that they supposedly left 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Did you do that on the law?
I did not.
Let me take a look at tab 8. Do you recall looking at all at a Life 360 app or its data from Celebrate Report?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you or did you not look at any data from Life 360 from Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Objection.
All right, so this is a good time to take morning recess, and I'll see council in 15, 20 minutes.
Morning recess. Did you look at Life 360? Did you look at Life 360 data? This is a factual question. What's the problem here? It's going to the investigation. Is this back to the third party culprit stuff? No, you can't ask that question because she's not a third party culprit. This is about the investigation. What did you look at? And what did you just decide didn't warrant your attention? He told us if the witness is credible, and I think they're credible, okay? I think they're credible and have no reason to lie. I'd just take their word for it. Well, hello, you're there. You have a reason to lie. If you're involved, you have a reason to lie. Your kid was involved. You have a reason to lie. It's the whole reason for the conflict of interest issues. Because if you're going to be dealing with people you know, people you have relationships with, to enough of an extent that they are contacts in your phone, yeah, that might be a reason to lie, and it might be a reason for you to look the other way and just let them do it. I mean, even in spite of all of this interference with the judge, which at this point, I would say, I as appellate counsel am arguing this. I am arguing this as an interference of his right to cross-examine, her right to cross-examine and confront the witnesses against her. There's nothing wrong with these questions. And to the extent that she's just being nitpicky about form, you need to chill. Okay, you need to not be applying hyper-technical form requirements. You need to not be prioritizing those over her right to ask him hard questions. She has the right to ask him hard questions. That's the bottom line. That's the nature of cross-examination. That's the nature of confrontation. She gets to ask him, how do you explain all this? I think it looks like this. Do you not agree with that? She gets to ask that stuff. A reasonable person might interpret it this way. You don't see it that way? Yeah. Yeah, she gets to ask that stuff because that goes to his state of mind and his credibility for the jury to evaluate it on the stand. So at this point with this interference, yeah, I'm raising this on appeal. I'm not guaranteeing I'm going to win it, but there is a viable issue here. I love the way that Alan Jackson has structured this because he's drawing out. He started with those texts and how you had already predetermined at the very beginning that this is what it was going to be. And getting into those details of what he said that tend to corroborate that. The owners of the house not going to receive some shit. He's not going to be a suspect or implicated in any way. Nope. That's what he said. That's what he said. I was satisfied Brian Albert had nothing to do with it after talking to Brian Albert and the McCabe's, his sister-in-law. Based on that. So, you had case all nice and wrapped up. That's what he was saying. You initially thought it was beating, but then he says, well, we didn't know at first what we had, but conceded, thought it was a physical altercation that was leading to his death based on his injuries. And Bird asks, what's the story? What's the story? And he said she hit him with her car. That's the story, not what happened. Not, it sounds like there's a missing word there. What's the cover story? What's the cover story? And Bird says, oh, that's fucked up. 5051 says, oh, Jesus. And he says intentionally or not. Proctor says intentional or not. That's the story. Whether it's intentional or didn't, the story is she hit him with her car. But that's the intent. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. Another animal we won't be able to prove. So he really systematically go through showing that at the very beginning, from what he's telling his friends, the fix was in. And it doesn't matter if Bev isn't going to allow him to ask the witness specifically, so was the fix in? Doesn't this show us that the fix was in? The jury knows. The jury can connect the dots. They understand. And then the text, I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry because it's a cop. Bird, it stinks. Proctor. Yeah, but there will be serious charges brought on the girl. It stinks, yeah, but. Yeah, but. Yeah, but we're going to charge her, right? We're going to charge her serious charges. To me, yeah, they were going to lean on her and get her to plead. That's what they thought. Serious charges. So they're going to bring serious charges and she'll plead to something. That's the part that that isn't said there to me. So it doesn't matter if it stinks because it'll never get tested. It won't matter. And that's why they don't necessarily have to make it cut and dry because it's a cop. They just need to bring serious charges on the girl. And then from there they go into is she hot and all that stuff. Mr. Jackson, you made the decision you were putting the case on Ms. Reed. Absolutely not. That absolutely is a tell, it's a tell when he's going to be super definitive like that. First off, it's highlighting all the times he's not super definitive. Okay, you know the significance of that question. And so you need to ramp up your denial. Turn it up to 11. This denial, this one, it goes to 11. So we saw the same thing with Buchanan. We've seen it with so many of these other witnesses, the witnesses who were there at the scene. The absolutely is a really big tell. It just means they really, really want you to believe that. This other stuff, maybe it doesn't matter so much, but on this particular point, they really want you to believe it. It's very important that you believe it. So that's why it's put in these unequivocal terms like that. I really wanted Mr. Jackson to go into, where did you learn about the medical information? Where did you learn? Because, yeah, if he didn't know about the colectomy, then he probably didn't get it from her medical report. It's not because she was sectioned and she gave a history to the hospital and he saw those records, because she would have mentioned all of these surgeries, the colectomy. He would have known that. So no. And so where does that leave us? Where does that leave us? Maybe he got it from her. Maybe he got it from her. I don't know. But the way he's describing it, does that sound like something does that sound like how she would describe it? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It sounds like someone who's trying to paint her as a nut job and as a gross person and so forth would describe it, doesn't it? Could that have been Jen McCabe? Could he have found that out from that interview with Jen McCabe? He certainly could have. I would really like to know if he did. But he didn't ask that. So structurally, I love what he did. He went through all those texts from the very, very beginning to show the fix is in. You had already decided you were going to put the case on her. You can deny it all you want. The jury is going to decide for themselves whether they think that's a reasonable interpretation of those text messages. And it's certainly viable. You can't say, no, that interpretation doesn't fit at all. You have to go with, well, you're misunderstanding me, or I was answering this part, or whatever. You have to go in and go super technical on it. But the jury's going to be able to interpret that themselves. So you've established that by the text messages, the fix was already in. And now you're going through and showing systematically how he behaved in a way that shows the fix was in. You just took people's word for it because you felt like it. You didn't follow up on stuff. Eyewitnesses. Julie Nagel getting interviewed in October of 2022, 9 months. 9 months after all of this is when you go and finally talk to an eyewitness. Why? Well, because you brought some serious charges on her. That's why you didn't bother to do it before then. You thought those serious charges were going to be all that was needed to take care of this case. You left Colin Albert's name. She gave you a specific list and you recreated that list, but you left Colin Albert's name off. The guy you knew. The guy you knew, you admit you knew. Deny your relationship, but his mom's in your phone. His mom is your sister's best friend. Your sister that you talk to all the time. Not allowing him to inquire into what he knew or inquired into those communications, to me, is so off base. Way, 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 way off base here, because we already saw text messages that Courtney is talking about talking with Julie. Before the interview, give him the gift. All of these details, it's already in there. We know Courtney is chatting with Julie. He's the lead investigator. Shouldn't he be asking about that? What conversations are you having? What information are you communicating? Well, if it's a clean investigation, yeah, you would. If it's a clean investigation, you wouldn't be on it in the first place because of the risk of things like this happening. That you're spilling details to your family who's spilling them to her BFF. But you would ask, so why didn't you? That is absolutely fair game for cross-examination. Your decision about how to conduct this investigation, the questions that you chose not to ask are just as important as the ones that you did. And you chose not to ask, not to look at this. You just look the other way. She's telling you explicitly, I'm having conversations with Julie. And you're gonna look the other way. Yeah. Love how he did it. Get that denial on there. We know he's going to deny it. We know he's going to deny the fix is in. Now show him the fix is in. Go ahead and show him the way that the fix was in. Well, you can see the old man down there having his little morning shift. He's breathing pretty hard this morning. Well, let's come and see what some of you guys have had to say this morning. We've got some new members coming through. Thanks, guys. Welcome to the crew. Hope you enjoy your stay. Hope you like your time with us. Timothy Torigian. Lally tried to gloss over Proctor messaging Canton PD about the quality of their surveillance cameras. Bet Jackson hammers that home today. Yeah, he might. I mean, the quality of the surveillance camera is it's very strange to me anyway. I talked about this before. Police departments get grant funding for equipment and stuff like this all the time for improvements. And yet John's Ring camera is more accurate. Karen Reed's dad's Ring camera is more accurate and reliable than the stuff that we're getting from inside the police department, where you're storing evidence, where you want this to be a secure place. But the cameras just happen to not work. I'll be interested to hear what else there is about that for sure. Bobby Walter, okay, we talked about this. If you missed that and you're interested in my thoughts on that, I did talk about that before the testimony came up this morning. So go ahead and just go back to the beginning. The bottom line is, yes, it's a shit show. Brett Cormier, glad so many lawyers are getting into YouTube. Between Depp, this one, and YSL in Atlanta, I am getting an education for how the justice system works across the country. I thought it only worked this way in Louisiana, LOL. It's a systemic problem. You know, the incentives that operate within the system, they operate the same no matter where you are. There's just, from my perspective, more or less degrees of kind of resistance to that, to those institutional pressures. One of the things I looked at during the day off yesterday. How much is Michael Proctor making for this? You know, the fact that he's being introduced here as Trooper Michael Proctor and not former Trooper Michael Proctor, as Ian Runkle pointed out. Runkle of the Bailey, great comment, great observation. Yeah, why is he not former Trooper Proctor? This guy is still, as far as we know, still on the force, still being paid, still on active duty, getting these, you know, performing this type of service. This is the service that he is rendering to the public of Massachusetts. How much are they on the hook for this service he's providing? So I looked it up, and he's making about $147,000 a year between salary and overtime. But what I'm interested in is the pension stuff, right? I'm interested in the pension stuff because public employee pensions, yeah, these have been an issue. If you've ever had any concern about just the fiscal sustainability of our country, you've come across public employee pensions because they're massive and they are ballooning, and there are serious questions whether the obligations that have been undertaken by all kinds of governments, federal, state, local level, whether these obligations can realistically ever be satisfied. I mean, they've just promised the sun and moon and stars to public employees in exchange for, in the case of police, not a super long term of service, 20 years. 20 years. And so the way that their pension system works, 20 years of service, and then you retire and you get 50% of your last year's salary till you die. Till you die. So you start on the force, 25, 30. By the time you're 50 years old, you're getting a free check for doing nothing at all. What's the life expectancy now? Another 35, 40 years? Pretty close to that. It's a lot of money. A lot of money people are on the hook for. A lot of money people are on the hook for. So yeah, real strong incentive to hang on to that law enforcement job. No question at all. No question at all. And to, look out for each other. Have each other's backs. Because you mess with the guy's wallet, right? You mess with the guy's livelihood. That's getting pretty serious. And people know you make certain kinds of noise about the way your coworkers are handling themselves, the decisions they're making, the things that they're doing, that could interfere with his livelihood. So a lot of just go along to get along kind of pressure. This is just part of the structure of the thin blue line. This is structurally how it works. And so I've been in so many different communities and seen just the different ways that law enforcement operates within those communities that I see it almost like there's certain things that can help mitigate that, but it's always there. It's always there. These structural pressures are always there. But when you're a police officer who is in a car and you're policing people from a distance, you hang out with other law enforcement officers, those are your friends, that's who you socialize with, you have your little bubble, and you interact with the rest of the public through this arm's length kind of deal, where you're the remote authority in the police car in the uniform with the badge. Well, that's a very different type of relationship than in other types of communities where you just can't have that type of separation. You just can't. You only have one school, so the cops' kids are going to the same school as everybody else's kids. They're going to school with the kids of the people that you're policing. There's factors like that I think can help mitigate some of it. And it really just goes to law enforcement's appreciation for the people they're policing as being part of who they're serving. These are not some other, you're not only serving people that you think are deserving, you are serving everybody in your community. And this is one of the things I particularly appreciated. One of the sheriffs in Walla Walla when I was working over there. There's kind of a thing now where in my area where sheriffs have conventionally run the jails, the local jails, but county commissioners control the budget. And so there's been all of these political disputes that come up around that. And so it's just sort of a thing now where county commissioners, they're taking back the jail. They're deciding they're going to run the jail operations and not the sheriff anymore. That happened in Walla Walla several years back. So this was before then, when the sheriff was still running the jail. And I had a pretty good relationship with the sheriff, had a lot of conversations with him about a variety of different things. But one of the things that I had always kind of appreciated is that it was important. They did have a pretty good relationship between the corrections officers who were working in the jail. It was important to treat the people in jail with respect. It was important to treat them with respect. And that was something that they prioritized because they recognized most of these people, 99.9% of them, they're getting right back out. They're getting right back out. And so why would you want to create a system where you've antagonized them, you've alienated them, when you could be part of the solution? You don't need to be part of the problem. You can be part of the solution. And so they embraced that in that particular community. And I really, really appreciated that. I don't think that that's common. I don't think that that's common for law enforcement to look at the people that they're arresting as they're arresting them and thinking, I have a duty to this person as one of the citizens that I'm here to protect and serve. I just don't think that's common. And I think that's just one of the biggest parts of this problem that, we see it all around the country. It's not unique to here. It's not unique to Florida. It happens everywhere. Carazola X, can they ask the question, would you like to apologize to Karen now for your comments? There's no good way for him to answer it. Well, Judge Bev didn't allow that question, did she? We saw that. Tried to ask him. Did you ever apologize to Karen? Objection sustained. Sustained. Bobby Walter, thanks, Andrea. So many interesting cases currently. Well, you're very welcome. I think this might be about YSL. It is. It's a lot of stuff happening kind of all at the same time. Weird convergence of just the chaos that can be criminal justice all right in front of our faces right now. Arla 7247, NBC 10 Boston reporter in court gave reaction of female majority jury. If you got a name for the reporter, I'll try to look that up. I'll see if I can find something real quick. I'm gonna have to do a little hunting, but I'm definitely interested in the comments. I can't imagine that the jury is impressed with this. Of course, I can't imagine that the jury is impressed with this at all. I mean, female majority or not, hello, men on the jury have sisters, they have wives, they have daughters, and he's talking about this. He's talking about this woman. This woman could be their sister, their wife, their daughter, their mother, their grandmother, their aunt. Could be any of those people. Knit Pearl Girl, thanks for giving us your time, Andrea. You are so smart and well-spoken, and you have the most perfect cadence for commentating teaching. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. What a nice thing to say. I've heard people have said I have a relaxing or calming kind of vibe, I guess, on my stream. Well, I hope so. I'm not trying to stir up a bunch of drama or anxiety. I'm trying to help people understand, make things more comfortable. Call it the ASMR of legal analysis. Palmyra Productions. She needs to tell Lally to hurry. Then again, in his head, probably won't explode. All of this, Mr. Jackson, can you get it moving? These comments that she's making in front of the jury, that's not what you said the question would be at sidebar. Oh, now you're making the speaking objections? Does he come out of that looking bad? Yeah, I don't know about that. I really don't. I gotta think the jury is wondering, what's wrong with that question? Why can't he ask Courtney Albert? Courtney Elbert. What a coincidence that is. Courtney Elbert, is it just one letter off? I don't know. Why can't he ask about his sister having the 67 text messages with Julie Albert? Why can't he ask about that? That's what I would think the jury would be wondering, because it's not like we don't know that they happened. Already came out with Julie. So they know it's out there. Jedi Jen, for your demonetization fund, thanks for all you do. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Appreciate your support. Lady Draconis, say it again with me, children. Write your messages like they will one day be read in court for the demonetization fund. Yeah, write your messages like they will one day be read in court, because they might be. They might be. And he had to flat out admit, I mean, not that you'd fight it. Not that you'd fight it. He never thought these were going to come public. He never thought that anybody would ever be looking at his personal cell phone. That's why he's who he is when nobody's looking. That was his own definition of integrity. It's what you do when nobody's looking. When nobody's looking, you're making fun of your suspect. You're telling people what the story is going to be. You're feeding information about the investigation and your steps involving your sister's best friend to your sister. This is what you're doing when you think nobody's looking. I have a feeling we haven't even finished with that. We haven't even finished with that. Sentient Dreamer, how many times has he gotten away with this lying? I mean, if it's habitual, and lying usually is. Lying is habitual, okay? You get comfortable with it. You might initially, like when you first tell a lie, ooh, you feel anxious. You feel a little anxious about it because you know it's wrong. You know it's wrong, and you're worried. What if I get caught? What if I don't remember? Yeah, you know when you lie. But the more you do it, the less it matters, right? It's just the same principle of diminishing returns, diminishing utility. It doesn't bother you as much. You get accustomed to just lying because it's convenient, because it suits your purposes at that point in time. So it becomes habitual. That's why my perspective has always been, you really got to be scrupulously honest. You just do, not just because it's the right thing to do, not just because you'll feel better about yourself if you can look yourself in the eye in the mirror every single day and be like, yeah, you know what? I've said it like it is. I've been honest. I've been truthful. I've kept it real. You'll feel a lot better about yourself. But also, it's just building good habits. It's just building good habits. All right, it looks like we're back. Let's go ahead and bring them back up.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Proctor, did you include in your investigative file any Celebrite report related to the Life 360 app that was on Ms. McCabe's phone that you earlier testified to?
Trooper Garino was our cell phone expert, kind of handled that, so I'm not positive if that report, if he generated that report.
Okay, so it goes without saying, I shouldn't say that, because if it goes without saying, I shouldn't say it. Did you review a Life 360 report in an effort to determine whether or not Colin and Allie were telling the truth?
No.
You grew up in Canton, did you not?
Yes.
I don't want an address, but just generally as a crow flies, how close would you say you live from the Albert residence at the former Albert residence at 34 Fairview in Canton?
2-3 miles.
How about from the McCabe residence? And again, don't give me any addresses.
Maybe a mile.
You know, given the fact that you grew up in Canton, that it's about a mile walk through some woods to get to Canton High School from 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any Canton police officers canvass the area around the high school or filling stations around the high school, gas stations around the high school for video surveillance footage?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody from Canton about video surveillance concerning the high school and or surrounding gas stations?
Yes.
Who is that?
It was Officer Galanis.
Can you turn to tab 9, please? First, let me ask you if you recognize these texts with any individual.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those texts?
That was a text communication between Officer Galanis and myself.
Taking a look at those text communications, do you see the inclusive dates of those on the face sheet
Yes,
document?
I do.
What are those inclusive dates?
First message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 1:02 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 2:05 p.m.
These are texts on a single day, correct?
That's correct.
If you would look at page 2623,
On February 18th.
Your Honor, may I publish?
What's he saying on February
Is any
18th?
objection?
Same one, but
I'll let you publish it.
Thank you. Yes, you may. In this text, you're asking a member of the Canton Police Department to look around the surrounding area of 34 Fairview Road for camera equipment, correct?
I was asking if they had any knowledge of cameras in the area.
Okay. And of course, that was to an officer who was employed by which department?
Canton Police Department.
Which you knew at the time that you asked for assistance in February of 2022 had been recused from the case, correct?
Correct.
And should have no investigative involvement in the case, correct?
I did not request for them to pull video. I just simply asked, what are some good cameras in the area?
Which is an assistance for you in your investigation,
Getting
correct?
information?
They have more
Kind of a
knowledge in the area as
thing to
far
do in
as
an investigation?
useful cameras. So yes, I reached out regarding
Couldn't reach
cameras
out
in the
to
area.
Or assistance
Non-conflicted?
from Canton PD officers, correct?
Yes,
Whom you knew to be recused.
yes.
Yes.
Can I
You
ask the
specifically asked
Norfolk DA?
Officer Galanis whether, quote, the high school had cameras facing the street, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Galanis writes back, the Canton Mutual gas station has unreal cameras. That's how I picked up that kid, and it had him walking into the woods by the new street Larkin Court, correct?
Correct.
You responded, good to know, I'll add that to the list, correct?
Yes.
Did any of the reports you turned over in discovery ever mention the Canton Mutual gas station cameras or the cameras from Canton High School?
No, because we did not retrieve any video from those locations.
And you didn't mention in your report that
Have
you
you
even
tried?
sought the footage from those locations, correct?
I don't believe so.
You did say that you would add it to the quote list, is that right?
Yes,
And you're aware, obviously, as one of your responsibilities, to maintain and keep your handwritten notes from all communications, all investigative activities involved in the case, correct?
yes,
And you have no notes on this conversation, correct?
correct.
So is that what they're getting at? Colin went to the high school because we heard the Life 360 has Ellie going to the high school.
As the lead investigator, Trooper Proctor, you are responsible ultimately for deciding which witnesses will be interviewed and which witnesses will not be interviewed, correct?
Like I mentioned yesterday or Monday, it's a collaborative effort within the office, so we bounce ideas off each other as far as what witnesses need to be interviewed, et cetera. So it's more of a group effort, a group decision.
But as the case officer, you make some of the final decisions on who's going to be investigated, who's going to be interviewed, things of that nature, right?
Facilitate certain areas, yes.
I want to talk about some of the witnesses that you interviewed in the days and weeks immediately following Mr. O'Keefe's death. You interviewed
Aruba?
Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
Nicole Albert, yes?
Yes.
Chris Albert,
Yes.
Julie Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
her husband Matt McCabe.
Correct.
All those individuals are related in one way or another, either through marriage or otherwise, to each other, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And you also interviewed Brian Higgins, is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about the individuals that you did not immediately choose to interview. Julie Nagel wasn't interviewed until October 2022, correct?
Correct.
That's 7 months after the incident, right?
Correct.
Sarah Levinson was not interviewed until October of 2022, also 7 months later, correct?
Correct.
9 months
Caitlin
later.
Albert was interviewed July 6th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
That's 16 months after the incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Brian Albert Jr., July 6th, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
Allie McCabe, August of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's 18 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
Heather Maxson, she was not interviewed until September 21st, 2023, 17 months later, correct?
Correct.
All right, that's actually, my math is off, that's about 18 months later, is that right?
Correct.
Richard D'Antono, September 2nd, 2023, is that right?
Yes.
So you waited more than 18 months to interview him as well, is that right?
Yes.
And then Brian Loughran, snowplow driver, August 2023, 17 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk for a second about this last individual, Brian Loughran. He also goes by the name Lucky, is that right?
Yes.
Lucky Loughran. You testified under oath on April 21st, 2022 in the state court grand jury proceeding that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Why did you say that, Trooper Proctor?
That was based off interviews with Mr. Trotter, that the plows weren't out until they met up at 2:30. And then it was my understanding they were focusing on the main roadways.
You're aware that Michael Trotter testified in this case?
Okay.
Were you aware or not?
No.
Okay. You did, in fact, interview Michael Trotter, did you not?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Michael Trotter told you that, in fact, Brian Loughran was plowing 34 Fairview that morning?
Objection.
Is that what he told you?
I don't recall that statement from him.
Michael Trotter testified that that's what he told you. Do you have any quarrel with that?
Objection.
That's the state.
In reality, Trooper Proctor, you did not want to speak to anybody in the weeks and months following this incident who didn't fit your narrative, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
That's
Absolutely
simply not
not.
true. Absolutely not.
Certainly, you didn't want to talk to anybody who could say that there was no body on the lawn at 2:30 in the morning. Is that right?
No, it's not true.
Are you aware that Lucky Loughran, in fact, did report that there was nobody on
Objection,
the
Your
lawn?
Honor.
So the objection sustained, I'm going to strike that.
Did you include anything in your investigative report throughout the entire time you've been in charge of this investigation about Lucky Loughran and his observations?
Not until Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed him.
And that was when?
I can't recall the exact date.
And that was after the defense brought him to your attention, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Not true?
Correct.
Are you still the case agent in charge of this case?
Yes.
As the lead investigator and the case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility and your obligation to investigate all potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
Yes.
You're obligated to investigate anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to could just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Could be an argument inside a vehicle.
What
I
was
didn't
your
hear
answer?
him.
And where's
So
the
or
proof
or
of
could be an
that?
argument contained inside a vehicle as well.
Yeah, which is the conclusion you jumped to 17 hours into your investigation, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
It's
Think hard.
something, evidence we have contained within cell phones reiterates that fact.
You
didn't have that.
When you decided that you were gonna make sure that the girl, I think that's what you called her, the girl was gonna have serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation, you didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an argument inside the vehicle, did you?
To go towards intent, no. But as far as the physical evidence goes, we have compelling evidence indicating Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
So you just did
Okay,
this.
Mr. Jackson, I just have to, keep your voice up, Trooper Proctor, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You just did this piecemeal. So when you decided that the girl, Miss Reed, was gonna get serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent, you just decided, oh, okay, I'm just gonna go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later, right?
Yes.
Motive, means, and opportunity. We've talked a little bit about motive. What about means? The physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
Yes.
And the opportunity. It's a physical proximity to the incident, correct? Or the
Correct.
physical ability to commit the crime, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill John O'Keefe?
Yes, and that motive, means, factored in with the physical evidence pointed directly at Miss Reed. There's no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all that, of course, from the Albertson case, right?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Let's talk about Brian Higgins for a second. You know that name?
I do, sir.
You personally interviewed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
You keep adding other people into the interviews. I'm asking what you did, not what you and somebody else did. Did you personally interview Brian Higgins?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, I did.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, and you knew that, right?
Yes.
He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He worked in a different agency, yes.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Yes.
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
Correct.
He told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed.
He did.
As a matter of fact, he told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed over text messages, but on at least one occasion that resulted in a kiss, correct?
Yes.
And then he also told you that he had taken the liberty to extract certain conversations from his own cell phone, right?
Correct.
And he brought you a hard copy of those text messages, right?
He did.
And you knew that those text messages were messages that he curated to give to you, right?
Yes.
He's the one that made the determination of what was important, what was not important to give to you, his interviewer, right?
Objection.
Was that your understanding, Trooper?
It was my understanding Mr. Higgins was being very forthcoming by providing those messages. It's not uncommon for witnesses to take screenshots or send us emails or send us text messages. So he just had a different means of producing text messages.
Well, you were actually asked that question
Were they
in a different
extractions or
proceeding.
screenshots?
Under different questioning. And you were asked whether or not in your career as a law enforcement officer, has any person or witness ever brought a self-extraction of text messages to an in-person interview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct. Most
And your answer was,
civil. I'm
your
sorry,
answer
go ahead.
was, Trooper Proctor, you had never experienced that in the history of your career, correct?
Correct.
So you became aware pretty early on that Mr. Higgins at least had a motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
Well, you knew he had this flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed, is that right?
Yes.
You became aware that he ignored, you saw the text messages, you became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
And you're aware that at 12:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe coaxing him to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Didn't have a motive? Really? Well, drunk guys at the bar? Nobody buys that. Nobody buys that. He had a much better motive than Karen arguing about Aruba months before. A month before. She's so pissed off about Aruba that she waited a month to kill him. I mean, make it make sense. Make it make sense. The guy who's interested in his girl that night and getting the brush off, he doesn't have a motive. This is where, with a good cross, it doesn't matter what his answer is. It doesn't matter what his answer is. The jury can connect the dots for themselves. The jury has their own common sense. They understand what all of this means. And so all it's doing is just giving the jury an opportunity to evaluate his judgment. If your judgment is that no, absolutely not, he didn't have a motive in this situation, then your judgment is just terrible. Your judgment is bad because we can all see the motive.
You are unmuted.
May I inquire? Yes. Thank you. You're aware that at 2:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe prompting him to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
I don't recall that text.
Do you recall a text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe after they left Waterfall? Where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
You also recognized that Brian Higgins certainly had the means to commit the crime, correct?
No, I don't.
He's a big guy. Certainly had the physical ability to get into a physical altercation with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't mean doesn't have the means or the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe.
We're not
ask
They were
talking about
friends.
motive.
I wasn't asking about motive. I'm asking about means. Could he do it?
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Could he throw a punch? Knock a guy down, knock a guy out,
I can't speak to his fighting ability, sir.
Because you
you've
didn't
met
ask,
him.
did you?
right?
That one interview, yes.
Yeah, he's huge. Do you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's a big dude, right?
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
Bigger than you.
Yep.
Bigger
You
than
knew that he was former
bear.
military
I did, yes.
and is a trained ATF agent, federal agent, right?
Yes.
Marine.
And you were in possession of video surveillance from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Yes.
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's death, you saw video surveillance of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
I interpreted that as horsing around.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it, Trooper Proctor. I asked you if you saw it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see it or not?
I did.
And what you saw was these guys taking fighting stances, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you saw?
Playful fighting stances.
Playful.
But you waited until February 10th to interview him, correct?
Yes.
And you decided not to image his phone. Is that right?
Correct.
You didn't ask for consent to search his phone or to take his phone, correct?
No.
You didn't seek a search warrant to get his phone. Is that right?
No, sir.
Did you know that on January 29th at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert that morning?
I was not aware of that.
Might have been important to your investigation, don't you think?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depends what that. I don't know what the call was about.
Sorry, finish that.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know if they actually connected and communicated what the length of the call was, so
Right. And you never asked, did you?
I was unaware that call took place.
And you were unaware that that call took place because you didn't get his phone, Trooper Proctor, right?
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phones, sir.
You were unaware of that call at that time because you didn't see his phone, correct?
Objection.
Correct.
Right. The medical examiner notified you on April 28th, 2022, that the manner of death, in her words, could not be determined. Is that right?
Yes.
She would not rule, at least in terms of the manner of death, would not rule this a homicide. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you agree that that's obviously a pretty significant finding.
Objection.
Allow it.
Her finding doesn't alter how we conduct our investigation, whether if it's undetermined or ruled a homicide. We're still going to continue to investigate one way, regardless of her determination.
So you're going to ignore the
You
medical
obviously
input?
were not pleased with that you were not pleased with that determination, right?
It didn't matter one way or the other because, like I said, we continue on with the investigation.
On April 28th, that same day, you received a text message from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Yes.
You turn to tab 11, please.
What's the ID number?
This is 2618. I'm sorry, tab 11
Triple
is
F.
GGG, triple G is in golf.
Rookie move. Rookie move, Holmes. Not getting that homicide finding. Why? Because it's kind of significant. Medical findings are kind of significant
Yes.
when she can't
Do you have that in
corroborate
front of
your
you,
theory.
Trooper Proctor?
I do, sir.
You turn to page 2618. Do you see a text message received from Trooper DeChico with a photograph of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And that autopsy report indicates undetermined. Is that right?
For manner, yes.
In response, you wrote a text message to DeChico, correct?
I did.
What was your response?
Of course, it's undetermined.
And then what else did you write?
She was a whack job.
Of course it's undetermined. She's a whack job, right?
All the women involved in the case are whack jobs.
Those are your two responses, correct?
Yes.
You were talking about Dr. Scorti-Bello, the female medical examiner who came to the determination that this was undetermined in terms of the manner of death, correct?
I'm not sure who I'm referencing as far as she was a whack job, but of course it's undetermined is a sarcastic response from me.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Anyone who disagrees with me is a whack job. Pretty clear that's what he was saying. Just like the Boston cop, he didn't just bring it up
The
out of the
reason you
blue.
referred to
Non sequitur.
Dr. Scorti-Bello as a whack job is because the cut and dry case that you had hoped for wasn't really going your way, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you referred to she's a whack job, were you referring to Dr. Scorti-Bello?
I don't recall.
Were you displeased with the undetermined finding instead of a homicide finding because that was an obstacle in your investigation?
Objection.
You can break that down.
Were you displeased about the undetermined finding?
No.
would you have rather had a determined finding that it was a homicide?
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to my office. We still investigate the same exact way if it's ruled determined,
Did it help your case,
undetermined, or
Proctor?
homicide.
Did it help
Well, then
your
why
case?
would you say, of course it's undetermined? She was a whack job, sarcastically.
It's a sarcastic remark I made to Trooper DeChico.
Right, which sort of suggests displeasure rather than the reverse, correct?
Objection.
You'd agree that it's extremely unusual for the manner of death to be undetermined in a homicide investigation you've worked on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
What's wrong with that?
How many murder cases in the history of your career have you worked on in which the medical examiner made the determination that the manner of death could not be determined?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I
One?
wouldn't feel comfortable putting a number on it. It's not a lot. I couldn't ballpark it for you, but I know it's not a lot.
Well, Trooper Proctor, you were asked this exact question in February
Oh, boy.
of 2024 at another proceeding.
Mm-hmm.
And you indicated that you had never seen it in your entire career, correct?
Answer should be the same, huh?
Well, you were asked the question, so first, what do you mean by, of course it's undetermined? And your answer was, I said it at the time, it was kind of like, not like figuratively, of course, it's an of course, like I had never really seen that before in a homicide, end quote. Correct?
Yes.
Your statement in February of 2024, under oath, was you'd literally never seen that in any homicide you've ever worked, right?
Yes.
After she reached that conclusion, you discussed this with one of your colleagues about how you tried to put pressure on her to change her or alter her opinion, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that
All
what
right.
you did?
Pressure? Absolutely not.
Let's turn to tab 12.
Let's see him.
What's this for identification?
Is this the rookie stuff?
This one, I'm just checking. This is HHH as in hotel.
Or is there more?
Your Honor, for this one, may I publish?
So I've got them mismarked. What's the bottom? What's the base
Sure,
stamp
it's
number?
2632.
Why don't you come to sidebar for
I'm
a minute,
sorry.
please?
The face page is 2628. Maybe that helps.
Okay.
Got it? Within that packet, we'll turn to 2632.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. To begin with, Trooper Proctor, do you recognize the face page of that series of text messages in tab 12?
Yes.
Is that the text messages between you and Trooper DeChico, one of your colleagues?
It is, yes.
Turn to page 2632, if you wouldn't mind. Tell me when you're ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Trooper DeChico texted you, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination, correct?
Yes.
How did you interpret that? Rookie move, not getting that homicide determination.
Knowing Trooper DeChico, it's him busting my chops and joking with me.
Because it's bad for your
you
case.
see it as your job, you and Trooper DeChico, to go in and get the homicide determination. That's your job, right?
Not at all, sir.
You're not looking so much for her opinion as looking to give her your opinion, right?
Absolutely not.
You responded, Yuri and I, who's Yuri?
Sergeant Buchanan.
Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. That was your response, correct?
Yes.
You were explaining how much effort you went to try to get her to change your opinion to homicide, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
DeChico then responds, not good enough. Should have had me and Jeff do it, right?
Yes, that was his response.
Who's Jeff?
Busting your chops that you didn't meet the standard of getting her to change her mind to make it a homicide, right? That's what he was busting your chops about.
We wouldn't never try to change the mind of a medical examiner. The doctor who conducts the autopsy often has questions. They want to know the facts, kind of what had transpired leading up to a victim's death. It happens not only in homicides, but the unattended deaths we also attend to, suicide and overdose. So it's common to have these conversations with doctors.
Right, but in response to getting
Rookie
the
move.
information that she made the determination and held on to it, that this was undetermined, your answer was, of course it's undetermined. She was just a whack job, right?
With
Right.
sarcasm.
We know it was sarcasm,
Ultimately, did
but we know why
doctor
you were being
change her opinion?
sarcastic.
No.
but the determination of the medical examiner, that didn't matter to you, right? Because you had already decided you were going to charge Miss Reed with murder anyway.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, the determination did not matter as we continued on with the investigation.
Notwithstanding
medical
the
info
medical
didn't
findings
matter.
in the case, correct? That it was not determined to be a homicide, right?
Considering the matter, but
And that's because even though in the words of the prior group chat that this whole thing stinks, you were going to make it cut and dry by putting it on the girl, putting serious charges on the girl, notwithstanding what the medical examiner said, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were actually asked this question, whether or not it would have an impact on your decision, notwithstanding what the medical examiner's decision was, correct? Your decision to charge her. Is that right?
yes.
On February 1st, 2024, you were asked, so what you're telling this grand jury today, and you expect this grand jury to believe that you didn't care whether the medical examiner came back with a homicide determination? It doesn't matter to you? And your answer, quote, no, because either way, Ms. Reed was going to be charged. Right?
Correct.
That's how you make a case cut and dry, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, to hell with the medical evidence, Karen Reed was going to be charged because that's what you had decided to do, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to change gears for a second and ask you about some electronic data, specifically as it pertains to Jennifer McCabe. You're aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she turned it over to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that there were texts and calls missing from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you look at the extraction report, the Celebrite extraction report from her phone?
I have, yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted, 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 deleted?
No, not that area, no.
No, I'm sorry, I
Not
didn't
that
hear
area?
you.
Not that area,
Not that area, meaning,
no.
what does that
Not that
mean?
part
I
of
don't
the
know what you mean by
report?
not that area.
I went through the Celebrite report, but clearly I didn't review that tab.
So as you sit here, you're unaware of whether or not multiple texts and multiple phone calls were deleted from her phone that you have in your possession?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
Case investigator.
As the case agent, as the case officer, do you believe it might be important to find out whether or not that phone appeared to have been manipulated or altered in some way before it was turned over? Would that be something that you would normally do?
That'd be important.
But you didn't do it with Jim McCabe's phone.
I didn't personally handle that, no.
Did you ever seize Nicole Albert's phone?
No,
Did you ever seize Brian Albert's phone?
no,
Colin Albert's?
no,
Chris Albert's?
no,
Julie Albert's?
no.
Were you concerned that if you seized any or all of their phones, especially Colin, Julie, and Chris, that there might be some indicators that you knew them on those phones?
No, that thought never crossed my mind.
But the fact remains, you never sought to seize any of those, did you?
No, I don't.
And you never asked, irrespective of what you saw in the Celebrite report, you never asked Jennifer McCabe whether or not that was a complete and thorough, a complete and accurate, I should say. Let me ask it a different way. Did you ever ask Jennifer McCabe whether or not she ever altered anything on her phone before turning it in?
I did not. Again, I didn't handle Miss McCabe's phone or do the cell phone extraction on it.
I want to ask
And
you
didn't do
about
any follow-up.
another issue concerning a potential conflict of interest. You were well aware that Canton PD was supposed to be, we talked about this at some length, conflicted off the case as of January 29th, 2022, right?
Correct.
And you even put it in that text message, nah, Cat, it's total opposite. They have to recuse themselves, BPD. Same with Canton, right?
Yes.
Those are your words on January 29th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that the reason for, one of the reasons for Canton PD to recuse itself is because of the relationship between the Alberts and one of the detectives on Canton PD, Kevin Albert, right?
Correct.
You knew that Kevin Albert was the primary source of the conflict, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he, above everybody else, should be completely removed from any contact with the investigation or the investigators, right?
Correct.
What'd you tell him?
Yet when you wanted to coordinate witnesses for interviews in this case, who'd you turn to?
I texted Kevin Albert to see if he could secure a conference room for us to conduct interviews at the station.
The same Kevin Albert to help coordinate these witness interviews, who's the brother of Brian Albert.
Why didn't you
Right.
do these at
Yes.
the Norfolk DA's office? Why'd you do them at Canton PD?
If you could turn to tab 13, please.
Right there when he would know when and where they're happening?
Your Honor, for the court's edification, it should be III.
All right, thank you.
It's in India.
Thank you.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I do.
If you'll turn to page 2591. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Okay.
Can you see that on January 30th, 2022, at about 11:55 a.m., Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone, Paul G. is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to interview him. And we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well. End
On
quote.
1:30.
You see that?
Yes.
Who's Paul G?
Lieutenant Paul Gallagher.
So Kevin Albert, a Canton PD officer, and an Albert is texting you about Paul Gallagher, another Canton officer, about interviewing Steve Seraph, another Canton officer, and Steve Mullaney, a second Canton officer, correct?
Correct.
Gonna go small, see if there's something else there. Katie.
What investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
The death of John O'Keefe.
This investigation.
Correct.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
I did not.
Did you tell him he shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses, and he shouldn't even be having contact with you? Did you tell him that?
I did not.
What you did write back was, quote, okay, you and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did you tell him that you were engaged in the process of obtaining interviews. You told him the name of the interviewee, right?
Yes,
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
correct.
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to interview with Brian Albert's brother, right?
Yes,
Then you asked Kevin Albert to actually contact the witnesses in order to schedule their interviews, didn't you?
yeah, I believe it was Officer Mulaney and Seraph.
Go to page 2592. Kevin Albert texts, okay, so I'll get Mulaney in as well. You interviewing her here? And you respond, yeah, if we can line them up for 1:30 and 2, that would be great, correct?
Yes,
So you were leaving it up to Kevin Albert to contact and coordinate with the witnesses that you intended to interview at Canton PD, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
correct.
You then answered anytime in the ballpark. I'm sorry, yes, you answered anytime in the ballpark, then you went on and said from 1:30 on, correct?
Yes,
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. And then he responds, if you want to interview witnesses in the recorded room here, you're more than welcome. You see that?
Oh,
I do.
He was referring to an interview room or an interrogation room where there's surreptitious recording devices, correct?
and they didn't record
Yes.
any
That's
of
to
them.
help facilitate memorializing interviews that police officers want to
Ah.
take with any witness in a crime, right?
Correct.
That would mean that if you used a recorded room, those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
But he offered, didn't he?
He offered, we did not use it.
Did you see that as a problem?
That he offered?
Yeah.
No, I don't, sir.
You see that as a problem because he might, I don't know, take some of those interviews and forward them to his brother?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Were you concerned that Kevin Albert was offering to utilize Canton's recording programs facility in order to get access to what the witnesses were saying so that he could then forward that or tell his brother?
No,
Never crossed your mind.
never.
Well, if it never crossed your mind, why didn't you go ahead and use the recording unit room?
Typically, I don't record our interviews.
That's not what you said a second ago. You said the reason we didn't use the recording room was because of the obvious possibility that Kevin Albert and Canton PD could have access to the recordings.
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't you say that's why we didn't use it?
Because Canton PD would
No.
have access.
No,
That is what he said.
What did you say?
that we didn't use it. You,
Right. When I said, if you made a recording, it would be in the hands of which agency? Obviously Canton PD. And your answer was, that's why we didn't use the recorded room, right?
no, I don't recall saying that's why we didn't use the room.
You just
That's
said it.
exactly
Trooper
what
Proctor.
you
I mean, it's been
said.
10 minutes, been 4 minutes.
No,
Exactly
You don't
what you
remember that?
said.
not specifically stated like that.
All right, let me ask you a different way. If you weren't concerned that the interviews could be compromised by Canton PD and Kevin Albert, why didn't you just use the room? It was offered up.
Again, typically we don't record interviews. With a
What an
cooperating
insane
witness,
policy if
we
that's
just sit down with
true.
them, take notes. If it's
Trust me,
someone
bro.
we deem
Interview
necessary
policy.
to actually have a recording of, then we'll pursue that option.
Trooper Proctor, after you knew that Canton Police Department was conflicted off the case, you continued to have a very close relationship with yet another Albert, Kevin Albert, correct?
We worked on a cold case together.
So you did have a close personal and professional relationship with Kevin Albert, didn't you?
I'd say it was a professional relationship.
Only a professional relationship?
Him and I were members at a gym together, and we worked a cold case together for several months.
Drinking, socializing, maybe?
once in a while.
Right. So it went beyond professional, right?
Yeah, acquaintances.
Oh,
Drinking
again.
acquaintances, right?
On
all of
several
these
occasions,
people.
yes.
Socializing acquaintances, right?
On several occasions.
So when you told the jury a few minutes ago that you were aware of and knew of, but didn't have relationships with 3 Alberts, Julie, Chris, and Colin,
Also didn't
not
mention
quite
Kevin.
true, is it?
Objection.
Sustained.
There's a 4th Albert out there, isn't there? Kevin. Right?
Yes.
But you didn't tell us about that one,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
correct?
I don't consider that a relationship. It's,
Oh my
Well, let's look at
God.
that.
Your credibility is in the tank, dude.
5 months into this investigation, in July of 2022, you were actually continuing to socialize with Kevin Albert, weren't you?
yes.
On July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert went out drinking together, didn't you? Trooper Proctor, I'm not asking you to look for anything in the binder at this point. I'm asking for your memory.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall the date, or you don't recall,
July 19th, 2022.
you don't recall the drinking?
The date itself, sir.
Why don't we turn
So
to
you remember the drinking.
tab 13?
Oh, he's
sir.
painstakingly flipping
Do
through
I have
there.
a number or a letter?
We're still in tab 13. Are we still in tab 13?
All right, so what page, Mr. Jackson?
Page 2602. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, are you on 2602?
I am.
The fact of the matter, does that refresh your recollection that on July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert had been out drinking together?
Don't need that long to think about it.
It does.
Yeah.
In fact,
Wait for the answer.
the two of you got so drunk that Kevin Albert left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his gun the next morning.
Oh
right?
my God.
Overruled.
I can't speak to any level of intoxication, but I don't recall either of us being intoxicated.
Got it. So, isn't it true that on 7/20, July 20th, 2022, the day after, at 8:39 in the morning, you texted Kevin Albert, quote, "Found your badge in my cruiser this morning," end quote, correct?
Yes.
Then you texted him, "I can leave it in my locker at the gym, drop it off at your station, or leave it in my mailbox," correct?
Correct.
Kevin Albert responds, "My mailbox. Did I take my gun?" And then included a wince face emoji, correct?
Correct.
So the fact of the matter is, you two got so drunk
Yikes.
that he couldn't find his badge and had to ask you the next morning where his gun was, right?
Again, I can't speak to any level of intoxication, whether he just forgot it. I don't know.
Yeah, 'cause it's not like you
Asking
arrest
about
people
his
for that all the
Trooper Proctor.
time.
I'm asking, have you seen drunk people before?
Yes.
You've been drunk before.
Yes, I have, sir.
We've all been drunk before, right?
Yes.
Was he drunk? Were you drunk that night?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
But he left his badge in your cruiser
Oh my
after a night
God.
of drinking. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Which means you were drinking and driving in your cruiser. Right?
From what I remember, we were down the Cape working on the cold case together and stopped for dinner, had a few beers, and then dropped him off.
In your cruiser.
The next morning, Kevin Albert also texted you at page 2606. starting with "It's bad." Tell me when you see that.
Okay, see it.
Now, may I publish?
Getting real late season Jimmy McNulty
Yes.
vibes from all this.
2606, please.
Jimmy McNulty around
Kevin Albert responded,
season 4,
"It's bad!" Exclamation point, exclamation
season
point.
5.
I was hungover for sure today. Exclamation point, exclamation point. Couple tonight to make me feel good.
Oh
End quote.
God.
Correct?
Correct.
You can take that down. Does that refresh your recollection? The two of you have been out drinking the night before. He got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and couldn't even find his gun.
Yes, it does refresh my memory.
Right. And you're in your cruiser. Right?
Yes, sir.
And this is with Brian Albert's brother, Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
Good times, good times.
I'm going to change gears, Trooper Proctor. You personally collected John O'Keefe's clothes from the hospital at Good Sam in Brockton, did you not?
I did.
I'd like to at the time you were at Good Sam, you actually had the opportunity, you had the occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
You also had the occasion to see his clothing in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
That's the clothing that you ultimately gathered, is that right?
Correct.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
You can take a look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
Is that a photograph of you? I'm sorry, it's not of you, but do you see your legs in that photograph?
Yes,
Okay, and you also see the legs of Mr. O'Keefe on the hospital gurney, correct?
I do.
And you see a pile of clothes there?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I can have this marked and omitted.
Objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 568.
So the jury's going to get to see where the pile of clothes is. I guess we
568.
probably
Yes,
won't.
thank you.
Thank you.
We ready? May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Request the court's permission to publish.
Okay.
Do you see this, do you see the photograph in front of you? Is that the same photograph that's been published up on the television screen?
Yes, sir.
Directing your attention to the leftmost portion of the photograph, you see the clothes, first the clothes on the ground?
I do, yes.
Okay, that appears to be what? What items or articles
Milking.
of clothing do you see?
The T-shirt, possibly the jeans.
Gray shirt as well?
Yes.
Okay. And those are your legs to the uppermost
Okay,
part
his
of the
socks
screen,
are on his
correct?
feet.
I believe.
We've been wondering about the
Yes.
socks.
And you see to the leftmost portion of the screen, a chair.
I do.
See what's on that chair?
My binder.
That's your portfolio?
It is.
Okay. That's something that you carry routinely as you're investigating, during the course of your investigations?
Yes.
Do you keep your notes and things of that nature?
Yes.
Pens, paper?
The one you had
Correct.
in the Canton Police Department Sallyport on the video.
you indicated that you took possession of those clothing items from Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
Correct.
You bagged them? Bagged, B-A-G-G-E-D, bagged them?
Yes.
And then what did you do with them after that?
We secured them in Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck.
And then what happened to them after they were secured in his pickup truck?
We traveled to Dayton to Mr. Reed's house.
Once you ultimately got back, I don't want to have to take you through the entire, everybody knows where you went.
Okay.
Sergeant Buchanan's already testified. You get back to Canton at some point, correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, were the clothes transported into your facility
Yes,
at the DA's office?
correct.
Okay. What did you do with them after that?
We brought them to the evidence processing.
I'm going to ask you what you did, not what we did, what you did.
Sergeant Buchanan and I brought them to the evidence processing area, laid out butcher paper so the clothes could dry, put them on there in that area. And then I brought 2 cell phones to Trooper Garino so he could try to attempt to extract the phones.
What did you do with the clothing after it was dried out?
So the next day, Trooper DeChico arrived and brought them into the permanent evidence area where only him and another trooper in my office have access to. So they were secured from that at that point.
The
So
next
you
day,
didn't book them into evidence?
I did not know.
you don't know who booked him in.
When they're booked into evidence, there's supposed to be a log of that, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's supposed to be a log of that when they're booked into evidence, correct?
Yes.
You're the case officer on the case. One of your responsibilities is to make sure that chain of custody is maintained throughout the entirety of the investigation, all the way up to a courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Where's the log of those items being booked into evidence?
There was a chain of custody from when they entered the DA's office, and then when Trooper DeChico created a label for them, but also put them in a secure facility.
Can you show me where that is?
I'm not the evidence officer. I don't have that.
I see. So you didn't bring a log with you of any sort concerning the chain of custody of these items, correct?
No.
As a matter of fact, the reason you didn't bring that chain of custody log is because none exists. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Does a physical log exist starting from January 29th, 2022
Gonna line up
to today?
DeChico for the firing squad.
Yes.
Where's that physical log, sir?
Who? I'm not an evidence officer, so I don't know how that. Yeah. So I don't know how that's generated.
Right. So as a case officer, you have no idea where an evidence log is that has something as insignificant as, I don't know, the victim's clothing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact of the matter is, the evidence log attendant to this case regarding those clothing items starts on March 14th when they were taken to the crime lab, correct?
That's when the clothing was transported to the lab.
And that's the only log we have of what happened to those clothes between January 29th and today.
Objection.
Overruled. Do you know that?
I don't. I'm not off the top of my head, ma'am.
Trooper DeChico, right
I want
under
to talk
the
for a
bus
second about the
wheels.
searches in Brian Albert's front lawn that took place on and after January 29th, 2022. As a case officer, Trooper Proctor, you also took control of the taillight pieces that were ultimately claimed to have been found at that location, correct?
Not in all searches.
Which of the pieces that were found were you responsible for taking control over?
The 8th, 11th, and 18th.
So who had control over the items that were found before the 8th? You said the 8th, 11th, and 18th, right?
Those are items that I had found on those days and that I had processed and essentially bagged and tagged them and handed them over to our evidence officer. There was multiple days that troopers were out there looking for more evidence.
So there would be a log of that too, right?
Again, how the system works as far as the evidence comes in, I can't speak to that.
So you have no idea what the chain of custody of any of these items are, the clothing or the taillight material, from January 29th until March 14th, when the evidence log starts. Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
There is a log. I mean, it's in our system where labels are created, and it generates the time and date that a label is created, and then it shows that it's at our office in a secure facility, and then it was brought to the lab on the 14th.
What happens if the label is created and says something like, I don't know, February 4th? What happens to the items before February 4th?
They were stored in a secured facility, a secured room.
Says who? Where's the log?
Objection.
Sustain.
Is there a log of that?
Not to my knowledge.
Yep. 6 days, they just set wherever. Did Chico under the bus wheels now? It's his fault because he didn't book it in right?
You were responsible for seizing Miss Reed's car, correct?
Yes.
And you originally claimed that that seizure took place at 5:30 p.m. Is that right?
Correct.
You signed numerous affidavits under oath, claiming that you did not seize Miss Reed's vehicle until 5:30 p.m. on January 29, 2022, right?
Correct.
At the time that you seized Miss Reed's vehicle, you were unaware that there was alarm.com surveillance footage of the area from which the car was seized, correct?
Correct.
The fact of the matter is, that was false. The car was not seized at 5:30, was it?
4:16 p.m.
Right. An hour and change, an hour and 18 minutes, an hour and 20 minutes earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever seek to change or amend the error, the false statement about the time
So
or received and seized in any of those documents that you filed under oath?
when I incorrectly transcribed the times, it was on the first affidavit I had written. And then as I continued to write other search warrants, I used that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one, and that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I had wrote.
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
There was just an incorrect transcription of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time.
Yes.
You call that, I don't know, a Scrivener's error?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure.
Just a
Is it a
typo.
typo?
Yes.
It was a typo. So you got the 4 wrong, you got the 1 wrong, and you got the 6 wrong. And those turned into 5 and 3 and 0, right?
They were typos, sir.
Okay.
Just say I had it
Um,
wrong. This guy is not bright, is he?
Fact of the matter is, you delivered that car to Canton PD, to the Sallyport garage, before a single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case. Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
Correct. It arrives at 5:31.
And you also towed it to the Canton Police Department because that was conveniently close to the location at 34 Fairview, to the crime scene, right?
That was not my decision.
Whose decision was it?
I don't recall. I know that
But you're the case officer.
I wouldn't.
Who decides?
It wasn't my decision. I did not make that call, sir.
So who are we pointing the finger at? Was it Sergeant Buchanan?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Was it Sergeant Buchanan who made that decision to transport it to Canton?
It's a supervisor's decision. I don't know who it came from.
Was it Lieutenant Tully?
Again, I don't know who it came from.
So you were just following orders.
Yes.
Ooh.
You are aware that Massachusetts State Police, your agency, actually has not one, but 2 barracks, one in Middleborough, one in Foxborough, that are both closer as crow flies than the Canton PD Sallyport, from where the car was towed, correct?
Yes.
Both of those facilities were passed by, and the car was ultimately placed at Canton PD Sallyport at 5:31 or so, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that that Sallyport is about 3 minutes from 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Good timeline here.
I'm just moving on.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you were the lead case officer on this case. That means that you were required to collect and maintain all the videos that were pulled in connection with this investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you obviously are aware of your legal obligation to turn over any and all exculpatory information that you were to come in, that you might come in possession of, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You did
What?
pull a lot of video in connection with this case, did you not?
Yes.
About 290 videos from the Ring camera located in the driveway at One Meadows. Does that sound about right? I don't expect you to have counted every single one, but just under 300.
Correct.
A ton of them, right?
Yes.
Another 140 videos or so from the front door Ring camera of that same location, One Meadows, right?
Yes.
9 videos from the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yes.
8 videos from the Temple Beth
Yes.
facility. 5 videos from CF McCarthy's.
Yes.
4 dash cam videos.
Correct.
2 videos from Canton Town Library.
Correct.
2 videos from Cassie's Corner Store, right?
Yes.
2 videos from the cars test on Miss Reed's vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And 2 videos from the location at 34 Fairview where individuals were using leaf blowers.
Correct.
All of those, I did some rough math, 360 odd videos were handed over to the defense in or about June of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Objection.
That's sustained.
They were provided in discovery to the defense ultimately, right?
Okay. Yes.
Does it sound like, I don't expect you to have the date down pat, but spring of 2022, sound about right? Spring, early summer?
Yes.
All right. But there was additional video surveillance footage that you chose to hold back from that discovery, correct?
Objection.
Did you hold back videos?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
So what happened to
There's
this
surveillance video from Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right?
That video was discovered later on and then handed over.
The first time you revealed the existence of that footage was in that separate proceeding in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yes.
You were questioned about it and you knew you were under oath at the time, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you disclosed, yes, there is Sallyport footage and I've seen it.
The video I was referencing was the exterior Sallyport camera where you can't make out anything.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. The exterior, you said, exterior, outside,
Correct.
meaning the one of the driveway.
Right.
And you say you can't make anything out in that.
There's 2 different ones. There's the main driveway camera and then there's this exterior Sallyport camera.
You were asked about this set of videos at that other hearing, right?
Yes. Some,
And you indicated at the time that there was one grainy video, looks sort of mainly black and grainy,
yes.
and another one that showed you and Sergeant Buchanan arriving at Canton PD behind Miss Reed's vehicle on the tow truck. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked very specifically, are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage in Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? And your answer was yes, right? In the garage.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Do you recall being asked that question?
No.
I can repeat it if you wish.
Yeah, please.
Question, are you aware of whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes.
Okay.
And then you answered, have you reviewed the video footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one very grainy video and then another of Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle. Period. You remember that answer?
Yes.
That clearly was an answer to the question,
Avoiding.
did you see video of the interior of the garage, right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you answering a question about video inside the garage?
No, I was answering the question about
No, Jackson,
what
he was
video I
avoiding
observed,
that
and it was
question.
exterior video that I observed.
And it sounds
Although
like they
the answer
allowed
to
him
the question
to.
was cameras in the garage or Sallyport. That
If
was
I-
the question.
If I was aware of any.
And your answer was yes. And then the next question is, have you reviewed the footage? And your answer was, I saw one very grainy video. And then another, Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, right? That was your
Misleading.
testimony.
Yeah, those two videos I'm referring to are the exterior of the building.
Question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport?
Oof.
Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. End quote. You remember that?
Yes.
So obviously at the time, in February of 2024, you had had that video surveillance, you had had that footage
quite some
for so
time.
long that you couldn't remember exactly what was on it because it had been, quote, quite some time, right?
The exterior Sallyport camera.
Except you weren't asked about the exterior. You were asked, question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Right? That was the question.
Well, that was the video we had, so that was how I referenced it. That was the exterior Sallyport video.
Why
But you
didn't you say
described
to
the
the
ones
person
you did
that's
see because
questioning
you
you
did
under oath,
remember.
I don't know anything about video inside the Sallyport. I'm referring to outside the building. Why didn't you say that and clarify it?
Yeah, I should have clarified it, sir.
Because you'll agree, it sounds a hell of a lot like, an awful lot like, you're talking about what's inside the Sallyport, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
The next question you were asked, why
His
did you review the,
explanation doesn't even
the
make
video
sense.
of the Sallyport? Answer, we review every video we pull, and we pull a lot of video. End quote. Do you remember that?
I do.
Not one word in that testimony. Not one word says exterior, does it?
No, it does not.
You testified that you had obtained and reviewed the Sallyport garage video so long ago that you literally couldn't even remember what was on it, right?
Correct.
You did know, however, that if you had video at the Sallyport, it would clearly show that Miss Reed's vehicle arrived at 5:30, 5:31. Right? You knew that, correct?
Yes, from the driveway camera.
But you withheld that video out of 360 odd videos that you turned over. You withheld that one and never mentioned it until February of 2024, correct?
Objection.
Is that true?
I'm not aware of that, withholding that.
On April 4th, 2024, it's getting late. On April 4th, 2024, you turned over one video from the interior of the Sallyport garage, correct?
Yes, sir.
The interior, not the exterior, right?
Correct.
And that, remarkably enough, was a grainy video, right?
Yes.
And that video is missing the precise time that that vehicle was delivered to the Sallyport, correct?
Objection.
Was it? I'll allow it.
I don't recall.
It's missing 42 minutes at the beginning, and it jumps from 5:08 p.m. to 5:50 p.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you reviewed the video?
Yes.
Did you see that the timestamp jumped from 5:08 to 5:50?
Objection.
Sustained.
What's the matter
I'll
with
see
this?
the sidebar if you want.
We can put it up in his face. It's in evidence. We can look at it ourselves. Are you saying Trooper Proctor, this is the first time today, is the first time you ever noticed this, that it's skipping around, that you notice the ghost people in the fog, the apparitions materializing in the puff of smoke. This is the first time you're seeing that today. Aren't you supposed to be paying attention to details as a police officer? Isn't that kind of thing important and would catch your attention? Because you need evidence to be not modified. You need it to be reliable. You need to know what it is you're looking at. And things like that would raise serious questions about the integrity of this video, wouldn't it? I don't know what Bev's problem is here, but I hope he keeps pushing, because this is fine. This is fine. It's in evidence. Put it in front of his face if we have to. Where's the exterior grainy video that he's trying to tell us there is? Where is it? Does it exist?
You are unmuted.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you. You've reviewed the video, the grainy video, correct?
Yes.
And that's from a camera perspective that would show, or that does show, the right rear area of the SUV after it's pulled in, correct?
Yes.
Did you note that the time jumps from 5:08 to about 5:50 at the beginning of the video?
Yeah, I observed a jump in video.
And that was about 42 minutes, correct?
Approximately, yes.
You're aware that there's another video from the interior of that Sally Port as well, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that, by the way, did you secure that video, the second one?
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you a predicate question, because it's a little confusing. The second video from the interior of the Sally Port is inverted, correct?
Yes.
You're now aware of that.
I am.
Did you recover that video?
I did not.
Who did?
I believe Detective Lieutenant Tully received that from the Canton Police Chief.
Rafferty?
Oh,
I believe so.
Who asked for it?
from Burke.
I'm not sure, sir. That
Did you
wasn't.
make the request?
I did not.
How did you become aware that a request had been made?
I was made aware that the video had essentially existed from the interior Sally Port area.
By whom?
Yeah.
I was probably informed by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
So Lieutenant Tully tells you that a second video exists, correct?
Interior Sally Port cameras, yes.
When did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was it weeks ago or years ago?
That was more recent than, maybe a month ago.
Matter of fact, it was after the trial had already started, mid-April, correct?
I don't recall. I thought it was before.
If it was before, was it weeks before, days before?
I don't recall.
I'm just trying to pin down, are we talking about 6 months ago or are we talking about 6 weeks ago?
It wasn't 6 months ago.
Okay, so a few weeks ago, you were told about the second video from Lieutenant Tully, right?
Yes.
Did he tell you he had already seen it?
I'm sure he watched it.
Did he tell you he needed you to go get it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Okay, so when was the first time you saw it?
A few weeks ago? Month ago?
What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
Just reviewing the video
Where?
Just
at my
reviewing
desk.
it.
So you pulled it, pardon me, you had access to the video.
Yes.
It was on your system somehow.
It was on thumb drives and a disc.
You put that in your computer and just decided on your own to watch it, correct?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
One of the SUV being brought into the garage.
You're in the video, right? That's you toward the back of the truck.
Yep, I'm in the video. Some
Yep.
Canton PD members there as well. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat. Exits. Sergeant Mechanic's there. I believe Chief Berkowitz, the retired police chief.
Where was he?
He was kind of like mulling around the area. I feel like he was towards like the back open garage gate there.
The back.
Towards like the rear, yeah.
Where you were?
Yes.
Was he the person, did you note that there were certain individuals that just seemed to apparate out of nowhere, just appeared?
Apparated.
Yes, there was one individual in like the top left corner of the video pushing a broom that kind of just appeared.
And also toward the back of the vehicle, somebody just, while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared and walked out of the sally port, correct?
Yes.
And was that Chief Berkowitz?
Yeah, it looks like him, yes.
Okay. So you and Chief Berkowitz are both toward the rear of the vehicle. He just apparates out of thin air because the video is missing some footage, correct?
It appears that way.
Bury
Or it
body.
skips.
Did
I'm sorry, I
Burke
didn't
bury the
interrupt you.
body?
Or it skips. I don't know that
That what
system
we're
at all.
getting at
So
here?
Okay. And you're holding
He's the one that took
what appears
off
to be
with the
that
tail
same
light.
black portfolio that we saw in the hospital.
yes.
So, anything else you noticed that was odd about the video? Other than the time skips?
So the timestamp on the bottom was inversed. Was it reversed?
Oh, was
I beg
it?
your pardon?
Yeah, the
Was it?
timestamp on the bottom of it was backwards.
Was it really? How peculiar.
Blue?
So instead of
Because ours
reading left
isn't.
to right, it was right to left.
Stamp.
Okay.
Was it blue?
I believe it was yellow.
I just
How
don't
do you
know.
remember
Yes.
that it was backwards? You took note of that? Nail him down on this,
So the
Jackson.
video you saw had a timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
How about the video itself? Is that inverted?
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle was brought in relation to the garage and the doors into the PD, it wasn't reversed or inverted.
It was or was not?
Was not.
So as you saw the video,
Normal video with
portion of
inverted
the vehicle
timestamp?
that purported to be the passenger side
Look at the
was
guy,
in
the
fact the
tech guy
passenger
is
side, and the
laughing.
vehicle, the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side was in fact the driver's side.
Yes, so I reviewed video yesterday just to rewatch it, and the one that I watched
Mid-testimony.
had the correct angle, it wasn't reversed, the car was brought in, tow truck driver gets out, from the driver's side, it wasn't reversed. The only thing reversed on it was like the timestamp on the bottom.
So we looked at the exhibit, the one that the defense put in.
Well, were you watching video that was produced in this trial?
Yes,
So were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence?
Objection.
No. He gets to ask
Were
that
you aware
because
that
you're
the
supposed to be
defense presented a piece
sequestered.
of evidence where we inverted the video back to the correct,
no, it's not.
and that timestamp was inverted?
I was not aware of that.
When did you watch that that video?
Just the other day, I was reviewing it.
The other day.
Mr. Jackson, we'll take our lunch and break.
Okay.
Oh, that's gonna give him time to think about it. They're gonna give him time to think about it. He just busted himself. He just busted himself for
Why don't we do
violating the
45 minutes?
sequestration order.
All right.
Talking about
You are muted.
what his testimony is going to be mid-testimony, reviewing stuff that has been admitted into evidence that he's not supposed to know about. Busted. Busted. Own goal. This is not the same thing he watched at his desk back on the thumb drive a couple weeks, month ago.
I think I'm
Like he was talking about. He was talking about watching this a month ago.
Mr. Jackson, how are we doing on time? I'm not rushing you. I just want an idea.
We're actually doing very well. I don't think I have more than perhaps 30, 40 minutes, maybe.
Okay.
Oh,
Mr.
give us
Lally, how
more,
about you?
Jackson. Come on.
20 minutes, half an hour.
All right, so we'll finish with this witness today?
100%.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
100%.
All rise for the court, please.
100%. We're going to finish with him today. Oh, guys, busted. He's busted. And it's because he's not smart enough to construct a story. He's not smart enough to construct a story. He can't keep track of his lies.
Hey there,
He can't
Karen
keep
Reed,
track of
trial
what he's
watchers.
saying.
This is a
Oh,
law
hey,
and
Jesse. Sorry about that. Going to mute you there. Can't keep track. That's the problem, right? If all you're saying is the truth, then it doesn't matter. But you got confused, didn't you? You got confused about what was inverted and what wasn't and what you looked at when, because you're not that bright. You're not that bright. And you just outed yourself looking at it the other day. That's what we saw that the defense introduced. They put it right back, and then the timestamp was inverted because the one that was produced by the Commonwealth, the video was inverted, but the timestamp was correct. Did he notice anything different between what he looked at the other day versus what he's describing looking at his desk about a month or so before? Throwing Tully under the bus there. Throwing DeChico under the bus. Threw Tully under the bus. Threw Chief. It was Burke. It was Berkowitz who apparated out of the back of the Sallyport. Did he bury the body? Was he there at the scene? Was he there at the scene for that search? Don't remember. Where's O'Hara? I'm going to get my notebook. I think he's in here. Kevin O'Hara. We know there were some unidentified people. We know Tully was there. Two from the state police and 3 others in plain clothes. The 3 others in plain clothes are the mystery people. He didn't know who they are. He's in charge of the search, but he doesn't keep the log of who's on the scene. Just another one of these basic things that you do. You track who is coming in and out of the crime scene. Because if nothing else, if you have contamination, you need to be able to rule out that it wasn't one of the people that was involved in the collection and in the securing. We already heard about how they went back after the fact to get Proctor and Buchanan's buccal swabs to do that DNA comparison. That's what you do. If they find something that is unidentified, can't be determined, it's the very first step that you take. You rule out the people who were involved in the handling. So you keep a log of who's at the crime scene, who's going in and who's going out. But we didn't get that. Just these 3 mystery people. Unidentified. Burke. Did that ever come out? Was one of them Burke? Tully had called for the search. Tully was the one who was there in charge of the evidence. Just going to take my time here and see. Started arriving. He got there just after 5 because the original alert went out at 2:53, but they didn't get the final approval. Remember, from Tully? They got the final approval from Tully because it had to go through several layers of the chain of command to get them out there to search for evidence in the middle of a snowstorm relating to the death of a police officer. It took 3 hours. 2 hours, whatever, for the chain of command, the higher ups to approve that. He and Beausoleil were there first. Didn't know who the other 3 were. He just said only recognized the two troopers that were on the scene, he didn't know who the other three were. And he wasn't aware that Canton Police Department was conflicted out. So, don't know. Don't know if one of them was Burke. Wonder if one of them was Burke. Who was it? I wonder what steps this investigator took to ascertain who was at the scene for that search. Tully, we're going to ask Tully once again. Once again, who was there? Ooh, boy, did this ever just get messy. Because you don't remember what you looked at and when you looked at it, and you got confused and you told on yourself. You told on yourself you were looking at defense exhibits. You looked at the defense exhibit. You're not even supposed to know that it exists. You're not supposed to be pre-warned about what the evidence is that's been introduced in the case that preceded you, because guess what? You know why? Because then you can tailor your testimony, right? You can try to get out ahead of that condition of that video, like, oh no, it wasn't inverted. There was just a weird thing with the timestamp. That's what I noticed. Yeah, you're not supposed to have the opportunity to do that. But, you know, sometimes when you're dumb as a brick and you do it anyway, you just might not remember the details. Yikes. Yikes. I was already starting to think of this guy as Trooper Bluto, right? Trooper Blutarski. Like, this is Animal House, this investigation, these cops, okay? This whole little party scene with Kevin Albert, a couple months into your investigation, not very long after Karen Reed's been indicted. You're still going back after the fact and interviewing people later on as the case continues. It's still going on. It's still going on. Still a lot of investigation happening there. But you're out there partying down with Kevin Albert in your cruiser. Getting drunk in your cruiser. Is the IA looking at that one? Another violation of the policy they should be a little bit concerned about. Yeah, this guy puts people in jail for doing what he does. He's probably put thousands of people in jail for doing what he does. And you know what? I bet not one of them lost a gun. How many of them you think drove drunk, lost a gun? Absolutely out of control. Out of control. Yeah, I was going with Jimmy McNulty, backing away. This is Bluto all the way. I mean, it's just unbelievable. And killing himself a little bit more every single time he opens his mouth. But this is why, you know, I love this cross. I love this cross. He's worn him down. And now he made a really dumb mistake because he's tired. Can't remember. He's been fighting so hard to defend himself. He doesn't remember enough of the details other than just the fact that he needs to find safe ground. So he leapt to that memory of, well, I saw the correct video with the timestamp inverted that he shouldn't have ever seen. He certainly shouldn't have seen it yesterday while he is on break from his cross-examination. Who showed him? We better get into this, Mr. Jackson. We are going to get into this. Who showed him? Was it Mr. Lally? Was it Ms. McLaughlin? Who was it who showed him that video? Gets uglier and uglier the more this goes on. Let's take a look at some of these chats, guys. I'm gonna need to take a few minutes and bolt myself some food pretty quick. You know the routine, check the chickens, check the trees. What? Okay, we're not too hot right now. I'm seeing 68 degrees on my weather station, so the trees should be okay, but the chickens are probably getting hungry. But we'll check out some of what you guys have to say. Sentient dreamer. Yes, this is where we ended. Haas many times has he gotten away with this lying. It appears to be habitual. And that's how it works. You start the habit, you build the habit, you reinforce the habit, you ingrain the habit to such an extent that honesty may become difficult at a certain point. Anton Ivanov, Amica cream made the evidence disappear. Whoosh. I was thinking about that earlier. What exactly was he saying? He was taking issue with some way that Mr. Jackson phrased something. That's not what I would call a relationship. Talking about this party scene with Kevin Albert that he didn't disclose. Not what I would call a relationship. Just reminded me of, donate and pledge. Donate and pledge. Well, I use those synonymously. Well, we don't. We don't use no relationship synonymously with going out and drinking with people and having this whole buddy get your back deal so you don't get busted for losing your frickin' gun on our drunk night out at the Cape. I use that synonymously with no relationship. Yep. Nunzio, man, I hope they get through Proctor before lunch. Oh no, I have to drive to Atlanta this afternoon and we'll just have to listen instead of watching him squirm. What a shitbag. Yeah. I mean, the pauses. I love how Alan Jackson is just letting that uncomfortable silence sit. He doesn't know how to answer. He's staring at these pages, flipping through frantically, trying to find a lifesaver somewhere in there. And he can't. And the question is just hanging out there. And Mr. Jackson's just sitting there, letting the time pass. Seconds tick. Oh, it's such a good move. I just love it. It puts the pressure on him. It puts the pressure on him and he knows he's squirming. So you'll get that at least. We'll have to do our best to fill in the details of boy, is he getting red now, and smoke is literally coming out of his ears at this point. We can hear the gears grinding. Things are not working well. Things are starting to slip. Things are starting to get a little off. Well, I do hope you have a safe drive. Shane Higgins, this is what lack of accountability looks like in a justice system. If you want the end of the road where that leads, look at Fulton County right now. I mean, I could say, excuse me, take you back just a few years. Take you back just a few years to remember a certain lie that someone told to get an NSA warrant for a civilian's phone. Kevin Kleinsmith, a Department of Justice attorney, lied, flat out lied, made up evidence, fabricated testimony in order to get an NSA warrant to look through somebody's private communications. And what consequences did he have for that? Well, he was temporarily disbarred. Not permanently. No, he's back in good standing in Washington, D.C. We've had a corrupt system for so long. I mean, for so long. It's really just only now starting to come to light. It's been drips and drabs for decades. I mean, the first big one that I remember was Nifong. Nifong was a whole with Duke Lacrosse and that whole scene. That was obviously a big, high-profile, fabricated case falling apart. And him, one of the rare circumstances, somebody actually suffered consequences for his role in trying to frame innocent people for a crime they did not commit. But the first, besides that, real high-profile one that I remember standing out that feels like it kind of started to get people's attention, that this is a systemic issue. This is not something that happens from time to time. This happens all the time. That was the prosecution of Ted Stevens when he got convicted of, various basically financial crimes, taking gifts, things like that, not declaring stuff. They had exculpatory evidence that they didn't turn over. Prosecutorial misconduct, got his conviction reversed, got it thrown out. Unfortunately, he'd already lost his re-election, and I think he died pretty shortly after that too. So, nothing really happened except he got convicted and he went away. And those prosecutors, do you think, were they ever even named? Those people that hid exculpatory evidence, were they ever even named? No, they're almost never named. You never even find out who they are. But this was the first time it got people's attention, as far as I remember, because I just remember this being the point where, for example, Judge Kaczynski from the Ninth Circuit wrote a pretty very unhappy law review article about the problem of prosecutorial misconduct and how systemic this issue is, and just really finally putting it out on the table and calling it out for what it is, that this is something, it's baked into the system. This is part of the incentives that we've been talking about here. Prosecutors want to advance their careers. How do they do that? They do that by getting convictions, especially big convictions, important people, high profile cases. You don't advance your career by prosecuting marginal cases and losing them. Okay? You make sure you win. That's how the incentives are lined up. And that puts a lot of pressure on that integrity, right? A lot of pressure on that integrity because it's so easy. Just, I never saw this, not going to hand it over, going to pretend it never existed, never saw anything. It's so commonplace. It's just so commonplace that it's like, to mention it right now, everyone's kind of like, yeah, duh, we know this happened. But a decade ago, people weren't talking about this like, oh yeah, duh, it's a thing that happens all the time. We're seeing this now over and over and over and over again. It is being shoved in our faces, the corruption of the system, and why it so badly needs to be fixed. You don't have to be ACAB. You don't have to be BLM. You don't have to be, abolish. You don't have to be any of these things to recognize there are serious problems with policing in this country. You can support the principle of policing. You can support good cops. You can support the ideal of what community-based policing is supposed to be, and recognize there's something rotten in the state of Denmark. This is not working the way it is supposed to. The gap between the aspiration and the practice is a problem. It's a problem. And you don't have to be some extremist to recognize that. It's right here in our face. It shouldn't be so easy for these types of mistakes to happen over and over and over and over again. And innocent people are paying the price for that. Innocent people are paying the price for that. Do they ever get an apology? No, their wrongdoers never even called out. They don't even get that basic vindication of the public knowing who was it who did this to you. They don't even get that. Because these people, they don't get named. They don't get named. They just vanish into the background and continue on their career path. Lie to get an NSA warrant. And what happens? The tiniest of little wrist slaps. I mean, that we even know his name, Kevin Kleinsmith, is shocking. I'm going to keep saying his name over and over because nobody should forget that name. Nobody should forget the name Kevin Kleinsmith. Why? Because he perjured himself. He lied under oath. He lied, fabricated evidence to get a warrant, a national security, FISA, confidential, secret warrant from a secret court to look through somebody's private communications. Yeah. We need to not forget that kind of thing happens. Noodle JB, I'd really like to know if the attorney's defense particularly speak/talk to their judge with the same respect at sidebar. They have to. They have to, at the very least, keep on the veneer of respect for the court. You don't always like the judge you get, but you have to conduct yourself with respect for the institution and for what they represent. So, I mean, I'm sure that they argue hard. I'm sure that they argue fiercely. I'm sure that they may even call out their disagreements pretty explicitly. Tell her why they think she's wrong. You get to do that kind of thing at sidebar. You don't get to do that in front of the jury. But are they treating her with respect? Yes. Yes, they absolutely are. Because she will punish them if they don't. Whether like literally imposing a sanction, finding them in contempt, whatever, or by simply holding the grudge, you know, allowing that to color your rulings on what they're deciding to do. When that relationship becomes antagonistic, it infects the process. So they're not going to do that. They're not going to fan the flames. It doesn't help them. It's too high risk. It's just too high risk. So no, they are treating her with respect. 22 was a hood year, a good year. I think that means what for the Phillies? Was it? Haha. There's been a few good years, you know, here and there. I'm just gonna enjoy the moment, right? Live in the moment. You can't live too much in the past. You can't look forward too much in the future. Right now, at this moment, I'm very happy with our Phils. Happy with what they're doing. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and step off for just a minute here so I can do my things. And then I will be right back. So please do pardon me. I'm just going to put up a little modification to my banner here that I will be right back. Okay. See you in a few, guys. Okay, y'all. I'm back. Quietly, no jump scare, I hope. Not trying to alarm anybody here. We like to keep things calm, keep things kind of relaxed. Oof. What a rough morning this has been for the Commonwealth. What a rough morning it has been. This has not gone well, so I check my notifications when I'm out. There's sometimes a little hard to get through stuff. If I'm not taking time to like deep dive into Twitter or whatnot, but just try to catch things that are going on. And I saw that somebody noticed there's a counsel for the Massachusetts State Police Union is here for Trooper Proctor's testimony. So that's quite interesting. That's quite interesting. We know so many of these witnesses have had attorneys present for them. Of course, I assume this general counsel is there on behalf of Trooper Proctor. It's one of those perks that you get when you're a member of a law enforcement, that when you get accused of doing something wrong, it doesn't really cost you anything at all. You get on paid leave, somebody pays for you to have an attorney. All of that stuff gets taken care of for you. It's just part of the way that, some animals are a little bit more equal than other animals in the criminal justice system. So I suppose it's not surprising to me that he would have a lawyer there for his testimony, assuming again this is for him. But I think that's a pretty safe assumption. That's a very normal thing to do for a union to provide an attorney for somebody, a law enforcement officer who may need it. But maybe not. Maybe not. Could be the troopers protecting themselves right now. I'm sure some of you guys saw, because I know I saw it, there was a lot of just coverage, attention yesterday to the fact that back in the summer of last year, Massachusetts Police Union, the Police Troopers Association, they had issued a statement very much supporting Trooper Proctor, repeating a lot of these things we've heard. We follow the evidence. We don't predetermine outcomes. We conduct responsible, professional, unbiased investigations. And we fully stand behind Trooper Proctor. Well, I'm pretty sure that's before all of this text messages and general unprofessionalism was out in the public record, as it unquestionably is now. So I saw a lot of, I saw this come back to the forefront yesterday, and a lot of people, wanting a response from Massachusetts State Police. Is this still your position? Is this what you have to say? So I saw that Howie Carr, I think, contacted them and got a no comment. We're not going to comment until after the trial is over. Well, we're going to be watching for that comment once the trial is over. I'm not even in Massachusetts, and I want to know. I want to know what's going to happen to this Proctor, this Proctor guy. Because I got to tell you, I don't know that I'm all that interested in driving on your streets there if this is the kind of guy you got on the force. But they also apparently took down that former statement. So what does that tell you? Well, change of heart. Maybe. Could be, I did see a lot of confusion. People were thinking this was a new statement, right? Because it got revived yesterday, so it's out there everywhere. People were thinking, is this something they literally just said after getting all of these text messages? I get it. Could be you take it down to avoid any kind of confusion like that. But as far as messages go, it looks a lot like a backpedal. Well, I remembered my tea this time, but I need a new notepad, and I see I forgot to grab that. So give me 1 second here. I'll be right back. Okay. Got that all taken care of. I'm just going to show off for a second here in case you thought this was all. No, We're going full fills today. It's a good day. What time is the game anyway? I don't know. But Just basically hanging with Boston people all day today. We'll get done with this, and then we'll go watch some ball. We'll go watch some Aaron Nola having a good season. Not his typical Nola games so far. Gotta knock on wood, things can change awful fast in baseball. Let's get back to some of your chats, guys. Ever Age, do you think we ever get to see the transcripts of the sidebars? Would be interesting, I think. Well, the most likely way we get to see them is if Karen Read gets convicted and there's an appeal, because then the transcripts will be ordered. The transcripts will be part of the public record. You'll be able to get them probably through the Court of Appeals, if not through the Norfolk County Court. So that's the most common way that those things come about. Some states, states have very different policies on transcripts and how they get produced, who gets to order them. Some places, you don't get to order a transcript unless you're one of the parties. You typically have to order it directly from the court reporter. Some places say only a party gets to do that. Some places it can be anybody at all. So I don't know what Massachusetts rules are for that. But if they do have any kind of restriction like that, then the appeal process and that transcript being made part of the appeal record is the way that you end up getting access to it. And so that happened. That's what happened in Depp versus Heard. They had to produce that entire transcript for the appeal. It got filed. As soon as it got filed, it's public record. People saw it. They bought it. And they put it out there. Deppdive.net. Angie is the document queen. She's absolutely amazing with the archive she's created. If any of you are interested, if you haven't been down that rabbit hole with the rest of us, you're interested in going down any of it, deppdive.net. That's where you find everything about this case, all of the legal documents and stuff. So much more than just what we saw during the trial, because there's things like deposition transcripts that went into evidence and just stuff like that. So she got a hold of the full trial transcripts, and that's where we got those sidebars. So yeah, it's being transcribed as part of the record. The court reporter with the mask there, that's what she's doing. She's taking those down as well. So that's how we would get to see them in all likelihood. Now, if Karen Read is not convicted, will we be able to see them? Well, that's where it'll come down to exactly what the Massachusetts rules are and whether they allow non-parties to be able to go get it. I mean, parties can get it too, I suppose, in theory, if she wanted. Karen Read, she could buy it, put it out there. No law against it. It's public record. Can't gag it or anything like that. It's just a question of, whether she would be inclined to do that, whether she would want to do that or not. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's out of the realm of possibility that we'll get to see some of that. Yeah, it would be interesting to get the tone and tenor of some of those conversations, wouldn't it? Shane Higgins, wouldn't say we were close enough. Would you have left the kid or not? He's actively lying as we go. What a weasel. Yeah, no relationship with Julie Albert, except that he maybe trusted her enough to leave his kids with her. I mean, I don't have kids, guys. I don't have kids. Can't imagine my parents leaving me with some rando that they've never met, somebody they have no relationship with. Didn't happen. No, it was family, or it was someone they knew pretty well. Daughter of a friend, something like that. That's who the babysitters were. No relationship with this person, but she's going to come potentially watch your kids. Yeah. And she's in your cell phone. Nobody's buying that. Marcelo Frias, Colin Albert did something. I'm 100% sure about that. That's why Proctor never mentioned him and never asked for his phone or anything. I don't know if Colin Albert did something or if Colin Albert just knew too much. That's, I think, the question with these kids. Were the parents just trying so hard to distance them? To just keep them away so that they didn't get caught up and they didn't get put in the position of maybe having to lie for the parents? I mean, I could definitely see that. He didn't do anything, but he's there and he knows what happened. And if questions get asked, well, are you going to lie? Are you going to lie? I mean, the kids that have their whole future ahead of them, the parents are willing to put their own stuff, their own situations on the line, but the kids, yeah, you try to keep your kids out of that type of thing. I'm very skeptical he got in the fight because he's got a left hand. I mean, I know that sounds silly. It really, I mean, I appreciate it, but that's just my take. I don't think he got in a fight. He's not a fighter. He's really not a fighter. He looks like a kid who hits a bag, you know, from time to time. But we've seen all these fight videos now that Turtle Boy has gotten and published. And, okay, I don't know for sure they're him, but they look like him. And they're not showing a good fighter. Not showing a good fighter. So I don't know that it was him, but I think potentially he was there and he knew more than he was supposed to know. And that's why he had to disappear from the scene. Greg, what's the problem here? It's bad for Bev's case. I mean, the Commonwealth's case, that's the problem. Yeah, this is probably my comment about just the objections that are being sustained are getting a little over the edge for my liking. But she did change her tune after that first morning recess. When I first said, we're at the point where I'm saying she's interfering with my ability to cross-examine this witness. If I'm handling the appeal, I am now officially raising this issue because you're not letting me inquire into things that are legitimate areas of inquiry that have directly to do with his credibility and the assessment of his testimony. But she changed her tune after that morning recess, started letting a lot of stuff go. Gonna see how far she's gonna let him go with this video stuff. With that little defense exhibit he wasn't supposed to see. Yeah, she better let him get into that. Greg, he hates Yannetti because he knew Yannetti and anyone Yannetti worked with would be good enough to get an acquittal. Yeah, probably. I mean, probably. Yannetti is, he's a first-class lawyer. He's excellent. He's very good. I've said before, I really enjoy his style. I think he's very effective. He's very much a bulldog. I mean, if there's one complaint you're going to have against him is that he comes across as a little bit of, he's just got one gear, you know, he's just got one gear. And his gear, you know, I appreciate there's like an East Coast attitude, you know, a little bit different than Minnesota nice or out here in the Pacific Northwest, you know, people tiptoe, people are just interact with each other very differently, a little more aggressive on the East Coast. That's fine. You know, I get it. It's cool. How you doing? Doesn't mean they're bad people. Doesn't mean they're being rude, you know, anything like that. So I see that in Mr. Yannetti. I see he's got what to me is just a, you know, fairly typical, straightforward, slightly aggressive East Coast type of bearing about him. But I think that can come across as aggressive, as mean, maybe. And so with certain witnesses, it may not be as effective, like with the crime lab witnesses. You know, there's no, you don't have to be aggressive with these people. I don't think he particularly was. I'm just saying, I think his baseline is such that it can kind of look that way, maybe, if you're not taking into account how people on the East Coast talk to each other. So I do think Alan Jackson has some more gears that he's able to work with. He can be sympathetic, he can be aggressive, he can be outraged, he can be a lot of different things. But Mr. Yannetti is just much more straightforward. He's much more, you know, he is who he is, and he presents what he presents the way he talks about things. You know, so I personally, I really like his style. I find it effective. And I suspect that with the juries he's accustomed to, this is the area, you know, that's accustomed to people like him and in the way that he talks and stuff like that. So I doubt that anything like that causes him problems with juries. But yeah, he's very effective, very skilled, clearly was looking in all the right areas, you know, looking in all the right directions, turning over the right stones, finding the little creepy crawly things underneath. Yeah. They probably would have hated anybody that Karen Reed hired who wasn't a truck. You know, a truck is the person that just there to get the guilty plea, truck him off to prison. They would have loved for her to hire a truck, but didn't get that. Didn't get that at all. Michelle, new subscriber. I appreciate your calm and level-headed commentary. Born and raised in PA, go Phillies. Go Phils. Go Phils. This is our year. This is going to be a great year. It's already a great year. I'm not jinxing it. I'm just calling what I see. This team is phenomenal. It's a great team. Love what I'm seeing. Jaragon. If Judge Penny Ozkarate was overseeing this case, what would you expect her to do over Judge Bev? I'd expect her to be allowing the parties to be calling a lot more of the shots. She would not be sustaining anywhere near this many objections. We would be getting explanations for the objections. We would be getting the basis. Okay, maybe not speaking, but we'd be getting a basis, and it would be overruled. The what if any would be, just as much on the what if any with Judge Ozkarate. But she reminded me, she's more like Judge over here in Idaho with Brian Koberger. She's more of a mediator style of judge. She likes for people to get along. She likes to basically stay out of it as much as possible. And Bev is really showing us to be pretty different from that. She likes to be involved. She wants things done the way she wants them done. She's going to sustain the objections until the questions are answered the way that she wants them answered.
We're back in session.
We are back
Okay,
in
let's bring the
session.
witness in, please.
So yeah, I think we'd see quite a big difference in judicial temperament between Judge Ozkarate and Judge Bev here.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Proctor, before we were discussing Sallyport video that you watched several weeks ago. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. You indicated that the video that you watched was proper in terms of orientation, but the timestamp on the bottom had been inverted, correct?
Yes, that's the way it appeared.
And you recall that being a yellow chyron underneath.
To the best of
In other words, the font color.
my memory, yes.
Which of the Canton Police Department videos were you responsible for retrieving, if any?
I did not retrieve any of them.
So what I'm trying to ask is, and maybe I'm doing it inartfully, how did those Sallyport videos end up in the possession of the Commonwealth? What was the line of succession?
Detective Lieutenant Tully retrieved the Sallyport videos, I believe.
And do
Totally
you
under
know
the bus.
from whom he retrieved those Sallyport videos?
I believe it
Individual.
was the chief of police.
Okay, Chief Rafferty specifically gave him whatever videos were provided.
Correct, that's my understanding.
And then he provided those to you for your review.
Yes.
Rafferty under the bus.
I want to stay on the subject of videos for a second, but shift gears to the ring video footage. You've already testified that there were several hundred ring videos from One Meadows, from both the facing the driveway and the front door camera, correct?
Yes.
As the case officer, you obtained and controlled those ring videos from One Meadows from the moment that they came into Massachusetts State Police custody until they were handed over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes, they were archived.
You drafted the search warrant for the ring video access records, correct?
I did.
You obtained the warrant returns once those search warrants were executed, correct?
I did.
You took possession of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone physically, correct?
Yes.
And you had access to
wanna get
Mr.
back to that.
O'Keefe's ring account in that cell phone, is that right?
Correct.
You indicated that you reviewed several of the videos on his ring app on his cell phone, is that right?
Yes.
So you obviously had not only possession of his cell phone, you had possession of his login account information to get into the app on his cell phone. Is that right?
I don't believe we had the password. We had his email account associated with the Ring.
Which means
Yeah.
some
So
way
you-
or another, you could get access to the Ring videos
Correct.
and watch those Ring videos on his app on the phone,
Yes.
which means you had full access to the app. You could keep videos, you could save for later, you could delete videos, you could do anything you wanted to within that app, correct?
Yes, those are the capabilities within
Like
that
you
app.
could delete ones?
Trooper Proctor, did you delete any of the Ring videos ever from John O'Keefe's phone?
Absolutely not.
Did you delete a video of Miss Reed arriving to One Meadows at approximately 12:41 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
You will agree, Trooper Proctor, that the video of Miss Reed returning home from 34 Fairview at approximately 12:41 a.m. is not there.
Correct.
As the case officer, you're aware that Trooper DeChico also reviewed some or all of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And he did that at your request.
Correct.
He took notes of his review of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And then he provided those notes to you so that you could then memorialize those notes and your notes in a broader report that you then drafted in November of 2022.
I feel like I
correct?
know where this is going.
From memory serves me, the report I wrote regarding the Ring camera was based off my observations of the videos that I had watched.
But you certainly did have, as you just indicated, you did accumulate his notes and review his notes as well as your own notes, correct?
Best of my recollection, I wrote that report off of my notes.
Did you actually, at any point before writing your report, did you note or did you review his notes?
I can't recall.
You asked
Can't
him,
recall.
he reviewed the videos at your directions, correct? At
Yes.
your direction, correct?
Yes.
And obviously, he would have wanted to provide you whatever insights he had into his review of those videos. Otherwise, what's the point, right?
Correct.
So when you reviewed his notes, did you see that they were on some sticky pads? You remember that?
That sounds about right.
Now you remember. So
Do you
we took a
recall
note of the
exactly,
1241
as
video?
you sit here, exactly what was on one or more of those sticky pads that you reviewed from Trooper DeChico?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you would take a look at a copy of those notes?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
He deleted it the whole time. He deleted it. Why? I don't know. Maybe it showed her tail light. Maybe he wanted to mess up the timing, the time frame of when she returned. It had crossed my mind, like surely the defense could just subpoena the stuff from
Ma'am.
Ring themselves, right? Including the activity
If you wouldn't
log.
mind taking a look
Have they
at the
subpoenaed the
top or
activity
the
log?
uppermost top note that's highlighted with a sticky note next to it.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Approach.
Yes.
You guys are fine, and I'd love to be in the series together, and then I'll come wear my hat in your stadium. How's that? And we can meet up. That would
Trooper
be
Proctor,
fun.
do you have these notes in mind, specifically the uppermost note?
The 0041?
Correct.
Yes.
All right. You reviewed this previously before you wrote your report, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you know that at 0041, which is a time relative to what DeChico was looking at on the Ring video, he indicated tail lights from driveway, parentheses, I think she arrived home, in parentheses, correct?
Correct.
0041 is what? Is that in reference to?
Just after midnight, the approximate time where Miss Reed will be returning from Fairview Road.
On the
It's
video.
military time for 12:41 a.m., correct?
Yes.
So he saw that video.
You wrote a report on I earlier said November, it's actually June 1, 2022, memorializing the times that were of note to you in that ring footage, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall every single entry that you made concerning the events that were of note to you that were reflected in your report?
The majority of them, maybe not every single one.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of your report to determine what all you did and did not note?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have it with you, Trooper? Do you have your report with you?
Don't you want to know?
Is his forehead looking a little more glistening? A little more moist?
I'd ask you to review that report, especially as to page 2 and 3.
Little damp. Maybe need a little tissue. Wipe that off. Is it getting shinier and shinier as we're sitting here? Left that out, just like he left Colin out.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper, do you have those events in mind?
I do.
Your report is dated June 1st, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And reflected in this report are the bullet points of the times that you found of some note in your review of all of the ring footage from One Meadows, correct?
Yes.
In your report, there is no mention of the footage showing Karen Reed arriving home at 12:41 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that's notwithstanding the fact that in Trooper DeChico's report, in his handwritten notes, he makes note of an event at 12:41 a.m. indicating, I think she arrived home, correct?
Correct.
So sometime between when Trooper DeChico wrote his notes and when you wrote your report, that video footage vanished, correct?
There's also no date on Trooper DeChico's notes. We have many dates from ring video, so I don't know if he's referencing a different date.
Well, you're aware that the video footage from 12:41 a.m. is gone, correct?
Yes, it's something I've tried to find through ring for months,
I'm
as
sure
well
you
as the
have.
video when Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, Miss
to
Reed
find when you
arrived back
deleted
at
it.
John's, and they're looking at the broken taillight. That video is gone as well.
So at some point, while this footage was in Massachusetts State Police custody and being reviewed by Trooper DeChico, that video existed, didn't it?
Objection.
The objection is sustained. Mr. Jackson, don't waive that again, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. The fact is, notwithstanding Trooper DeChico's handwritten notes, there's no video of 12:41 on January 29th, is there?
No, there isn't.
Trooper Proctor, would you agree that from the very beginning of your investigation, you treated Karen Reed very differently than you treated the Alberts and the McCabe's in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Was she treated differently?
Absolutely not. Like I've said before, we followed the facts and the evidence, an open mind.
Did you consider her to be, for want of a better phrase, an outsider?
No, not at all.
Not somebody from Canton,
No, not at all.
not family, not friends with the Alberts?
Absolutely not.
At some point, your view of this case caused you to turn what could be described as a bias into an out-and-out hatred. Would you agree with that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you develop some sort of hatred for Ms. Reed at
Objection.
any point in your investigation?
I'll allow it.
Again,
Kill herself.
we followed the facts and evidence which showed Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. And yes, at times I got emotional because of that. And I said some stuff, texted some things I shouldn't have, but it was based off the evidence.
As a matter of fact, you did express your feelings about Ms. Reed in yet another text message that we haven't gone over yet today. Is that right? On February 4th, 2022? Might as well turn to tab 10.
Tab 10?
It's either the bait stamp or the,
This is a triple F, this is Foxtrot. And the base stamp is 2526.
Yeah, imagine this is your excuse. I only abuse people who deserve
sir.
it.
Do you see an entry
Who does that sound like?
from Courtney Proctor, a text starting, "I didn't give my"?
Yes.
Request permission to publish, Your Honor?
yes.
2526, Mr. Bates. On that date, February 4th, 2022, your sister texted in relation to some sort of donation that she had given. "I didn't give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me to Michael," meaning you, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, take that down.
Or maybe it was Lank. Could have been Michael Lank, too. Michael Lank of the famous driveway meeting. Just happened to sit out in the snow in the blizzard for an hour. Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe and Sergeant Lank's wife. Could be that Michael. Wasn't it Julie Albert that gave Jen McCabe Michael Lank's personal cell phone number? Didn't we hear that testimony? So there's links here. Well, he just left it hanging out there about that Sally Port video. He just got the fact in and didn't go any harder on who showed that to you?
You are unmuted.
Where'd you get that?
Your Honor?
Yes.
You see the text from Courtney Proctor, "I did not give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me."
So that's stricken. That's what was objected to, just this one, or the whole page goes in.
You responded to a text message from your sister, correct? And your response was, hopefully she kills herself, correct?
Yes.
Who's she?
The defendant.
Miss Reed?
Correct.
You literally said that you hope that Karen Reed, the subject of your investigation, the woman sitting to my left about 7 feet from me, that she would just die, correct?
Well,
The
technically
figure of
kill
speech.
herself.
You wanted her to, the figure of
Not
speech
just
is you
die.
wanted her to kill herself.
Actually
No.
do something to
No,
kill
it's not.
herself.
Trooper Proctor, Karen Reed, in your investigation, had quickly become a very serious problem for you, hadn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
What's wrong with
Did
that?
you believe that Karen Reed was a problem or an issue for your investigation?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
In your words,
She's not letting him
quote,
ask leading
all the
questions?
powers that be want answers ASAP. That's what you texted on January 29th, right?
Yes.
That put a lot of pressure on you, didn't it, Trooper Proctor?
There's a lot of pressure in every case, sir.
This case involves a Boston cop whose family you were actually connected to, correct?
Loosely.
Chris Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Julie Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Colin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Kevin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Loose enough to leave his badge and his gun in your cruiser after a night of drinking, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
you agreed in your group chat that you needed to, quote, make this cut and dry because another cop was involved. Those are your words, right?
Objection.
Where is this?
This was referred to in
Do you
earlier
remember it,
text messages
Bev? We
group
talked
chat.
about it
So
this
is that,
morning.
so is that right? Did you say that, sir?
I did text that. I don't know if it's in the exact context. But yes, those were my words.
Group chat.
Yes, that was in the group chat.
Your friends wrote this whole thing, in their words, stinks, correct?
Yes, I interpret that as a joke.
You believed, Trooper Proctor, that your life would be much easier if Karen Reed was just dead, didn't you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No. Like I had said, it was a figure of speech. My emotions got the best of me based on, the fact that Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle and left him to die on the side of the road. So my emotions got the best of me with that figure of speech.
Well, let's talk about your figures of speech. During the course of your investigation, your figures of speech include the following. She's a bitch.
Objection.
Is that right?
Yes.
A whack job, correct?
Yes.
A retard, right?
Yes.
Her balloon knot leaks, right?
Yes.
No ass, correct?
Yes.
She's fucked, according to you, right?
Yes.
Ass leaker. That was the word you used, a figure of speech, right?
Correct.
A girl who shits herself, right?
Correct.
And then fuck her, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree, Trooper Proctor, that you have dehumanized Karen Reed during the course of your investigation with comments and words like this?
Objection.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Would you agree with that?
Give you it. It's legit.
I would say based off that language, yes.
And you admitted, in your own words, that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch any shit, right?
Correct.
Because you were out to quote, make this cut and dry. Isn't that right?
The homeowner wasn't going to catch any shit because Mr. Elba had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because you were going to make sure that the case was cut and dry. Those were your words, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And Trooper Proctor, it would be far easier for you to pin it on the girl who's just a whack job cunt, in your words, who you hope just kills herself, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Shame on you, sir.
Objection.
All right, so jurors, disregard that. I've told you before, lawyers can't make comments. They can ask questions. And Mr. Jackson, you know better than
I
that.
understand. That's all I have.
Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
Well, that was a little bit of a middle finger to the judge right there. Because, yeah, he does know. But he's going to do it anyway. And what are you going to do about it, Bev? Be stern? You've cut him off so many times already anyway. You're not making him feel the shame. He doesn't have to feel the shame on the stand with the hard questions.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, when you had started with cross-examination the other day, you were asked questions about whether or not in August of 2022, you disliked or did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
That's correct.
Why was that?
Well, basically, he stood up in open court and spouted lie after lie about me, called me corrupt and conflicted, dragged my name through the mud after I spent 10
Oh,
plus
you're the
years
victim.
without a single complaint filed against me, and he had no basis or no facts of these wild accusations because there are none. This investigation was done with the utmost integrity, not just by me, but my supervisors and other troopers in my office, as well as Mr. Yannetti shows up at my sister's school yesterday in the parking lot where he's not welcomed or where people are not supposed to be, with one of their witnesses and their private investigator, And a teacher sees this, it informs Mr. Yannetti that he can't be there, and instead of saying okay and leaving, he asks, is Courtney Proctor in the building? Does she work here? She calls me to see if she was being served.
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes.
I don't know that he's going to like opening this door. He's opening this door. I saw some stuff that Yannetti was out with Lucky Loughran yesterday. I think somebody was saying they redrove the route. At the sister school, is that Canton High School? Is that the one with the 1 mile walk through the woods from the Alberts house? They're not supposed to be there. Yeah. They don't get to park in a school parking lot on looking for a school employee. Kind of think that's not the case. Why, to serve her? Is she evading service? Doesn't want to answer the questions? I don't think he's going to like opening this door because they get to go into it on redirect. Karen doesn't seem too unhappy, does she? Yeah, boy, Trooper Proctor over here making the victim play. He's the victim in all of this because of those mean things the attorney said. The attorney impugned his integrity, and we've all seen exactly why his integrity has been impugned. Because he doesn't have any. All these lies that he has no proof of, we've been hearing proof. Okay? We've been hearing proof of the stuff you left out of your reports. How the Ring camera footage went missing. The chain of custody problems. The weird timeline of the tow. It was 5:30 until it was 4:16. I thought it was just a typo. Yeah, the typo, that's your explanation. Okay? No evidence. That's all evidence. It's all evidence. It's all evidence, and it's a lot more evidence than the overwhelming evidence of Karen Reed hitting John with her car, causing an undetermined manner of death. Ridiculous. I don't think this sympathy play, it's not gonna go well. It's not gonna go well, and this was a really bad call because, you know, the text was from back in August of 2022. Why would you be talking about yesterday? He's still living in your mind rent-free, huh? I know why. Bet I know why. Bet I know why you got David Yannetti on your mind. So he should have just answered, you know, why didn't you like him back in August of 2022? When they did that text? Why didn't you like him then? Another thing that Jackson didn't get into, that discrepancy with the attorney-client privileged communications. DeChico had the phone, did the extraction, and according to him, according to the Commonwealth, according to him, they discovered those attorney-client communications from the extraction in early February. So when Trooper Proctor explains, I was just looking through her phone before we served the warrant, and I found them, and that this is in August. A timeline doesn't line up with Trooper DeChico's report, and we haven't had Trooper DeChico yet, but he's on the witness list. We're going to get him. We're going to get him. He's going to be testifying. Would have maybe liked to explore that a little bit more. Shows up at my sister's school yesterday. So you're real concerned about what he was doing yesterday. Shall we revisit what you were doing yesterday? Trooper Proctor, what were you looking at midway through your cross-examination? And where did you get it from? Deflect. Deflect. It's not me, it's them. Create a diversion. That mean guy investigating his case while the trial is still going on. It's him. He's the bad guy. The thing that's really most astonishing about all of this to me is just how completely shameless they are. Completely shameless. They'll just lie to our faces. They don't care. They don't care. Total impunity. Total impunity. Knowing that they're going to get caught, that they're going to get called out on it. And they'll just double down. Not happy with that door you opened, Mr. Lally? Gotta think real hard about where to go next. See, I'm pretty sure most of this stuff is what everyone was telling me. This was all a lie, right? The people who were insistent, Karen Reed is guilty before the trial had even started. It's because all this stuff was a lie.
You are unmuted.
But no, here we have.
Please rise for the jury.
Oh, they're going to let him out? No proof of any of this, of course, just the strong circumstantial evidence that Karen Reed's taillight was fine at 12:41 in the morning, and then a lot of consciousness of guilt stuff to cover that up. That's all the evidence is, just the kinds of things you use to prosecute people every day.
Jurors, I am striking that last answer. It was probably a partial answer cut off. I'm striking it completely, disregarded. If you took notes, cross the notes out. You're not to consider it in any way. It is completely stricken from the record. And Trooper, I'd suggest you listen to the question being asked of you before you answer it.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally.
Trooper Proctor, let me try that again. As far as you were asked about text messages that occurred
really
in
thinks he
August
scored something there.
2022 in which you indicated that you did not like Mr. Gannett, correct?
Correct.
And so at the time of that text message, it was sent in August of 2022. Why was
that? In August of 2022? Why was that?
Yes.
The reasons I laid out, the false accusations of being conflicted and corrupt spouted in an open court, which there's zero evidence of. Like I
There's all
said,
the
I
evidence
stand
of
by
it.
the integrity of this investigation, as well as every trooper and supervisor in my office.
And the integrity of the
Were there also
investigation is
motions
sidling as
filed,
far away
by
from
Mr.
you as they
Yannetti or
can
by
get.
counsel, containing
Thanks,
photographs
but
of
no
yourself and
thanks.
some children?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were the allegations in regard to the children that were depicted in those photographs?
So the photograph was taken in my parents' backyard.
Objections overruled.
My parents' backyard at a pool party. There's some little kids in the photo. Defense counsel kept insinuating that those were the McCabe's children, when in fact they were my family, my cousins.
Have you, at any point in time, ever met any children of the McCabe's?
No, sir.
In the course of this investigation, as it was sort of alleged on cross-examination, did you essentially pick a suspect and then try to have the evidence fit that?
Did you do that?
Form,
That's not self-serving.
in that form, it's strictly not allowed to ask if that way, Mr. Kelly.
How did you conduct this investigation, you and the other troopers in your office?
How
From
did
the
you
start of this
conduct
investigation with an open mind. Like I said earlier, we didn't know what we had, possible medical. So as the day went on and we collected more evidence and developed compelling evidence against Ms. Reed.
Now, with reference to this investigation, it continued after January 29th, 2022, when you had those text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
Was there additional information that you compiled over the course of that investigation following January 29th, 2022?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Following that date of those text messages on January 29th,
Yes.
2022, was there additional information that was gathered over the course of your investigation by yourself or other troopers involved in the investigation?
Yes.
And from that additional information that was gathered, what, if any, information that was gathered throughout the course of the investigation indicated that anyone besides Ms. Reed had anything to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death?
All the information gathered after that date indicated no one else was responsible for Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Sir, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about testimony in a prior proceeding and shown specifically at page 01563, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Well, sir, I'm giving you 01562, 63, and 64, and ask you to read those and look up.
All of it indicated no one else was responsible for John O'Keefe's death because you chose not to get the information that would suggest somebody else was responsible, such as, for example, the tow driver.
1562, 63,
Body's
and
not
64.
there. You didn't talk to them. Ryan Nagel and all the people in that truck. Karen was alone in her SUV. You didn't talk to any of them. That's why. It indicated no one else was responsible because you didn't look. We're not idiots. Striking that answer instead of letting the door be opened. Got a little do-over, a little mulligan on that one. Like, were you
Proctor?
talking
Yes.
to Courtney, another witness? How'd you find out about all that?
Trooper, after reviewing those 3 pages, is there now more context to what you were just asked about on one specific page of that testimony?
Yes.
And those were questions related to what you had told and what you had informed other people within the office or your supervisors in relation to relationships with both the McCabe's and the Albers, correct?
Correct.
And in the course of that testimony, did you relay to that body the same testimony you just relayed to this jury in regard to photographs of children and defense counsel attributing those to being the McCabe's children, which they were not?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions by Mr. Jackson in regard to what you knew or why your focus was not on Brian Alberts later on in the evening of January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Why was your focus not on Brian Albert at that time?
There was just no evidence that Mr. L was involved anyway. Like I said before, from witness interviews, the statements Ms. Reed provided to witnesses, the one shoe left at the scene, the taillight pieces found underneath the snow that were dug out by the CERT team, the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, the one shoe at the hospital that was observed, her statements to us, Sergeant Mechanic and I, while we interviewed her, clearly the broken taillight, and the fact that leaving Brockton, instead of going to Dighton, she backtracked to go to Canton to retrieve her vehicle and then go double back to go to Dighton, which I found odd.
You found it odd that she
Now,
got her car?
if at any point in time over the course of your investigation you had evidence which led you to believe that Mr. Albert was involved in the death of Mr. O'Keefe, what would you have done?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Found it odd that she got her
With
car.
regard to,
It just
again,
goes to
testified,
Uh,
beyond January 29th, at any point in your
looking for a hammer.
investigation, did you find any information or evidence leading you to believe that Brian Albert was involved in the death
you're
of
going to
Mr.
see
O'Keefe?
it.
Objection.
See what you want to see.
No.
Now, if you had found information leading to that conclusion or evidence leading to that, what would you have done?
Objection.
Then we'll allow it.
Not only myself, but members of my office would have pursued that,
Regardless of his position, correct?
regardless of what he does for a profession.
You know what I mean, approach?
Yes.
Why? Because you say so? You think that has any credibility right now as you sit here? You think anybody cares what you think? We're at the point of if you say something, we will assume it's the opposite.
My apologies, John. New document I showed you the other day. Do you recognize that?
That is text communications between me and my high school buddies.
And sir, if I could direct your attention within there to page 2535.
Yes, sir.
You were asked some questions about text on that page, but also there's a text on that page that begins with, they arrived at house together, correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time associated with that text message that you sent?
That was sent on January 29, 2022 at 11 p.m.
And what is the content, or what did you send to that group, that text message?
The message reads, they arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
So that's also information that you had late in the evening of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
Inform that, Sister.
With respect to that information you conveyed in that text message, when did you learn them?
During the course of the day on the 29th.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, that's
Yes.
specific.
Now, you were asking questions about people that you spoke to on the 29th, correct?
Yes,
And that included Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Kerry Roberts, is that correct?
Trooper DeChico and Trooper Dunn interviewed Ms. Roberts.
And my apologies. When I was saying you, I meant collectively.
Yes,
But you specifically yourself and Sergeant Mechanic, you also spoke with the defendant on January 29th, correct?
correct.
And that would have been prior to any of the text
defendant.
communications that were contained within that chat with your friends, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you something about charging decisions. Is that something that you make in this case or any case?
I don't make any charging decisions. We're essentially
You make
fact
arrest
finders.
decisions, don't you?
So as far as what Ms. Reed was charged with or when she was charged with it, that's not something that's within your purview, correct?
No, not at all.
Really? Because what was she arrested for? What crime
Now,
was that?
specifically, you were asking questions about some text messages between yourself and Trooper DeChico in regard to the medical exam, correct?
Correct.
And those occurred in April of 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant, Ms. Reed, charged with murder in April of 2022?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No,
That wasn't until June of 2022, correct?
it's correct.
And that was at the conclusion of the grand jury, is that correct?
Objection. Sustained.
And you're aware that there was a grand jury in this case, correct?
Objection. I'll withdraw that.
Okay.
Yes,
Answer that.
And are you aware of certain witnesses that testified at the grand jury?
Objection.
I'll allow
yes,
Are you aware that Dr. Sporty Bello testified at the grand jury?
Objection.
that. I'll allow that.
yes,
And so, false reason then that the defendant wasn't charged with murder until after the grand jury concluded and Dr. Sporty Bello had testified before that grand jury, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Bev, this is ridiculous.
Now, the
You're-
Albert
you're-
family
you're
that you
really-
were
you're
familiar
really
with some
making it
members of,
show.
that's not an entity, correct?
no,
Individual members of a family, some you know, some you may not, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch your phone, Mr. Brown.
Certainly not. How many members of the Albert family did you know when you started this investigation in January, or when you received this call on January 29th, 2022?
Julie, Chris Albert, Colin, and Kevin Albert.
Now, you were asking questions about interviewing Julie Albert and Chris Albert at their home on February 10th, correct?
Yes,
Now, with respect to that date, had you ever been to that home prior to February 10th?
I'd not been to that, this kind of their new home. I'd never been to their new home or the previous home either.
Now, as far as conversations with either Julie or Chris Albert, when was the last time you talked to them before you interviewed them on February 10th?
I believe I'd reached out to Julie to coordinate the interview, but prior to this case, there was that one random text message she sent me and my sister when I was going on a family ski trip. They weren't a part of it. She wanted me to take a video of my sister skiing, but
That was in February of 2022, correct?
yeah,
So what
Yes.
my question is prior to February 10th, 2022, prior to any arrangements to schedule an interview for February 10th, when was the last time that you spoke to either Julie Albert or Chris Albert, if you know?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Now, with regard to that text message in regard to skiing in late February of 2022, you were shown that text message, correct?
Yes,
Was there any response from you?
no,
Did you have any further communication with Julie Albert after that interview on January 29th, 2022, related to this investigation?
I recall the
The gift?
serving her for grand jury. I know she wanted to kind of have an idea of what the process was like. So there's communications regarding that.
And was that something that was solely done with Julie Albert or other witnesses or what?
All the witnesses that were called in the grand jury, it's unusual for, the majority of civilians to be called in the grand jury. So they obviously have questions about the process.
Now, as far as babysitting for your children, is that something that Julie Albert ever did?
No,
And as far as those text communications between yourself and your sister regarding that, was that something that you had asked for or something that your sister had suggested?
yeah, my sister had suggested that. We never followed up with having Julie watch my kids.
Now, you were asked some questions about text messages with your sister Courtney, correct?
Correct.
And I believe a couple times you would use the term, well, let me ask you this first. With regard to from January 29th throughout at least January, February of 2022, this was this case became something that was on the news on a fairly regular basis, correct?
News and social media, yes.
And so when you were using the term in describing what you spoke to your sister about as far as newsworthy, what did you mean?
Newsworthy.
My sister lives in Canton, so there's a lot of, as well on the news and social media stuff that was being discussed on those platforms.
Now, as far as the discussions that you had with regard to your sister, how would you describe or how would you characterize the type of information that you shared with her, if any?
Just general information, nothing specific about the case.
Except who you were going to interview and when.
Specific text from your sister on January 30th. It started out with, I believe it was Jesus Christ. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in reference to the body of Mr. O'Keefe being found on
the
Ryan
Alberts.
Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And so she's asking you about that on January 30th, correct?
Yes.
So fair to reason that wasn't something that you shared with her prior to January 30th, correct?
Correct.
And something that you hadn't shared with her at all at that point that you received that text communication, correct?
Correct.
Sustained as to inform. Watch how you ask these questions, Mr. Valley, as your witness.
Yes, sir. With regard to that information, as far as who the homeowner was, what, if anything, had you shared with Sister Courtney prior to you receiving that text from her, indicating her knowledge?
Yeah, I don't recall sharing anything with in regards to the homeowner.
Now, in regard to any issues of a gift or request for a gift, how would you characterize that? Was that serious? Was that a jest? How would you characterize that?
I didn't take.
I'll allow it.
They're going to object.
I didn't take that offer seriously.
Speculation about what she meant.
And as I had mentioned I believe on Monday that I didn't ask for a gift. I never received one. I kind of said,
Defense didn't
give my
ask
wife a
him, didn't
gift.
get to
She had
ask
been
him
home about
what
10
his
straight
friends
nights
meant
with
in
the
their
boys. We had
texts.
another homicide the week before. So that was my response, get Elizabeth one. And she never received one.
Now, you were asked some questions about Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
And as far as what, if any, information did you have as far as Colin Albert and his being at 34 Fairview at the same time as anyone from coming back from the waterfall?
My understanding, Colin arrived later on to just see his cousin's birthday. He didn't stay that long, maybe an hour, a little over an hour. And as he was leaving, I think he ran into his aunt and uncle as his ride had arrived out front and left at sometime around 12:10 a.m.
Was that information that you had prior to your interview with Colin Albert?
We knew Colin wasn't at the house. The timing was provided by Colin.
And at any point in time in your investigation, what, if any, evidence did you ever receive that Colin Albert was at 34 Fairview at the
So
same time as
12:10 came
as
from
Mr. O'Keefe
Colin.
or the defendant?
Based on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone location data using his Waze app, Colin Albert is leaving around like 12:10 a.m. Mr. O'Keefe is about a half a mile away at 12:20 a.m. So they did not cross paths.
Now, Mr. Jackson was asking about some people as far as interviews or later in October or so of 2022 or beyond. You were given 5 names as far as Ryan Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Alba, and Ms. Levinson, and Colin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked about 3 people that you had interviewed, and then were asked if there was only 1 person left, that being Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
That math match up as far as 5 people, 3 given, and only 1 person not interviewed?
No.
Now, with reference to Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba, to your knowledge, have they been interviewed at any point in time?
What even was
No.
that question?
Why not?
They weren't present for when the adults arrived back from the waterfall.
They had left 34 Fairview, like Colin Albert, prior to the waterfall people coming in.
Objection.
Sustained is that full?
What, if any, information did you have with regards to the whereabouts of Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Alba, and Colin Albert in relation to 34 Fairview and the arrival of people from the waterfall?
They had left the residence.
So, with respect to Colin Albert, why was it that he was interviewed and not Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba?
Colin was falsely accused of
Objection.
Mm-hmm.
Can
Yeah,
you answer
Bev.
that same question Mr. Lally asked you differently?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, answer it.
Colin was the subject of a third-party culprit that had no evidence to back that up.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
You're going
That
to
had no
allow
evidence to back that up, that he was involved whatsoever. My office and myself felt the need to interview Colin, sit him down, and get his story, or his facts of that evening. So
His
that's why we
story?
interviewed
Oh,
him
his
at that date and
facts.
time later on.
Story was in that group
And
text, wasn't
when
it?
you say we,
Story
do
as
you
opposed
recall
to
who was
facts.
present with you when you interviewed Colin Albert?
Trooper Zachary Clark.
Are you aware of Sergeant Mechanic getting screenshots from both Colin Albert and from Miss Ally McCabe in relation to text communications they had about picking up Colin Albert from 34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about Miss McCabe's cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as any material on that phone, are you an expert when it comes to cell phone extractions and what different
He
material
said
they
he's
need
trained in it.
within Cellbrite extraction?
No, that's left to Trooper Garino in our office.
Are you aware of reports regarding those searches from Trooper Nicholas Garino, a Ms. Jessica Hyde, and a Mr. Ian Whip?
I am aware of those, yes.
And those are people who are experts, those are people who have special knowledge, or specialized knowledge as it relates to Cellbrite technology that you do not, correct?
Objection.
One of the questions, sustained.
What, if any, knowledge are you aware of Trooper Nicholas Garino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen having with respect to Cellbrite or cell phone technology that you do not have?
Objection.
Allowing it under voting.
Doctor, may we approach?
Sure.
This is ridiculous. This has nothing to do
You
with his
are-
investigation. This is what you're trying to pre-impeach defense witness qualifications. This guy, one of the very first things he said on direct is that he's trained in Cellbrite extractions. He's trained in it. He said it. We all heard it. Now he's trying to back away. I don't even know how to read the report. I didn't see that part. That's what he said. That's what he said on cross. All that whole column full of deleted items. I didn't see that part. Didn't look at that. I mean, it's hard for me to tell how much how much of things like this is just you're too dumb to remember what you already said, or do you think we're so dumb that you can just willy-nilly change things around for how it suits you when your previous answer is no longer beneficial to you? I don't know why you chose to volunteer right off the bat that you're trained in Cellbrite extraction, but you did. You did. You chose to put that out there right up front with your resume. A very, very important resume. Make you look like such a good,
You
upstanding
are
cop.
unmuted.
Procedure on?
Yes.
Let me rephrase that just a little. As far as, you're aware that Trooper Nicholas Carino, Miss Jessica Hyde, and Miss Ian Whiffen have all looked at Miss McCabe's cell bright and extraction information, correct?
Yes.
And their knowledge, their specialized knowledge in regard to those areas exceeds your own, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as your conversations with Kevin Allen, how would you characterize those in relation to this investigation?
They had nothing to do with this investigation. Like I said, we were working a cold case together. We also work on other cases together that, unattended deaths that I'll respond to a potential suicide or an overdose in the town of Canton that I'll respond to. But the topic of our conversations were in regards to the cold case or unresolved case that we're working together.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
The documents I did the other day. You recognize that?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Text communication with Kevin Albert.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to debate stamp pages of 2600 and 2601.
Yes, sir.
Now, in regards to activities on that particular date, you had indicated that you had conversations with Kevin Albert about working a cold case from the town of Canton, correct?
Yes.
And specifically on that date, where did the two of you go?
I recall going down to the Cape to at least interview at least one person of interest.
And that was down in the town of Sandwich, to be specific, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in reference to Kevin Albert leaving his badge in your car, do you recall that?
I do.
If I could direct your attention to page 2602. And what, if any, text communication is contained on that page as far as you asking Kevin Albert any questions about his address?
After I informed Kevin Albert I had located his badge, I follow up, what's your address? I will drop it off after the gym.
So you're asking his address because you don't know his address, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
Why are you asking for his address?
I've never been to his house and I don't know where he lives.
You're so close with him that you don't know where his house is, correct?
Sustained.
What, you can't have a
And process for
relationship
you
with
now?
somebody
Yes.
unless you know where they live? In 2023, 2022? I don't think so.
Trooper, you were asked some questions about ring videos from One Meadows Avenue, Mr. O'Keefe's home, is that correct?
Yes.
To be clear, did you delete any ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's account, either on his app, on his phone, or from the materials that you received pursuant to the search?
Absolutely not.
Now, when you saw that there were ring videos missing from times that you expected videos to be, specifically what I'm asking about is Ms. Reed or the defendant's arrival at the home after leaving Fairview Road, and Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, and the defendant's departure from One Meadows to Fairview Road later on that morning. What did you do?
I reached out to Ring several different times. They informed me if a video is deleted, there's no digital footprint of that. It's essentially kind of gone forever.
And with respect
No
to
digital
that
footprint of
timeframe, what, if
that?
any, other additional steps
Nobody
did you
believes
take to
that.
try to
There's a
retrieve
footprint.
that video? Was there a second search warrant, sir?
Yes.
You were looking for additional information from that same ring video, correct?
Objection sustained.
What, if anything, were you looking for in that second search?
There's additional video.
No,
You
he
were
doesn't
asking
remember,
questions about
Lally. You're gonna have
notes,
to lead
from
him
Trooper
better.
Chico, correct?
Correct.
As far as that 0041 note, you know what that means?
That just tells me it's a time.
And do you know specifically whether or not that is something that Trooper DeChico saw or something that Trooper DeChico was looking for?
Oh, no, he made
That's
it
something
up.
Trooper DeChico could answer for.
Throw him under the bus. Throw him right under the bus.
I may have just a moment. Your Honor.
Yes.
You
So
thought
you
it
were
was
asked
so
some
weird that that
questions
video was
about,
missing
Sally
that
Port
you didn't
video
ask
at Canton
DeChico about
Police
his
Station,
note?
correct?
Yes,
And you arrived at the Sallyport garage of the Canton Police Station sometime around or shortly after 5:30 p.m., correct?
yes,
Now, that 5:30 p.m. time, is that before or after 5:07 a.m.?
after.
And 5:07 a.m. is when the Exhibit 6, video number, I believe, 153, with the defendant backing out of the garage where you testified on
Why
Monday.
don't you show
observed
us
some
again?
Damage to the taillight, correct?
Correct.
Because we all see the video with our
And-
own eyes.
You're aware of some other ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house showing the defendant, Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, arriving at his house, in which you can see damage to the right passenger taillight, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of a cruiser camera video from the Canton Police Station, Police Department, specifically Lieutenant Ray, going to One Meadows Ave at 8:22 in the morning on the 29th, in which you can also observe damage to the taillight?
Never asked him about that, not snapping the
Sustained
photo.
is to inform.
Not snapping the
As far
photo in
as
Dayton.
8:22 in the morning, what, if any, video from One Meadows Avenue are you aware of depicting the defendant's taillight?
Canton Police Department went to conduct a well-being check, and on the dash cruiser camera, you can see the back of Miss Reed's vehicle and the right taillight to be broken and missing pieces.
And as far as your time at the home in Dayton, the defendant's vehicle was towed from that location on that day, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, video are you aware of from that driveway, which depicts the right rear passenger side tail light of the defendant's vehicle?
Yeah, as the vehicle's being put on the tow truck, you can make out that there's some pieces missing.
Now, sir, if I could turn you back to those text messages with your friends, January 29th, 2022. With that time in mind, at that point in time, well, let me ask before, as far as all those other videos that we talked to, all of those videos precede your time in the Sallyport garage at 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned in your testimony the other day, earlier, that at some point in time later in the day, you had met for a debriefing with yourself and the other troopers involved in the investigation on January 29th, is that correct?
Yes.
So fair to say the information that had been collected by yourself and the other troopers on January 29th, you had that in mind, or were you aware of that when you were involved in these text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
And so were you, at that time that you're texting with your friends, you had seen the defendant's vehicle,
Correct. Yes.
and you had seen the damage to the taillight, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that Lieutenant
And
Tully
you've seen
and
the
the
ring
search team
camera
had,
video of her backing into John's
conducted a
car?
search around 34 Fairview and recovered Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker and a taillight.
Objection.
Sustained is to inform.
What, if anything, were you aware of in regard to Lieutenant Tully doing with the search team at 34 Fairview earlier that day?
Detective Lieutenant Tully and the search team conducted a search, discovered several pieces of broken taillight pieces, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's missing shoe.
And the shoe that Lieutenant Tully and the search team had retrieved, what, if anything, did you observe in relation to that and the shoe that you and Sergeant Mechanic had retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yeah, they were matched. They were both black Nike sneakers with the white logo.
Now, you had talked to first responders, correct?
Yes.
And that included firefighter Flamani,
Correct.
and that included Sergeant Good.
Yes.
You had done interviews with regard to Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Correct.
Matthew McCabe, correct?
Yes.
The defendant
Yes.
and other troopers from your unit had also interviewed Kerry Roberts, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware of statements that were attributed by Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe to the defendant as far as what she told them earlier that morning?
Yes.
and you're aware of statements that Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts had made to troopers in regard to what they had observed that morning.
Yes.
Now, were you aware that both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicated in interviews on January 29th that when they had got to 34 Fairview Road, they could not see Mr. O'Keefe's body? However, the defendant sort of bolted out of the backseat of the vehicle directly over to Mr. O'Keefe's body.
Objection.
You can ask that differently, Mr. Lally.
With respect to the statements from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts in regard to their arrival at 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. in the morning, what, if anything, stood out to you or were you aware of in relation to those statements?
Yeah, from those statements, as Ms. Roberts was driving down Fairview, Ms. McCabe was in the passenger seat, Ms. Reed was in the back. Obviously, whiteout conditions as they're coming down, like that slight
Whiteout,
hill,
obviously.
getting
We
just
saw with
before
our
the left
eyes.
side of the property. Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts indicated that. Ms. Reed said, "There he is. I see him. I see him." And Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts didn't know what Ms. Reed was talking about. They stopped the car. Ms. Reed ran directly over to John O'Keefe's body. And even when Ms. Reed had exited the vehicle, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts still didn't know what was going on and what she was running to.
Now, were you aware from your conversation with firefighter Famati that the defendant had stated, "I hit him," in the presence of firefighter Famati earlier that morning?
Yes.
And were you also aware of
Not in
statements the
Famati's
defendant made to
report.
other first responders about her being or getting into an argument with Mr. O'Keefe as she was dropping him off at 34 Fairview, indicating the last time she saw him?
Later on, subsequent interviews.
So at the time that you're sending these text communications within this group chat in the later part of the evening of January 29th, 2022, what is it that you did know in relation to your investigation with regard to Ms. Reed, the defendant, and or anyone else?
All right. So we knew the last person seen with Mr. O'Keefe alive was Miss Reed. We knew they were traveling to Fairview Road. Witnesses stated they saw a SUV out front of the house. It went from one side to the other. Miss McCabe was texting John, parked behind me, things of that nature. John never went into the house. And then the following morning, Miss Reed, Miss Roberts, and Miss McCabe located Mr. O'Keefe in the front lawn. I observed those injuries at the hospital. The one sneaker. Later on in the day, the CERT team, along with Detective Lieutenant Tully, found broken taillight pieces that matched Miss Reed's taillight, as well as the missing sneaker that matched Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Some inconsistent statements that Miss Reed had provided to Sergeant Buchanan and I. Yeah.
So at the time that you made those comments, disparaging comments in regard to Miss Reed in the context of those communications with
That's
your
okay,
friends,
because he
as
really thought she
inexcusable,
deserved
as
it.
unprofessional as those comments are, the information you had was that Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Yeah, you've got to watch the form, Mr. Lally, it's sustained.
You gotta
At the
watch
time
the
that you made
form.
those inexcusable and
Stop
unprofessional
meeting the
comments,
witness.
what did you believe the defendant had done to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe, based on all the physical evidence and facts, Mr. O'Keefe got out of that vehicle holding that cocktail glass he walked out of the waterfall bar with. Miss Reed pulled ahead and then backed into him, struck him with her vehicle, and then left.
And then came back 5.5 hours later, correct?
Correct.
Tell me further.
Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
So you think that your assessment, personal assessment, that Karen Reed had struck this officer with a car gave you license to call her a cunt?
Objection.
Right?
Based on the evidence, sir, then my motions got the best of me, so it was in poor taste. Yes, it was it was inappropriate, juvenile, but it was my motions that gotten the best of me.
And you called her a
Well,
whack
too
job.
emotionally involved in this investigation?
Yes,
Gave you license to say to your friends, oh, no. She's fucked. Right?
that's what I wrote.
Gave you license to say that she's a retard.
Again, another disgusting comment.
Sir, you had an agenda from moment one, did you not?
Objection.
Sustain,
Did you have an agenda?
Objection.
sustain, same question.
Thought it was a good one the first time.
It was.
So the fact that you believed personally that your narrative was she hit him with a car, you get to talk about her leaky balloon knot, right?
Objection.
Sustain.
You indicated on cross-examination that you saw a video at 8:22 a.m. with some damage to Ms. Reed's right rear taillight, correct?
Yes,
8:22 before or after 5:07 a.m.?
after.
You also said that you had no idea where Kevin Albert lived, right?
Correct.
But you did say about getting his badge to him after that drunken night with him, that you just leave it in your mailbox, right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, my mailbox.
Yeah. So he obviously knew where you lived.
Yes,
Good catch.
And then you said, there's no evidence whatsoever, your words, no evidence whatsoever. You talked about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Colin Albert, no evidence whatsoever that they were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, right?
correct.
Trooper Proctor, you're the one responsible for gathering the evidence, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Right?
I am one part of a
The
greater
team. Throw the team under the bus now.
group of detectives that gathers evidence. I'm just one part of that unit.
You're the pointy end of the spear, aren't you?
Objection.
Sustain.
You're the case officer, the lead detective, correct?
Yes,
Sort of like the fox guarding the hen house, isn't it?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Jackson. Do you have anything else?
Thank you.
All right, Trooper, you are all set.
thank you, Your
You
Honor.
are all set.
Thank you, jurors.
Oh, are we getting Tully now?
Next witness, Mr. Rowley.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Lieutenant Brian Tully to the stand.
Yes, we do. See how he likes the taste of that rubber under those wheels. Didn't follow up about the phone either. Jackson, we need you to close some of these loops. Where did he get the phone? Who did he get it from?
You saw this with the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing from the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Take this seat.
Yes, sir.
This guy looks like dollar store Brian Albert without his beard.
Mr. Rowley,
He shaved
whenever
his
you're
beard.
ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Brian Tully, T-U-L-L-Y,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a member of the state police?
18 years.
And what rank
2
or
years
assignment
away
do you
from that
currently
pension,
have
huh?
with the Mass State Police?
The rank I hold is Detective Lieutenant, and my current role is the unit commander for the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit.
And now, how long have you been, let me ask you first, as far as, how long have you been lieutenant of the state police?
I was a first lieutenant in 2021, and then I attained the rank of Detective Lieutenant later in 2021.
And with reference to your current unit, how long have you been a member of that?
I've been with the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit for 12 years.
And prior to and throughout the course of your work within the detective unit, the Norfolk DA's office for the state police, what, if any, specialized training have you received
Get into
and
your
or given
training.
in regard to
How many certificates do you have?
For the first 10
Did you
years
get a
as the rank
gold
of trooper and
star?
sergeant, I was on the homicide section of the unit. When first entering the unit, I received instruction on how to conduct homicide and death investigations. In addition to that, I attended over 200 hours of specialized training in the use of cell phones and cell phone technology in the furtherance of criminal investigations. Further on, I have now been an instructor about cell phones and cell phone technology in criminal investigations. I've taught death investigation classes around the Commonwealth, and as well as search and seizure law in Massachusetts.
Oh, so you
Now,
knew to look for GPS in
If I
John's
could ask
phone.
you just, with respect to your unit, if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the role and what does your unit do with respect to death investigations within Norfolk County?
So each district attorney's office has a state police detective unit assigned to it. So Mass General Law, Section 38, Section 4 says that the district attorney is in charge of all death investigations. So if someone passes away, essentially not in the presence of a doctor or the circumstances that led to their death was outside the presence of medical care, the district attorney is in charge of the investigation or their representative. And so each DA has a state police detective unit assigned to them to act as their representative. In certain jurisdictions like Boston, Worcester, and Springfield, the DAs in those counties have said that those local departments can be their representatives, but throughout the Commonwealth, the state police is the DA's representative in those death investigations.
Now, as far as assignments go, or as far as how is it that, well, as far as how an investigation is run, how is it that a call comes in? If you could take the jury through sort of from the time the call comes in, how that investigation is.
I'll talk in a typical state. Oftentimes, someone passes away, again, not in the presence of a doctor, gets found by somebody, a loved one, a friend, a passerby. They call 911, which gets routed to the local police, who respond and come to learn that someone has passed away in the circumstance. That police department will then call the troop headquarters on the state police. The state police is cut up in different troops by geographic location. Each troop duty lieutenant would have a list of who the on-call person is for the state police detective unit of jurisdiction. They would then call that trooper or sergeant directly to inform them that there's a death in a certain community and give them a telephone number to contact somebody who's directly on scene to get more information.
Now, as far as your role as sort of the supervisor or the lieutenant in charge of the unit, can you describe to the jury sort of what your role is in regard to those investigations?
So within the detective unit, we have the homicide section, a narcotics section does narcotics investigations, and a special investigation section. So specific to the homicide section, there are certain levels of supervision. We have a sergeant assigned to the homicide section. I have an executive officer who's a lieutenant, and then me. So multiple levels of supervision specific to any of the sections, including the homicide section.
Now, turning your attention to January 29th, 2022, at some point did you become aware in the morning with regard to a death within the town of Canton?
Yes.
And what, if any, when did you become aware and how did you become aware initially of what had transpired?
Shortly after 7 a.m. that date, I received a call from Sergeant Yuri Buchanan informing me that a person by the name of John O'Keefe was found unresponsive in Canton. He was transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, where it was expected he was not to survive. Normally, I would not get a call like that, but we learned that Mr. O'Keefe was an active Boston police officer. Sergeant Buchanan wanted to make me aware of it at that point.
And so then what happened from there as far as your unit?
This very special investigation. So you
as
took
we
all
learned
the
more information
careful
about
steps.
what was found on scene by the Canton Police Department, Trooper Proctor, who was the on-call the on-call trooper that day on the schedule, and Sergeant Buchanan responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation. And they would keep me updated as they learned more information.
Now, as far as your unit is concerned, what, if any, role does your unit have, or what, if any, jurisdiction does your unit have with relation to any kind of death, whether it be homicide, suicide, unattended death, within the confines of Norfolk County?
We have exclusive jurisdiction by law, but the law also suggests that we need to work with the local police departments as well.
And so how is it that typically in a typical investigation that your unit would work in conjunction with the local police department in relation to a death investigation?
Their detective unit would be involved if they have one, and some departments in Norfolk County don't. They would stand by to wait for our arrival. There'd be constant communication between the responding trooper and the detective on scene about things that need to be done prior to our arrival, but essentially ask for or wait for our guidance on what to do next.
And as far as certain investigations go, are there decisions sometimes that are made with regard to your involvement or maybe your unit not being involved in a death investigation?
Yes.
And how are those determinations made and who makes those
It
determinations?
falls to either the person who's on call or their supervisor. We don't respond to all of those calls. So a police officer may call and say that a woman in her 80s has passed away in bed overnight. Her primary care doctor has said that she's struggled with cancer or treatment, and that doctor is willing to sign a death certificate. In those circumstances, it's not suspicious. It's not a suicide or a fatal opiate overdose. We would not respond in that case. That would be one that we would decline. In other circumstances, we may get the call and then learn that the person's going to survive, and so we will not respond. We typically will mirror what the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. If they're involved, then we'll definitely be involved.
Now, turning to that point, as far as the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner is concerned, in any sort of death investigation that your unit is involved in, what, if any, involvement or communication do troopers from your unit or yourself have with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
We have constant communication. The law that I cited also says that the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner has exclusive jurisdiction as well to determine the cause and manner of death. So we work closely hand in hand to figure out the circumstances that led to the death.
As far as working close hand in hand with the medical examiner's office, what does that sort of typically entail?
Takes a turn of phone calls. We'll call in and speak to the intake person or the on-call doctor to tell them what we've learned or what we're observing. We forward reports in every case to the doctors, so they understanding at least what we learned in the first 24 hours. Doctors will often reach back out to us asking for scene photographs, more reports, ask questions. And in instances where it's a suspicious death, we will send an investigator to the autopsy to stand with the doctor to make observations and answer any questions for the doctor.
Now, as far as the determinations that are ultimately come to by the medical examiner,
The sirens are late today.
Lieutenant, as far as any determinations that are made with reference to either cause or manner in any instance with the medical examiner, what, if any, role do you or anyone from your unit have with regard to that decision by the medical examiner?
We have little to no role outside of providing information.
And as far as the determination specifically, whether it's manner or cause, what, if any, impact does that have with regard to any death investigation that you're doing?
Well, the cause will give us a big incident. So we want to know if the person died of a heart attack or if they died of a gunshot wound. That's big when it comes to then making charging decisions about circumstances. So it's important to learn the cause, and to get the doctor's input on the manner is also helpful.
But as far as the manner, if the manner is found to be undetermined, would that impact what you've learned through the rest of the course of your investigation as far as charging goes?
No, that determination by the OCME is often in the early stages of investigation. And as we learn more information, the circumstances can change.
And the determination that is made by the medical examiner, that's strictly from a medical perspective, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regards to January 29th, 2022, in this call that is initially received, Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Mechanic then essentially respond to the Canton Police Department first, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as your role as it pertains to this or any other investigation, how much involvement do you have, or how are you sort of apprised of what's going on?
Sergeant Mechanic, in this case and in typical cases, he's keeping me updated by telephone so I can supervise from anywhere with my cell phone. He's giving me updates about what he's learning. We will discuss what the next steps should be.
Supervised by being told.
And that's
Stuff
what
you can't
transpired
verify.
over the morning of January 29th.
Now, over the course of the morning of January 29th,
So he calls her on your cell. You could tell you anything at all, and you just take
over
his
the
word
course of the
for
morning
it.
of January
That's how you
29th,
supervise
what
him.
if any conversations did you have with relation to Canton Police Department's involvement or ongoing or further involvement with regard to this investigation?
I had spoken with the acting chief at the time, the current chief, the chief at the time, Kenneth Berkowitz, about the involvement in the Canton Police Department. We talked about the homeowner at 34 Fairview and his relationship to his department. And because of the appearance of a conflict, we had made a decision that the Canton Police was going to take a step back from the investigation and that state police would do the investigation without them.
Now, as far as that appearance of a conflict or step back, as you termed it, what was your understanding at that time as far as what the role of the Canton Police would be?
Really to provide support. So anytime we're in a local community, we need the support of the local police. If we're going to start knocking on doors, we want to make sure they're aware or present. They have resources in town, whether it be lights or barriers that we may need to access. So I would define it as a support role.
Now, with respect to those conversations you mentioned that you had yourself and what the then current chief, Kenneth Berkowitz, who, if anyone else, was involved in those conversations?
The district attorney.
That would be Mr. Morrissey, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that abnormal for him to be involved in conversations in regard to a police department and any sort of appearance of conflict?
No, it's not abnormal for him to be involved.
And as far as his involvement in his conversations, as far as you're aware, did they evolve or were they any greater or less than the conversations that you had with Chief Berkowitz?
No, they were the same conversations.
Did he also
me ask
operate
you
into
this,
the Sally port?
Lieutenant. At some point over the course of this case or at some point over the course of this investigation, did you become aware of certain text messages on Trooper Proctor's personal phone?
Yes.
And upon your being made aware of those text communications, what, if anything, did you as a supervisor, what, if anything, did you do?
I had a long discussion with him about the content and nature of them. I expressed my displeasure as unprofessionalism and the content of them, and then I reported up my chain of command.
Was he admonished in any way?
He was by me at that conversation, yes.
Oh, you slapped his wrist, and that was the consequence
Now,
he
sir,
got.
Again, just sort of in general terms, you're familiar with this investigation as you're supervising the unit that was
Let me guess
investigating
what
it,
that
correct?
sounded like.
Yes.
How dumb were you
Now,
to
is
put
it
this in
typical
writing?
practice,
You
in
dumbass.
conducting
You got us
homicide or
caught.
death investigations as far as civilian witnesses are concerned to seize their personal cell phone?
It's not uncut, it happens. Yes.
And is that a practice that occurs with respect to every single witness in every single case?
No.
And so what are sort of the parameters or what would be some of the reasons that certain civilian witnesses' cell phones would be seized versus others?
Well, you use the word seize, so when I think of the word seize, I'm thinking in the legal context where I think there's probable cause to believe, more likely than not, there's evidence of the crime I'm investigating held within the data of that phone. Sometimes if we believe there's information on the phone, we may ask for consent for that one specific thing or for that one specific reason. But outside of that, unless I have that belief there's data on a phone, I won't ask for consent or seize a phone and pursue a search warrant.
Now, are you aware of certain cell phones that were either seized or granted access via consent in relation to this investigation?
Yes.
And specifically, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was taken into custody, correct?
Yes.
And
Was
the
taken
defendant's
into
phone was
custody.
taken into custody on January 29th
Passive.
as well.
Yes.
Now, as far as civilians, there were two civilian witnesses whose phones were given via consent and then extracted, that being a Jennifer McCabe and a Kerry Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And so why was it that Ms. McCabe's phone and Ms. Roberts' phone was taken versus some other witness in the case?
Well, they had information relative to the actions of Ms. Reed and the communications with specifically those two individuals on the morning of the 29th. So we wanted to memorialize them and save them.
Now, sir, with respect to your involvement on January 29th, where and when did you sort of leave and become involved in the investigation beyond sort of a supervisor?
Shortly after noontime, we had learned more information that necessitated a broader search. So I had reached out to Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara with the State Police CERT team to assist with processing of a scene. And so since we were going to be processing a scene, it was prudent for me to leave my house, dig out, and drive to Canton.
Sir, with respect to, you mentioned dig out from your house. What were the
And you still
conditions
left
like
the
around the
scene
time that you leave?
unattended for
There's
5
probably
hours after that?
8 to 10 inches at the house. So I had
You knew you were
to dig
gonna
out my
search it
driveway
by
and the
noon?
large snowbank at the end of the driveway that's caused by the plow in order to get a vehicle out and head to Canton.
And where is it first that you were heading to?
I first went to the Canton Police Department to talk to Chief Berkowitz and wait for the arrival of the CERT team, and then to 34 Fairview.
And as far as the CERT team was concerned, if you can, explain to the jury sort of the process from your perspective, from your end, as far as activating the CERT team, what it is that they do and why you had requested.
We work with Lieutenant O'Hara frequently. I called him on a cell phone, and the CERT team is out of a different chain of command. So the state police is a very paramilitary organization with specific chains of commands with different structures. So I reached out to him and
paramilitary.
asked
Thanks for
for
getting that out there.
his assistance with this investigation. He had to get further approval up his chain of command, mostly for overtime and to pay the troopers to come out. That would be the way that I would make a formal request to the CERT team.
And so the initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara, you don't have the power or the authority to sort of direct him to dispatch his team and go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as that initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara, do you know about what time of the day that was?
It was about 2 in the afternoon.
And what was the purpose of sort of that initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara?
To give him a heads up, because it needs to be a conversation up my chain of command. So above me, there's a detective captain and a major. My major needs to really talk to his major to make the formal request. But I wanted Lieutenant O'Hara to be aware of the request was coming so that he could at least start polling his people to see who was available to respond to Canton.
And with respect to the weather, if you could just in general terms describe for the jury sort of what you observed as far as the weather conditions on that day.
I observed blizzard-like conditions. It was snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
John, may I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, by later in the day when it got bad. Are you going to show us some snow now, Mr. Lally?
So I'm showing you a series of documents. Just ask if you could look at those, look up and finish. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
They are certified records from the U.S. Department of Commerce out of Asheville, North Carolina, for weather reports from Norwood Memorial Airport, Massachusetts, for the dates of January 2022 and February 2022.
So for the entirety of the months of January 2022 as well as February 2022, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the Norwood Municipal Airport and where it is in relation to the town of Canton?
Yes.
Where is it?
It's the next town over.
And as far as, are you familiar with a Neponset Street in Norwood?
I am.
And does Neponset Street also carry into the town of Canton as well?
Yes.
And with regard to 34 Fairview Road, about how far away is 34 Fairview from Neponset Street?
From the Ponza Street, it's a mile, 2 miles.
So relatively same geographic area as far as the Norwood Municipal Airport and 34 Fairview Road.
Yeah, I would say as the crow flies from 34 Fairview to Norwood Municipal Airport, that's probably 3 miles.
And sir, with regard to the records before you, From your memory of those dates and those times in January and February of 2022, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the weather was like, temperature-wise as well as precipitation?
That's not the foundation
Yes.
for this document, but whatever.
That question.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Commonwealth to seek to introduce in minutes.
Now do you understand?
Thank you.
He's not going to object, so it doesn't matter. Yes, tell us about the weather. I also looked up the weather. Yes, I did. I looked up the historical weather for this time. And the storm had just started at midnight, just started to fall, and it was later in the day that the snow picked up and the temperatures dropped. But I was interested in the temperature. What temperature was it from 12:30 on? Because, you know, I'm thinking, how fast is somebody going to get hypothermic in these conditions, lying out there in the snow and the cold? And 12:30, my record said it was about 28 degrees. It got down to about 25 over the course of that evening. So quite cold, quite fast. Quite cold, quite fast. I'm sure I'm not the only person who went to look at the weather. Sure, I'm not the only one. Because that's going to go into the medical stuff, right? How likely is it that a guy with a brain fracture lived for another 5 hours, 6 hours in those conditions, as opposed to, you know, sometime after 2:30? Don't know. Interested to hear from
You
the
are
Emmys.
unmuted.
At some point, we'll get to the injuries.
Who, if anyone else, from the state police proceeded your ride?
There was at least 2 members of the CERT team present, including Lieutenant O'Hara.
Sorry,
And
guys,
if you
don't know what
recall,
happened
where were
there.
they located in relation to the resident?
They were directly in front of the residence.
Now, as far as their
I think I had a
search
power
was
surge or
concerned,
something.
how was a determination made, or who, if anyone, made a determination as far as where they were going to search?
So typically when I work with Lieutenant O'Hara, I kind of give him direction. So in this case specifically, I learned from Sergeant Buchanan that Mr. O'Keefe was found in an area between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. So we concentrated that area. And so I talked to Lieutenant O'Hara that this is going to be our parameters. And he instructed his people how to deploy or to that area.
Now, sir, as far as beyond sort of directing as far as an area is concerned, what, if any, other involvement do you typically have when it comes to the CERT team and how they conduct their search?
They're professionals with expertise in that. So essentially, I just point them in the direction, and it's up to them to figure out how to deploy it and get the mission done.
And so what, if any, involvement do you have as far as when they begin and how many people are involved, or when they end, or anything like that?
I'll have some consultation with Lieutenant O'Hara, but it's really his call to make.
And as far as this particular search on January 29th, do you know how many members of the CERT team eventually responded and how the search was conducted?
There were 7 members. Most, if not all, had typical snow shovels, and they used those shovels to systematically go through the snowbank that was in front of 34th Fairview within these 2 parameters.
And over the course of, now as far as where they were searching, can you describe sort of the road conditions as far as snow removal had concerned, or where the precipitation amounts were concentrated with respect to the road?
So the road was only plowed really right down the middle. Barely 2 vehicles could get by at a time. The snowbanks on either side of the road were protruding into the road. So that was kind of the snow setup. Our cruisers were just kind of buried in snowbanks a little bit down the road as we excavated this.
And sir, as far as this search was concerned, what, if any, information did you provide to Lieutenant O'Hara as far as
What he's calling a
items being
snowbank does
searched
not
for,
seem to be what
or
I would be calling a
what was he
snowbank.
directed to be looking for?
There were 2 items specifically. We were looking for potential pieces of a taillight of a vehicle and a shoe.
And as far as a shoe and potential pieces of taillight, where did that information come from, or why were those the items
Yes,
that were
Kim
being?
Proctor.
Relative to the shoe,
Maybe Buke.
when Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor responded to Good Samaritan Hospital and collected the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, they realized that there was only one shoe present at the hospital. They had contacted the Canton EMS and other people who cared for him, and they'd learned that a shoe wasn't removed at the scene, and that when Canton Fire and EMS arrived, Mr. O'Keefe only had one shoe on. So it was important to locate that second shoe. Relative to the taillight, we'd gotten information that witnesses stated that Ms. Reed's vehicle had a broken taillight, and so we were looking for evidence of it being broken at that location.
And with respect to the search that was conducted by Lieutenant O'Hara and members from the CERT team, where was that in relation to either the roadway or the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
Well, as we were excavating this, or as they were excavating this snowbank in front of it, we realized that the snowbank protruded about 3 feet into the roadway. So as they were moving this first part of the snowbank, we're essentially shoveling the road. And so as they continued on there, they would then hit the curb area.
And as far as beyond the curb area, as far as grass or the front lawn, was the CERT team members, from your observations, able to go beyond the curb into the front lawn area?
No, they're having difficulty shoveling with plastic snow shovels onto the lawn, from the lawn.
Oh,
Your Honor,
really?
may I approach the witness? Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Lieutenant Tully, with respect to the CERT team and their search, what, if anything, did you do to document and memorialize their efforts as far as any items that were recovered?
I took photographs of items that were eventually found in place and documented them in a report, and they were collected in evidence bags.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
They were collected again with the passive. The passive voice is a big tell in this one too.
May I have one
Because he
moment,
didn't
Your
seal and log those evidence bags, did he?
Jurors, we'll be stopping at 4 today.
No, he didn't. DeChico did 6 days later. Right?
And sir, with respect to, I'm going to place before you, Rule 2, I'm going to direct your attention to what's been marked as exhibits 111 through 134, and just in general, I'm just going to ask you whether or not.
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
The photographs that I took that afternoon.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I don't want to belabor the point, but if I could just publish just a couple of these exhibits.
Okay.
You don't want to belabor the point, but you're going to belabor the point because we've already seen these.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 111. Lieutenant, there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. If I could ask, first of all, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 111?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton and the flagpole I previously mentioned.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this exhibit.
So this picture was taken to memorialize this piece of red plastic here.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 114. Again, Lieutenant, do you recognize
This is
what's up on the screen as
disturbed
exhibit
snow.
114?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed there.
It's that same previously mentioned red plastic. The purposes of the multiple photographs, I'll take one as overalls, and as I get closer, I'll take more photographs to give better context.
And these photographs of these items, were they taken, the items that you're photographing, were they moved in any way prior to you memorializing them with photographs?
Yes, this piece in particular, the CERT team member, as he was removing the snow with the shovel, had picked up this piece of plastic with it. I asked him to place it back where he found it, where it approximately was, so that I could memorialize it in place.
So it was picked up and you asked him to put it back where he found it, and he did so.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 117. And again, Lieutenant, you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 117.
Yes.
What do you recognize as?
Members
These
of the
guys are
CERT team
digging
doing
through
their
plowed
excavation
snow.
of the snowbank.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 120.
They're digging through the plowed snow on the side of the road.
Again, sir,
look
do you
at that.
recognize what's up on the screen?
This
as
is not the
Exhibit
fresh
120?
snow that
Yes.
fell.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this photograph.
A black Nike sneaker with a white sole that was recovered in the snowbank.
And at some point subsequent to this, what, if any, comparison did you do visually with the sneaker that you observed in this photograph with respect to the sneaker that was recovered from the Good Samaritan by Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan?
They matched both in make and model, size. The shoe that was recovered by the troopers at the hospital was a right sneaker. This one found was the left, or a left.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 127. And again, sir, do you recognize what's up there as 127?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in that photograph.
A clear piece of plastic.
Now, with respect to this clear piece of plastic, what, if anything, did you observe or did you note of significance as far as the surface of that particular piece of clear plastic?
I noticed that it's curvature in shape, and there are raised dimples, for lack of a better term, that were along the outside of this piece of plastic, or on one side of it.
It looks like the plastic is sitting
Now-
on a footprint.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have, lastly, from this group, Exhibit 131. And again, Lieutenant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 131?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
That is a photograph that I took at 34 Fairview that depicts a red piece of plastic.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down and start with example like that. Now, with respect to the items that were observed and photographed by you on January 29th during the CERT team search, what happened with those items from the scene?
They were collected, placed in an evidence bag, and brought back to our offices to be secured.
Passive.
And if you could, as far as the evidence sort of system is conducted with regard to this case and other cases and investigations within your unit, can you explain to the jury that process of sort of when an
Well,
item
we
is
just sort of
seen,
leave things
or
sitting
an item of
around until
evidentiary
somebody
value
decides to
seized?
get around to putting
What
it into
happens?
evidence.
Well, first, to provide context, by policy, I am the evidence officer for the unit, and I have assistant evidence officers who assist me in the caretaking of the evidence. So we'll use this particular instance where evidence is collected at a scene, it's memorialized in place, placed in, if it's the right shape and the right condition, in a paper bag with some notes placed on the outside of the bag, transported to our office where it's secured either in a temporary locker or the permanent evidence area.
And as far as when it's taken into custody and put into a bag, what is sort of the protocol or the policies with regard to how that bag is marked or what is done with that bag once you have the item contained there?
There's certain pieces of information that will typically go in the bag, the name of the person who is picking the evidence up, put in the bag, the date, time, location, a brief description of the evidence contained in the bag. It will then be taped, and initials will be placed on the tape to memorialize who did the taping and the date in which the taping occurred.
And as far as the supervisor, as far as evidence is concerned, you mentioned that there are some evidence officers who are assistants to you as the actual evidence officer.
Yes.
And at this time, in January 29th, 2022, who were those evidence officers within your unit?
Relative to the homicide section, it was Trooper Jeff Kotkowski and Trooper David DeChico.
Now, with respect to the evidence storage at your office, can you explain to the jury sort of how that's managed, where it is, and how items are checked in to evidence once they're sent?
We have an evidence tracking system. So as evidence comes in, we place it into the system. A label will be created and placed on the outside with the case number and an item number specific to that bag. It will be placed into the evidence room, which is locked in 2 different methods and has an alarm code pad, and you need your ID pass to swipe in order to enter. And only certain members of the unit have access and know the code to the alarm. Me obviously being the one, and the 2 assistant evidence officers. And that's subject to inspection by the state police frequently.
And so,
Which is why when you want to
correct me
mess
if
with
I'm
stuff,
wrong,
you
but at
can't put
this
it back
time,
there
it's
right away,
essentially
huh?
yourself, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Kukowski, who had access to that evidence storage area.
Yes.
Now, with respect to the remainder of the troopers within your unit, would they have access to that same evidence storage area?
No.
Now,
But they have access to the temporary
with
storage,
respect to
don't
your
they?
unit at this time, late January of 2022, how many troopers were in your unit or under your supervision in the second unit at that time?
There were 13 under my supervision for the unit as a whole. Specific to the homicide section, there were 4 troopers and 1 sergeant.
And that number, as far as 4 troopers and 1 sergeant, is that sort of a typical number, a low number, high number?
Historically for Norfolk, that was a low number. We have since had more transfers come in to the unit.
And how many do you supervise within the homicide unit at this point?
1 sergeant and 7 troopers.
Now, with respect to the evidence storage area, is there sort of a temporary versus a permanent storage area contained within that
Yes, he said that, Lally.
locked and coded
Couple
storage area?
times.
Yes.
And can you describe sort of the difference between the 2 and how things are managed by either you or your assistants with regard to evidence within the locked storage area?
So because only essentially 3 people have access to the permanent storage area, if a member collects evidence and brings it back to the office and does not have access to the main storage area, we have another temporary storage area that is allowed by policy where they can then secure the evidence. The next available time, the person who has access to the main room will come in and transport that piece of evidence from the temporary area to the permanent area.
As far as that transportation
Why
or
wouldn't the clerk
transmission
be
from
there
the temporary
to do
area
it?
to the permanent area, what if any sort of documentation is generated in regard to into that?
There's no notation from one location to the other as allowed by policy.
And as far as when items are seized and when their labels are sort of printed in relation to those items, is that always done sort of simultaneously when the item comes in, or how is that typically done timely?
Well, same with the label printing system. So only the evidence officers have the ability to create the labels and put it into the system. So you need them to create the label. So if a member comes in, doesn't have access to that system, place it in temporary storage area at the next available opportunity for an evidence officer or the assistant evidence officer to arrive, know that there's evidence there and process it, place a label on it, and stick it in a permanent storage area.
So you could have booked it in that
Now,
night,
with respect
is what I'm
to
hearing.
those items that you recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Because
the
you have that
roadway
access.
park, where were those items located with respect to each other?
They were in total within a 5-foot area. So if you're looking at the house, from right to left was how they were found. First was that first picture you displayed, which was the red piece of plastic. About 3 feet from that was the Nike sneaker. About 1 or 2 feet to the left of that was the clear plastic, and just next to that was another piece of red plastic along the curb of the road.
And as far as those items that were recovered and bagged and placed in evidence on January 29th, did you have occasion to bring those items with you to court today?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Let's see him.
Sir, I am presenting you a bag.
No gloves. Go ahead and manhandle it.
Brought my own.
Oh, he's actually got sterile gloves. Look at that. Nice latex that he's got sitting in his dirty old suit pocket.
Lieutenant, first, just with reference to the item I placed before you, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The bag that contains the left sneaker that was seized from 34 Fairview Road that day, outside the residence.
And, Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove that item from the bag and display it for the jury.
Yes.
Take those dirty scissors, cut it open, and now handle all over the outside of the bag, and then reach in and touch that shoe. Commit to the bit. There's the white sole.
Thank you, sir. If you could place that in the bag.
There was some question about that because of how it was photographed. We saw that at the time. And then later in the day, folks were pointing out there were other photos where it seemed to be white and it looked like it could be a shadow.
569.
So it looks like it is a shadow because finally,
Yeah,
at long
Henry.
last,
Yes.
somebody figured out how to photograph snow because you have to really underexpose the image. The snow is very bright. It will burn out the photograph. So you have to underexpose everything, but then that means that more shadows will be brought out. So
Do you
that's why it
recognize
looks
each of those
black in that
respective
photo.
bags, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
The bags that contain the red and clear plastic pieces that were recovered from the roadway in front of 34 Fairview Road.
And, sir, if you could, just with respect to each of those bags, read what is listed as a description on the outside of the bag to the jury.
The description on this first one is pieces of clear hard plastic tail light cover. Location 34 Fairview Road, Canton.
And the second, please.
The description is pieces of red hard plastic tail light cover. Location 34 Fairview Road, Canton.
And, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to open each of those bags and display the items to the jury.
Okay.
Yeah, now go ahead and rub John's DNA all over
Sir, if
those
I could ask you
plastic
to
pieces.
start with the red plastic.
Okay.
With those same gloves that you just handled his shoes with, his shoes that are going to have his DNA all over them. Go ahead and rub that all over that plastic.
On the Commonwealth, please
So
introduce and
dramatic.
admit those as the next exhibit.
All right, Mr. Jackson, they're coming in.
No objection. Thank you.
570.
Now, Lieutenant, before we get to the next item before you, if I could just ask a couple questions in regard to the search. January 29, 2022, about what time is it that you arrive in the area of 34 Fairview?
About 5:30.
And had yourself or any members of your unit, to your knowledge, been at 34 Fairview at any point in time prior to your arrival there that day?
No.
Objection.
Well, I'll allow it as to whether he knows whether they were. No.
And about how long was it that you were on scene at 34 Fairview that day?
About an hour.
Now, with respect to when
And who are
these
the
items were
mystery
found, do you
people?
know approximately what time the first item was located by a member of the search team?
Revealed itself?
Yes.
And what time was that?
5:45.
Now, with respect to at any point in time that you were on scene at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022. Was either Trooper Proctor or Sergeant Buchanan on scene at 34 Fairview while you were there?
No.
And with respect to around that time,
But
as a
who was-
supervisor,
who
were
were the
you
mystery
aware
people?
where they were or their location at that time?
Yes.
And where was that?
They were following a tow truck that was towing Miss Reed's vehicle from Dayton to Canton.
Now, with respect to the vehicle and or the pieces of red and clear plastic that were found by the CERT team at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, what, if any, conversation did you have with respect to Lieutenant O'Hara in regard to the vehicle and sort of the damage on it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We wanted to know what we were looking for. Specifically, Lieutenant O'Hara wanted to know what are we looking for and what's the scope of the items we're looking for. So we had discussion about how much taillight we believed was missing from Miss Reed's vehicle, so that as we go along, we would know if we had it enough, or we had it all, I should say.
And so with respect to that, what, if anything, were you able to share with Lieutenant O'Hara with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle at that particular time?
I didn't have much information because it was still on a tow truck or being loaded up into the Canton Police Department at that time. So
And they didn't bother
I
to
didn't have
take
any
a
actual
picture and
knowledge
text it
of
to you?
how much taillight we're looking for.
And prior to you leaving from the scene at 34 Fairview Road, along with the CERT team on that date of January 29th, even at that time, did you know the full extent or how much taillight you were looking for at that time?
No.
Now, sir, if I could ask you just to, with the court's permission, Your Honor, may he remove the items from that second bag
Yes.
before him?
Wouldn't you want your trooper who's seen the broken taillight is taking it into custody to take a photo of it and send it to you? And then you could see we're looking for red pieces, we're looking for orange pieces, we're looking for clear pieces, we're looking for white pieces, we're looking for part of the housing, we're looking for part of the light, the actual light bulb. You didn't want to do any of that?
Lieutenant, from the two items that you have before you in your hand, you had referenced one of those clear pieces having some sort of stippling or raised surfaces on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could just with your finger or just in some way delineate to the jury where you observed that to be.
So you can see it as you look through it. You can see almost bubbling of it. And as you run your finger along, you can feel indentations along there, as well as the ridges that are along the top end here that appear on both pieces.
Lieutenant, if you could, you can place those items back in the bag. And Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
This is 571. You?
Your Honor, given the time and given where I am.
Why don't you come to second and say this?
I know exactly what that's referring to. One of the greatest attorney characters of all time, Lionel Hutz. I'm not wearing a tie at all. Because Apu remembers specifically you're wearing a 2.5-inch wide white and red striped tie and a half Windsor knot. Struggling. I'm not wearing a tie at all. So Jackson's doing the objections again, so he's doing this cross also. Really want to see some of these holes getting closed. Really want to see some of these holes getting closed. I was waiting for that phone. They're letting him get away with all this passive voice. The phone was brought into evidence. All these other things were booked in.
Rather than while we keep talking, I'm going to go ahead
Who
and
did
send
it?
you home. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about the case, please let us know. We'll see you tomorrow. So tomorrow will be 9 to 4, 9 to 4:30. We hope to get started right away, okay? Detective Lieutenant, I'm just gonna actually file out after the jury.
Yes, sir.
Jurors leaving your notebooks on your chairs. All rise. Jury out. Jurors follow me.
9 to 4 or 4:30 tomorrow. Okay.
You may be seated.
Don't know if we'll get anything substantive here. Originally today was going to be our voir dire, right? She had insisted on Wednesday. But then maybe Friday, but then we're having full days every day. So just really not clear what's going on with all that. Needing to have the voir dire of the experts that the Commonwealth is so unhappy about. Every time I click away, I'm worried they're gonna do something because of course that one time they did. So now I'm gonna be paranoid, and they'll never do anything during this time again. But we're gonna just sit here and stare. Yeah, John's dad left. He left during Trooper Proctor, and it doesn't look like he came back. Sad. Very sad. I don't know who that is sitting next to Mrs. O'Keefe.
Thank you, Tori. Jim.
Yes.
Now we're getting the fan. So now I guess that's it. I guess it's official. It's fan time. Well, I'll leave it on in my background here, but I won't make you guys stare at that just in case something happens before they jump to something else. Well. I was waiting to find out, where'd the phone come from? He slipped that in. Proctor slipped that in some point in his testimony about booking in the phones, the John's phone and Karen's phone. I think it was right there on redirect. Secured them. Where'd you get them? Where'd you get John's phone? Where'd you get John's phone? Because you said in your report you got it at the scene. But you hadn't gone to the scene, so you didn't get it from the scene. You got it from somewhere else. Buchanan said you got it from Canton Police Department. So why did you say you got it from the scene when you got it from Canton Police Department? Who did you get it from at Canton Police Department? How did that person document their custody of it? How many hands did it pass through? Why did that person not put it in an evidence bag and stick it over in this secure room that we've been hearing about, or even Canton's own evidence area? Why didn't they do that? That's not uncommon. You book something into your own evidence for your agency, and then you just transfer it to the other agency when jurisdiction over the investigation is transferred. That's not uncommon at all. Where'd you get it from? Really would like to know. Really would like to know, but it doesn't look like I'm going to. So we're not going to know who Carrie Roberts gave it to, because she just said somebody at the scene. Well, Seraph didn't say anything about that. Mulaney didn't say anything about it. Good didn't say anything about it. Gallagher didn't say anything about it. None of them said anything about it. Kind of think they would have mentioned it. Oh, and by the way, she gave me the phone and I took that back and secured it for evidence. Recognized immediately the importance of that particular piece of item, that particular piece of evidence. So exercised great care in making sure that it was secured. Kept waiting to hear that. Well, I'm going to go back through my notes just to see if there's anything else today that we got to follow up on. I mean, Proctor blew up his own credibility. I mean, to the extent he had any left at that point. Guarino did all the Celebrite stuff, even though he made a point of telling us he's trained in Celebrite. He not only doesn't know anything about that report, he didn't read the part where texts were deleted. See, this is why there's no evidence pointing to anybody else. He's just conveniently not looking at the stuff that makes other people look sus. He'll say Karen changed her story, right? He'll say she gave inconsistent stories in her interview that they didn't record. They'll say that, but deleting your activity from the night before, you know that's sus, so you're just going to not even see it at all. That's why nothing pointed at anybody else, because it's kind of hard to take Jen McCabe's word for anything when she's running around hiding stuff like that, isn't she? When she's saying went home and went to bed, but she's actually Google searching how long to die in cold. Making those extra phone calls to Nicole Albert in the morning before she was supposed to. It's all in there. He just happened to not see it. The Celebrate trained guy didn't see any of that. Motive, means, and opportunity really focused on Brian Higgins, and that part of the cross really focused on Brian Higgins as the one with the motive, means, and opportunity. And it makes sense. He does. He does have the best evidence of motive of any of them. Brian Albert, why would Brian Albert want to beat up John? I don't know. Why would Colin want to beat up John? I don't know. Colin, I guess there was the whole thing about the Nebercracker, you know, the get off my lawn stuff. I suppose that's sort of a motive. But Brian, they don't really have, Brian Albert, they don't, I mean, I don't think I've heard anything yet that would tell me why would Brian Albert want to beat up John O'Keefe, just in and of itself on his own right, not having something to do with his good buddy Brian Higgins here or his nephew Colin, you know. His involvement I could understand as sort of that supporting role, right? But really focused on Brian Higgins, motive, means, and opportunity, and he conceded, yeah, there's all three of those things. He conceded all three of those things. But still didn't investigate him. Didn't care at all about that undetermined finding. Didn't matter. Doesn't matter. Can't remember how many times that's happened. Couldn't put an exact number on it. Well, in your prior testimony, you put that exact number as 0. That was a great one. That was a great one from Jackson there. He was ready for that. He was ready for that impeachment right off the bat. They would absolutely never try to change her mind. Of course not. Of course not. I mean, honestly, they didn't really care if this thing got solved or not, did they? They didn't really care. They're just completely, you know, if the evidence isn't there, then that just is what it is. I guess it goes unsolved, really. You think so? You think that's the attitude he's going to have? No. They're going to take it in a direction no matter what. All that stuff with Kevin Albert, I was not aware of. I was not aware he had a relationship with Kevin Albert. I was not aware they were working cases together. I was not aware they're in each other's phones. I was not aware they had this little overnight party trip over to the Cape to interview one witness on a cold case. That's what Massachusetts is paying these police officers for. I wonder, was that fruitful, do you think? Did that go anywhere, that cold case? Did that interview, did that materially advance that cold case? I don't know. I'd like to know. Because kind of sounds like the kind of thing that's just sort of an excuse, a reason to go down to the Cape. Oh, that brilliant Amber moment. I don't consider that a relationship. Yup. I don't consider that perjury. It's just that pledging and donating are synonymous. He said, I took 2 phones to Guarino to try to extract him. That's talking about John's phone. Where? Where did he get it from? Did it just apparate into the Canton Police Department Sallyport? Maybe it did. Throws DeChico under the bus. I don't know. I'm not the evidence clerk. I don't know the details about what got booked in, when, and why. That's not me. Talk to DeChico about it, because he's the one whose initials are on the tape. It's his initials on the tape. So it wasn't sealed till he got his hands on it on February 4th. That kind of seems to matter to me. All those videos, and that note. The note from DeChico about 0041, 1241. Looks like she's coming home. And didn't hit him about that defense exhibit, the Sallyport video that he shouldn't have seen. He shouldn't have seen that one. He shouldn't have seen the one where it was put back in the correct orientation, but the timestamp was reversed. He should have seen the one the Commonwealth had that they originally produced, where it was a mirror image, but the timestamp was correct. That's what he should have seen and reviewed. Didn't nail him on that. I wonder if they're going to do something behind the scenes, motion, something. I mean, the problem is, what's the recourse? What's the sanction for that? It's already happened. It needed to be brought out in front of the jury that this guy is under a sequestration order, and the thing he just told you he looked at would have been subject to that order. It's part of this trial. It's part of this evidence. He should not have known about it. I don't know that dot got connected for the jury. Once again, he took John's cell phone and had access to the Ring camera on his cell phone. Where did he take it from? Canton Police Department? Who? Who at Canton Police Department? Where at Canton Police Department? And then those notes. Yeah, I reviewed all of them, and DeChico saw that one. 0041. 0041. So it was there when DeChico looked. There when he looked, but it wasn't there. Wasn't there when you go on to write your report about your observations of the video. Now it's not there. I really hope the defense followed up with Ring, because I am just as skeptical that he wasn't able to get an activity log as I am that he didn't know who the plow driver was. I'm just as skeptical of both of those things. Of course there's an activity log. It runs through their server. It's acting on their server. Of course they have a record of that. And of course that can be produced. And yeah, makes a lot of sense to me that the reason why you wouldn't is because it shows you doing stuff on that phone. because you're not supposed to be in there with your grubby fingers anyway. This is why we have Celebrite, as you know, as a Celebrite trained technician, expert. What are you exactly? You're trained to use it. That's why. Because when you fiddle around with the phone with your hands, you're creating new data. You're affecting the integrity of that phone. You're overwriting stuff that is in, what's it called? It's not unsecured space. I forget the technical word. There's a place in your phone, like one of the places where information gets stored, unallocated space is the word that I'm looking for. A lot of times when you delete things, it gets moved into unallocated space. That's how they're able to go in and recover deleted items from your phone. But as you continue to use the phone and do things on it, that unallocated space, it gets overwritten by the new activity. So that's why you police do not touch the phone. Once you've taken it into evidence, you do nothing but plug it into that Celebrite extraction, the physical analyzer. You plug it in, you let it do its thing, you run the program, you read the report. That's it. Because you could be overwriting stuff that got deleted, and that could be material. Everybody knows that you don't do that. So that makes a lot of sense to me for why you wouldn't be able to get that log from Amazon. I'm very curious to know, was the defense able to get that log from Amazon? I sure would love to know. That finish, shame on you, sir. Shame on you, sir. He just went ahead and went for it. He knew Bev was going to get on him. He knew it was going to be stricken. It doesn't matter. I mean, she wasn't letting him ask leading questions. She was making him reword his questions to be open-ended questions. This is cross-examination. He gets to put words in the witness's mouth. And the witness gets to say, I accept that or I don't. That's the nature of cross-examination. Wasn't letting him do it, making him do everything open-ended, and then still, just for whatever reason that we don't know, because the bases aren't being articulated here in court, for whatever reason, not letting him ask things that seem pretty relevant. Pretty relevant to this guy's credibility, his veracity, his integrity, all of which is on the line here because of how they chose to conduct this investigation and how much they decided to leave on a just trust me bro basis. Instead of recording the interview, instead of photographing the taillight, instead of documenting all this stuff, you went trust me bro, and then you deliberately left the stuff out. Yeah, problem. Lally's redirect. Did it rehabilitate him? I mean, I don't know. That whole initial thing about showing up at his sister's school and trying to serve her, and then they just the remedy is to strike that and get a do-over. No, that's called opening a door. That's called opening a door. But no, she went ahead and went with it wasn't responsive, so just strike it and try again. Get the right answer from him this time, Mr. Lally. Please. Ridiculous. And otherwise, just a lot of self-serving stuff, overwhelming evidence, yada, yada, yada. Here is what we'd done and who we'd talked to. Yeah, we know what you did. We know what you didn't do. We know what you didn't do. At least as important as what you did. Had that I hit him that he put in Flamatti's mouth, which was not in Flamatti's report. Now, Flamatti did say that in his testimony. But how's it not in his report? Especially if now we're learning, according to you, Trooper Proctor, you talked to him the same day. You talked to him like later that morning. He's one of the first people that you talk to. And at that point, he tells you, she said, I hit him. So you already know this is important. And you just forget to put that in your report? No, having a hard time believing that one. Having a very hard time believing that one. He knew John never went in the house. You know, this is something that I've noticed. I've noticed a lot with cops like these and with really anybody who... You got to have a lot of epistemic humility when you're dealing with a criminal case, because the reality is you don't know. You don't know. You don't. You know what people told you. You know what some of the physical evidence is. A lot of the time, no, though, you don't know. And it, because it can be very complicated. It can be very gray, you know. People can be a victim of a crime but still be dishonest about what happened. Or people can be honest about one thing but fudge some others. You know, you don't know. You don't know what happened. So when somebody's telling you they weren't there, but they know what happened, to me, that's just a massive tell. This is not somebody that is real interested in exploring the limits of what they know. This is someone who is invested in knowing. This is someone who, knowing is really important to them. And so they will take those pieces of information, what they think they know, what they want to know, what somebody told them, and it confirms the direction they want to go, then they know. Then they know, right? Like if your kid commits a crime and your kid tells you, oh, but it didn't happen. It didn't happen like that. This is what happened. How many times do you think that parent's going to be like, I know my kid wasn't involved? Yeah, it happens. Definitely happens. He knew John never went in the house. He knew. Why? Because Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, Chris McCabe, Matt McCabe told him that. That's how he knew, because he was told by the people with the motive, the incentive to not be honest about it. If they were involved, right? Every incentive to mislead him. So we finally got explicitly the statement of how they think it happened. They believe John O'Keefe got out of the car with the cocktail glass that he took from the waterfall, and that she pulled up and then backed into him with her car and then left. So very specific theory now of the case of what happened. So this is a cocktail glass from the waterfall. Never heard that they did anything to confirm that, of course. Never went and got a cocktail glass from the waterfall to make sure that it matches. Never did that. Don't think we ever even recovered the missing pieces from the cocktail glass, did we? We know it's a broken cocktail glass from under him, and we know they recovered other glass, but it didn't match. So where's the rest of the cocktail glass? It should be right there. Should be right there. Should be right there under him with the rest of the cocktail glass. Where is it? Well, I mean, given how far this tail light shattered halfway across the town, it's in the street, it's in the grass, it's by the hydrant, it's by the flagpole, it's this tail light is everywhere. I don't know, maybe the glass pieces made it to Dighton or something. And now Tully, and now we're in our Lally Haze. We're in our Lally Haze because we already know what he's going to say. He's just going to paint things, in the positive light. Going to use that passive voice where appropriate, not attribute certain actions to anybody specific. Just say, oh, they were taken into evidence. John's phone was taken into custody on 129. Wouldn't you think police officers would be proud of their contribution to solving this case? Wouldn't you think they'd want to be like, I got his phone. I got the plastic. You found the piece that tied up the case, made it clear, built it. That's what gave you grounds to go in and make that arrest. Aren't you going to be like, I found that? No, it was found. It was booked in. These things they're calling snowbanks. Pardon me for being all critical here or whatever. But what he said is the plow had plowed one lane down the middle of the road. Okay, so we know how snow plows work. It runs down the middle of the road. Usually you got the blade tilted, so it's throwing the snow into a pile onto one side or the other side. That snow it's being compacted through this process. So it gets heavy, it gets dense, and the more times they plow through, you know, the more they add on to that, and it gets denser and heavier and harder to get into. That's what a snowbank is. That's what I consider a snowbank. It's what's left after the plow has gone through. Or, you know, maybe you've shoveled your own driveway. You know, and you put the snow somewhere. Where do you put the snow? You put it in a snowbank. Okay, what a snowbank is not is an area of fresh, pristine, untouched snow, which seems to me like that's what we should have right up on this curb. If the plow is just going down the middle of the road, I mean, how wide of a snowbank is this thing throwing off? How fast is he going down this road? It's not going to be more than a couple feet. A couple feet wide, few feet wide, 3 feet maybe. Can't really imagine it being a lot deeper than that. So, real different situation here. Are we dealing with fresh snow? Are we dealing with compacted snow? Are we dealing with snow that's been plowed? We know that the main plow driver went down the middle of the road. I don't know that nobody else has gone through and plowed this. By the way, once the plow goes through, because of how the blade gets turned, it closes off your driveway. They don't like lift their blade when they're going past your driveway so they don't throw snow over across it. No, you get a snowbank across the back of your driveway and then you have to go dig it out. Really curious about when the Alberts got out of their driveway and what kind of steps they took throughout the day to keep their driveway clear, right? Because we know Brian Albert went over to Jen McCabe's at 10 in the morning. How'd they clear the snowbank? How'd they clear out where the plow had gone across where his driveway was going to be? How'd he get into the plowed part of the road? I mean, it's not like he doesn't have a friend with a plow. Very good friend with a plow. Brian Higgins. They didn't go onto the lawn because they had difficulty shoveling there. No. Once again, calling bullshit on this. The snowbank where the plow has thrown the snow, that's the part that's hard to shovel because that's the part that is heavy and compacted. That's the part that's like trying to get into ice sometimes. The stuff that's on the yard, the majority of this is supposed to be fresh snow that has fallen since 6 in the morning because we saw with our eyes what the conditions were when they went out there. Couple inches on the ground, maybe 4 inches on the ground. And they would have trampled around that area, stomped around the snow in that area when they're getting drawn out and stuff. But snow has then been falling all day since then. So that is the easiest snow to shovel. That nice fluffy fresh stuff. You're telling me you had a hard time shoveling that? Not buying that. Not buying it for a second. Not buying it for a second. You looked in the road because you needed it to be in the road. That's where the point of contact for this accident would need to be. That's where you'd expect to find the taillight in the road. You wouldn't expect to find it all over the grass if the car didn't go up into the grass. Right? Nobody saw any tracks or anything like that suggesting the car went up into the grass. So that's why you were looking in the road, because you were looking for what you already believed was going to be there. All this passive voice, the plastic pieces, they were collected, placed in an evidence bag, brought back to our office to be secured. By who? By who, Mr. Tully? Who did that? How did they do that? How did they secure it? You taped it and put your initials on it? Why don't you show us that? I'd like to see that at this point. I'd like to see that at this point. The sneaker, great. We sorted out. Sole of the sneaker's white. It's clear. It was a shadow. Matches John's shoe. Okay. That's fine. And nobody has any problem with that. Doesn't mean it wasn't planted. Doesn't mean it wasn't planted. This entire scene unsecured for the entire day. He knew. He at 12 he testified. He knew he's going to call CERT out. And still they do nothing to go and secure this scene, to make sure it's got some kind of integrity to it. Still didn't do that. So because of that, the whole place is open for, 8 hours, not more. Yeah. Plenty of room to plant a shoe. Plenty of room to plant a shoe. Well, that's about all I have for my takeaways for today. Let's take a look at some of your guys' takeaways. Everage. So CPD gets recused, but a Canton trooper is fine. Well, in and of itself, the Canton trooper is probably okay, but the personal relationships, yeah, that's a problem. It shouldn't have been him. It shouldn't have been him. If he's just a guy from Canton who doesn't have any kind of relationship with these people, then it's probably going to be okay. Might be a little close for some people's comfort, but just from sort of a technical standpoint of, is there a conflict? No, there isn't. But when it's your friends, when it's your friends, that's a problem. So that's why it's an issue. Dollyhood became a member. Welcome. Torn 3, I've liked your analysis since Depp, and while I'm not sure how soon I'll get to it, you have clearly earned a custom Kumihimo braid for this coverage like I've made for Runkle and Rob and Jeff. Well, awesome. I mean, thank you very much. That is great company for me to be in. So I very much appreciate that. Thank you so much. Brutally Honest became a member. Lady Decronus seconds Torin 3's work. Well, I'm sure it's fantastic. I know what Kumihimo braiding is, at least just vaguely. It's like at least what I understand it to be, it's like circular kind of braiding, but I could be wrong. Look forward to seeing it. Sarah Howard, absolutely appreciating your commentary. Andrea, thumbs up. Thank you so much. Well, I'm enjoying being here. I'm enjoying having all you guys here with me. Rob Inson, what is the U.S. record for ouch objections in a trial? Yeah. I don't know. Have to think that one over. I mean, these final objections from Lally, where it was just clearly, I'm objecting because this looks really bad for Trooper Proctor. Doesn't have a basis, has to go to sidebar. What was that question? I mean, that was when he was getting into the notes, wasn't it? Getting into Trooper DeChico's notes. Objection. Yeah, I didn't want him to ask. About deleting that video. Or was it the defense exhibit? Was that when he had that desperate objection? Object. Well, anyway, I caught it. It was a moment that stuck with me because it was, I mean, you could even hear it in his voice. Desperation. He's just reaching for something to stop what's happening. NBC 10, Boston, Sue O'Connell in K for jury input. Okay, I'll look her up. Maybe we'll look at some of that tomorrow if she's got a Twitter feed or something like that where she's keeping track of jury responses, jury reactions. I'm always happy to take a look at stuff like that. This is absolutely not approximately $20, $19.99. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, good point. It's absolutely not. No. How could you even ask me that? I am so offended. I'm going to hate you because you smeared me with this accusation. Absolutely not. No evidence that I got a $20 super chat from Bass. No evidence whatsoever. We get each other. Beach Rando. So rumor is that Proctor's union had a statement on their webpage for over a year supporting Proctor that they pulled it off the website yesterday. Yeah, we talked about this during the break real briefly. It was from October or August of last year. They had put out this statement fully supporting him. We follow the evidence in our investigations. We're impartial and professional, yada, yada. And it got revived yesterday on social media. They subsequently yanked it. So what does that mean? Is that a change of heart? Is that we don't want people thinking that this statement was something that we just said yesterday because everyone's talking about it yesterday. So we're going to pull it so there's no confusion. Yeah, I don't know, but looks to me like the writing is on the wall. Okay, nobody in Massachusetts who pays their taxes to support their law enforcement is going to be pleased with what Trooper Proctor has shown himself to be here. Marcelo Frias, I thought I would never hate a lawyer more than Elaine, but Lally takes the crown. Elaine at least was sometimes entertaining with her bad questions. Yeah, I'm not sure yet that Lally has crossed Elaine for me, mainly because Elaine was so dishonest. And that was something that I had followed throughout the course of that case. The problems Elaine had with candor to the tribunal. Now, I'm aware there's a lot of similar kinds of accusations about Lally. We saw some of that even just yesterday with the motion, or not yesterday, but Monday, with the motion to exclude the defense experts, where he's misrepresenting what was said in court to suggest that it meant something that it wasn't. And that is pretty Elaine-like, I gotta say. So could just be that because I haven't walked that whole pretrial road with a lot of people that are, a lot of you that are already more familiar with that than I am, that's why I'm not quite there yet with Lally. But it's not looking good. It's not looking good, and that's part of why I really would have liked to know, hey, Proctor, who gave you that defense exhibit? Who gave you that defense exhibit to look at on your day off yesterday when you're supposed to be sequestered? Who was that? Was that Mr. Lally? Duncan, Idaho. KR's motive was the argument in Aruba a month earlier, just like BA chose to wipe and replace his phone because of his birthday a few weeks earlier. Yeah, only the things that happen in the immediate time frame of the subject event are the ones that don't matter. Those are the only things that don't matter. The fact that the court hearing on preserving your phone is that day, that has nothing to do with the decision to wipe the phone. That's just unrelated. It's because of the 3 week ago birthday. I mean, it does. It just looks like such a reach. It looks like such a reach. Zen Cat's a new member. Welcome. Welcome. Auto Mata, the interconnecting repetition of theme, establishment, and incorporation of different elements, a real skill of narrative construction in this cross. Yeah, this is the same thing that I was talking about earlier, about how I just love the structure of what he did, where he started off with those group texts to show, to establish. You're saying outright you're going to pin it on her. And it really doesn't matter if you're going to concede that or not. We know you're not going to concede that. So then we're going to go through and show through our cross-examination how that's exactly what you did. So it doesn't matter that you denied it. It's a show, don't tell. Your words are cheap. Talk is always cheap, And this guy's talk extra cheap. Okay. I mean, like I said, this guy opens his mouth. It's pretty much a signal now that I'm not going to believe it. He's just too unbelievable. But that's why that's a big part of why I feel that way, is because I was shown him doing it. I didn't have to guess. I didn't have to infer. I didn't have to have somebody tell me, well, but this is what happened. No, they just went ahead and showed me who he didn't talk to, the decisions that he made about what to follow up on, what to prioritize, what not to. And the hatred, yeah, the hatred is next level. That's next level. It's not called for, not appropriate, not necessary. Anton Ivanov, it seems Canton babies don't drink milk but booze. Yeah, I mean, this is, the drinking here is nuts. I guess, I don't know, call me a Puritan or something. I don't drink that much. I mean, these guys don't do anything but drink. They don't do anything but drink. And here they are yelling about Karen drinking. These guys are cops drinking and driving all over in their patrol cars, losing their guns. Yeah, it is a different standard because they're the licensed officers. They're the ones who are supposed to be out there protecting us. They're the ones that we trust to not be raging hypocrites when they arrest us for doing the stuff that they're out there doing. That's just a little thing that kind of goes to, I don't know, the legitimacy of the institution of the police. Kind of why you're held to a higher standard. Duncan, Idaho, this entire thing is so crooked, so biased, and so disgusting. What might be needed for a directed verdict? Not possible, extremely unlikely. Why? Pretty much not possible. I mean, the rule is the jury gets to decide who and what they believe. And so as long as there's anything in there at all that if the jury believes it, they can say, yeah, she's guilty of the crime, then they're going to get the opportunity to decide if they do believe it or not. And so from the legal perspective, they could believe Trooper Proctor. They could believe Jen McCabe. They could believe Brian Albert. They could believe there's been all of these butt dials and people mysteriously apparating into and out of the Canton Police Department garage. They could believe all those things, and that would be enough to convict. So virtually no chance it doesn't go to the jury. It just doesn't happen. Duncan, Idaho, the stress is giving Proctor sleep apnea. That might have been my dog. He was getting a little vigorous with the snoring there for a little bit. Carla Alejandra Cordova, Andrea, how do you foresee this playing out on appeal if Karen Reed gets convicted? So much wrong with this judge and her rulings. Yeah, I mean, like I already mentioned today, I'm raising the interference with my cross-examination of the lead investigator of the case and not being allowed to ask questions that go to his state of mind, his understanding, his interpretation, his intentions. Can't help but notice, like I called out at the time, when he's asked by Mr. Jackson to tell us about what his friend meant in a text, even just what he understood his friend to mean in a text in one of those chains, not allowed to go there. But when Mr. Lally wants to ask him, well, what did Courtney mean, or what did Julie Albert mean about this gift text, he gets to explain that. It's just the double standard is incredibly clear. And while that's not a great argument for appeal, okay? They treated me unfairly is not a great argument for appeal. It's right there in the record to show that you'll allow it under some circumstances, so why wouldn't you allow it in mine when I'm the person with the constitutional right to present the defense? I'm the one that has the constitutional rights. I'm the one that you should be bending over backward to find ways for me to be able to get to what I'm trying to get to. But that didn't happen. It hasn't been happening at all. So I see that being an issue. I'm sure that there are pretrial rulings that are going to be at issue. The whole issue with the DA's office not being disqualified, to me, that was a big problem. Just because I read the ruling and it's incomprehensible. She says, yeah, he violated the ethical rules, but nevertheless, that wasn't enough. Like, no, that's enough. I don't know how you square this circle. He crossed the line. His comments crossed the line, but not enough to make him disqualify. I don't know how you reconcile that. So yeah, I expect that there are going to be issues, and this is not even accounting for all the stuff that's happening that we don't know about. All these things that are going on at sidebar. You know, these restrictions that are being placed on what they can and can't go into that we aren't getting to see. So yeah, I think there's going to be appeal issues. Kyle Wells, this trial is The Departed meets The Retarded. Kind of is. Kind of is. You know, calling her the retarded client. Well, I guess you observe what you know. Rube, even with Bev tying one of his hands behind his back, AJ is murdering Proctor. Yeah, he did good. He did good. He worked him over. We could see the sweat coming out, going back, coming out, getting all shiny, getting less shiny. Yeah, he was quite uncomfortable there. Quite a few minutes where he's just frozen, dull stare, doesn't know what to say, knows he shouldn't just answer the question directly, knows he needs to give an explanation because the question is really, really bad, but doesn't know what that explanation is. Beep, 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 boop, boop. Having a hard time processing what that explanation needs to be. Yeah, I thought Mr. Jackson did just fine. My complaints are largely based on stuff that is because I don't know the answer to it. You know, when I say things like, why don't we know where the phone came from? The reason why, I don't know what the answer is to that. It could be that there is an answer to that doesn't help the defense. I don't know. To me, though, that's just another lie in the report about a really important piece of evidence. He didn't get it at the scene. So why is anybody thinking he got it at the scene? I don't know. That's the one we just looked at. Duncan, Idaho. Can he simply now say he misspoke when he said yesterday? Would that hold? Maybe. I mean, we'll never know because he didn't get pushed on it. But that is clearly what he said. He said he was looking at it yesterday. Oh, I meant, and then it would just go to the weight. It would go to the jury and they would decide, is his recanting him saying he looked at it yesterday, is that credible? Do we buy that? It would be up to them to make that determination. But yeah, typically you can at any point. You can say, oops, I'm going to change that. And it just goes to the weight that the jury is going to give it. Law Nerd 2.0, isn't he still lead investigator and can still access everything? That's what he told us today. Yes, he is still the lead investigator. We have no reason to think he can't still access everything. We have no reason to think he can't still go out and, you know, push people around, interview people, you know, show up on their doorstep, try to get them served, so on and so forth. Yep, still the lead investigator. Kevin Costello, please fly Brian Steele up for the sole purpose of making the motion for mistrial. Also, I want Andrea's note-taking skills from my normal life. I mean, I write very fast. I don't have the best handwriting, but I can interpret it. So when I'm in sprint mode like that with my notes, just got kind of my own system that I can follow to help me track it. But yeah, I like detail. And it's just because I've had too many cases where like I'm reading a record. It's 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 pages long, you know, and you remember what happened. You remember what you read, but when you write an appellate brief, you got to cite it. You got to cite which page did this happen on? So I got really good at taking pretty detailed notes, page by page by page. What's the important fact here? You know, where am I going to find it? So I don't have to go through and read the entire thing over and over and over again. I want to read it through once and then know where to find the things that I've already found. So that's my that's how my process developed here. Yeah, Brian Steele makes a good motion for a mistrial, doesn't he? He's pretty compelling. What's Bev gonna do to him? Also very you know, he's assertive, but he's quite polite. It's not like he's you know, rude or mean or anything like that. Took a lot for him to make that little comment, this honorable court. I take that back, this court. Took a lot for him to make that comment. But yeah, he's going to be the king among lawyers for quite some time to come. Red Ronan, after this, if Proctor isn't placed on leave and investigated, it will speak to how morally wrong the department is and who knows what else they are hiding. They're really on the spot here. They are really on the spot. And that's why it's very interesting to me, if the report from Turtle Boy is correct, that the union attorney was there in the courtroom. Was this Proctor's attorney? Was it the union's attorney? Because, you know, this is, if you want to look at one of the big reasons why bad cops are still out there, it's because of the union. It's because of the union. The union makes it hard to fire police, just like they make it hard to fire any bad public employee. That's kind of the point. It's kind of the point. Make it difficult to be able to lay people off. So standards that have to be met, processes that have to be followed, boxes that have to be checked, correction that has to be on the table. I mean, I don't know their collective bargaining agreement, but a lot of that stuff is quite often spelled out. So the union's in the middle of all of this too. And that's part of the just the gray area with all this. State police might perfectly well want to fire Trooper Proctor right now, throw him out on his ass. But the union will sue them if they do that, you know? So I think a very legitimate question to ask is, if he's being protected by the union, should the Massachusetts State Police be entering into the kinds of agreements that would protect this type of activity in the first place? I think that would be a quite legitimate question. Why aren't they free to act? Once all of this came out, why weren't they free to act immediately? Were they, and they just haven't? I do hope there is a full accounting of this. Once everything is said and done, this trial is over. I can understand you don't want to do it in the middle of the trial. It would be prejudicial, yada, yada. I get it. But, yeah, there's going to need to be some public accounting for this guy. And frankly, not just this guy, his chain of command. His chain of command that was liking and encouraging this type of behavior by him, that was there in the group chat, never corrected him. Tully, like you. He's going to get asked about that, I bet. WM Penguin. Come on, guys. I think we are being harsh. Who hasn't gotten drunk, driven, lost a badge and gun given to you to protect people who don't have that luxury? Yeah. Isn't that normal? Are you saying I shouldn't have done that? Costanza moment. Was that bad? Should I not have done that? Yeah, you shouldn't have done that. And it's bad. And I'm willing to say that. Not going to be gaslit about it. Pesky Pirouette. I love the change in AJ's stance and demeanor when he catches the video oopsie from Proctor regarding when he saw the defense video of the Sally Port. Yeah, he stopped up cold, didn't he? And just was straight on him. Like, you got my attention. You got my attention. He recognized that right away. I agree. I saw what you saw. Paige Price. Proctor is currently working a murder in Weymouth. Well, that's disturbing, isn't it? Feel sorry for those people. Dolly Hood. Can Young Thug qualify for appeal solely due to his attorney's status? So they're pursuing... His attorney is pursuing their own remedies with contempt. And there was initially gonna be a problem, and there kind of still is. Just if this continues, God knows what happens today. I haven't been able to look. I'm sure there's more chaos today. But there was going to be a problem with interfering with his right to counsel. If you're putting his lawyer in jail during the trial, his lawyer can't be there for the trial, then you're interfering with his right to counsel, his right to counsel of choice. And that's a major issue. That's something that they could potentially try to seek immediate interlocutory review on that. No guarantee that they'd get it, but it's a pretty good basis right there, because you want to fix that problem and not get all the way through trial and then have to throw it out, because guess what? You deprive this guy of his counsel of choice, contrary to the Sixth Amendment. But it's all still in flux right now, you know, with as far as what's going to happen. It was going to be he's taken into jail. Then he said no, and it'll just be on the weekend. And the lawyer's like, well, let me get housed with this guy so I can still report. And the judge is like, maybe we can work that out. So it's just a lot of moving pieces. But that's where I would be looking, is how does it affect his attorney's ability to continue representing him? And frankly, even just the fact that the judge is strong-arming him to try to give up confidential information, that might be a Sixth Amendment issue in and of itself, you know? How can your attorney be a good attorney if the judge is going to lean on him and throw him in jail for representing you, for doing what he's supposed to do? Yeah, big problem there. Charles Argo, what was O'Keefe blood level? Yeah, maybe we'll find out with the medical examiner. What was John's blood alcohol level? I don't know, but he'd had a few. We know he'd had a few. Philip Juperi, I hope I said that right. Juperi. A very belated thank you for the most recent Koberger hearing. Cy Ray seems like he's going to be a large headache for the prosecutors. Cy Ray is Godzilla on this case. Cy Ray is their guy. He is supposed to be their guy. He's the one that they call to do this kind of work. And he's calling them out. He's there and he's calling them out, saying all the data I've seen is exculpatory. It's favorable to Mr. Koberger. Yeah, he's going to be a big headache for the prosecutor, to the extent that the prosecutor is interested in prosecuting Mr. Koberger and not interested in the, bigger picture issue of solving the murder. Yeah, it's a big problem for prosecuting Brian Koberger. But you're very welcome. It's been my pleasure to follow this case. It's absolutely fascinating. Had no idea the twists and turns it was going to take when it first happened. And it's just, wow, this is a very big, high profile case that's kind of in my backyard. Not right there, but it's not real far. Not real far. Had all kinds of friends that went to school in this area, spent plenty of time over there. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Duncan, Idaho. Lally's sigh at the prospect of rehabilitating this guy. I think I heard him age 5 years just then. Yeah. Well, I'm sure Lally's a victim too, right? Lally's probably a victim too in all this. Poor guy. Oh, that poor guy. We got to feel for him. I saw this and I highlighted it. Turtle Boy is a creep, but his reporting on this case has been really good. I called this out to highlight it because so much of what just goes back and forth in the commentary about this, Turtle Boy gets thrown in the middle. I saw a lot of this the other day with, Proctor is, trying to equate what Proctor is doing in his text with things that Turtle Boy has said, as if there's any equivalence whatsoever between a commissioned law enforcement officer with the power to take away Karen Reed's freedom and put her in jail, and the things that a blogger says, an internet journalist says, that anybody can feel free to ignore. Like, there's no equivalence between those things. But also just this, this groupishness, this tarring anybody who's not buying into the Commonwealth's narrative here as part of like some Turtle Boy cult. And I've watched Turtle Boy's coverage. It's been some of the more specific stuff that is available out there. And so it's a piece of information that's available to me. And you know what? It doesn't matter if I like him or not. See, that's the thing it's one of the lessons I learned as a criminal defense attorney that I would encourage everybody to think about, that it's very possible to like people that you don't respect and to respect people that you don't like. Perfectly possible. You don't have to like Turtle Boy to respect what he's doing and the information that he's been able to put out there. Because, yeah, a lot of it sure is panning out now, isn't it? So just bear that in mind. Even if you don't like Turtle Boy, doesn't matter. Doesn't mean you have to dismiss what he has to say. Britt Cormier, how anyone question the integrity of this guy. He is such a good cop. He had all this figured out before the evidence was in 17 hours, and he had this all sewn up. Reports from MEB damned. Yeah. But he saw the injuries, right? He saw the injuries. So he knew it was, compelling evidence against Karen Read. So compelling that the ME couldn't back him up, right? The gaslighting, citing the injuries as his compelling evidence against Karen Read. We're not idiots, dude. We know he looks like he's been in a fight. We know that's what he's looked like. And that's why it's only his face, only his head that's all beat up. And that's why he's not injured anywhere in his body, below the neck. Now, I take issue because I've seen photographs of his hands. Seen the hands. Isn't there boxers? Pretty clear looking boxers fracture on one of those hands. I don't know. I guess we'll see when we get to the Emmy what that's all about. But yeah, no, sorry. You're not going to tell me that the fact that the guy had a beat up face was compelling evidence that Karen Read hit him with a car. Yeah, no, that didn't help your case at all. Duncan, Idaho, all these lies are giving me a facial tic. I don't blame you. It can be quite frustrating to just see them do that so shamelessly. Blackjack Gaming, him saying regardless of position they would be investigated is going to age so poorly if she's found innocent. Yeah, you think they're going to come back and investigate the Alberts then? No, they would have already done that because it's not like they just discovered these text messages, the deleted stuff, the phone calls. That's not like they just discovered that. When did the FBI hand that over? It's been a while now. It's been a while. Think they're investigating him yet? Well, not according to him. There's never been any reason to look at anybody else besides Karen. Got it locked up. It's her. And that's the tunnel vision. That's the tunnel vision right there. Duncan, Idaho, does Proctor's head look taller today than it did yesterday? Does it grow every time he lies? I don't know. I just noticed it getting real shiny. Glistening under those lights. Didn't look like a very comfortable state of affairs. Michael Faraday, Julie testified she watched kids 3 times. PW. Let's pull up Julie. Give me 1 second here. I'll grab my notes. All right, I got the Alberts right here. Wait, that's Nicole. That's Brian. I got to backpedal to get Julie. All right, here is Julie. Back on day 8. They have 3 boys. Knew John socially. Talked about the day, what happened leading up to the waterfall, what happened at the waterfall. What John was wearing. Nobody was arguing. when she got home, he got home about 12:10. Isn't that convenient? He got home about 12:10, right around then. Came upstairs shivering, and then Colin got home 10-15 minutes later. Yeah, I remember that stuff. Had a missed call from Jen the next morning that she didn't follow up on before she went and got those frozen donuts. She was going to leave them in the car for Brian Jr. during the blizzard. Leave them in his car during the blizzard. Was he going somewhere in the blizzard that he would have got them? I don't know. We'll never know, because she went into the house and they had that family meeting there in the kitchen where everyone told her what happened. Okay. So of course, Lally did not elicit anything about the relationship on direct, so it was left to Mr. Yannetti on cross. She knew Michael Proctor, wouldn't say quite well. Brother of a close friend, Courtney Proctor. Jill, her sister, is also lifelong friends. Talked about caring for Courtney's children before January 2022. She watched them 2 times a week, Jack and Carolyn. Oh, Trooper Proctor's niece and nephew. So she knew them, knew Elizabeth Proctor. They started to say she was recommended to watch their kids, and that was stricken. Yannetti wasn't able to ask that, even though, okay, now we just found out about that. We found out about that from Trooper Proctor, but he wasn't allowed to ask it back then. Why? Don't know. Spent time at Michael Proctor's childhood home, has been to the home, been to Proctor's pool 12 times, taken the kids. Colin has been there. The Proctor parents have been there. Rarely talk on the phone except for 67 times in 7 months. A lot of stuff about those conversations. The case was big new. They discussed it with the family. She saw Karen's arrest on the news. She's no longer babysitting anybody regularly. She was interviewed on February 10th. Told Courtney she was nervous to speak to Proctor about it. Yeah. Were you nervous someone might approach your son about his whereabouts? I don't think he was allowed to ask that. I think that was stricken. Called Trooper Proctor's cell phone after the interview. Yep, we remember that. And he called back and they spoke for 4 minutes, but she doesn't remember either. Got his personal cell phone years ago. So I'm not seeing anything in the notes that say that she did, in fact, babysit Michael Proctor's kids. She did say she babysat his niece and nephew, which are Courtney's kids, and that they recommended her, but then that got cut off and got stricken. So that's what's in my notes. If somebody remembers differently, let me know. Call it out. Give me a timestamp, something, because that's an inconsistency. I don't remember. But testified watched his kids 3 times is very specific. If that happened, it should be in there. Quokka. This is what it looks like when you go all in with ace high against a moderate bet and get called by a straight flush. I pulled this up because this is the Commonwealth calling on the river. Betting on the river with their busted flush is what they're doing here. Very, very busted flush. Yep. Gone all in and bet the river because they're committed now. They're pot committed. Pot committed. Duncan, Idaho, what evidence? How did it point exclusively to Karen Reed except that he never looked elsewhere? How was this so completely buttoned up? He had means, clear motive to plant evidence. This is nuts. Well, he says so. That's what their case is based on. These guys say so. So we're supposed to just accept it. Karen Reed said it, so we're supposed to, or Karen Reed. Jen McCabe said it, so we're supposed to just accept it. Brian Albert said it, so we're supposed to just accept it. Michael Proctor did. Michael Proctor did, but here we are all out here not getting the memo that just because these people said something that we're supposed to accept that, not challenge it, not think about it, not wonder, well, why is that inconsistent with all this shady behavior you're engaging in? We're not supposed to notice that. We were never supposed to know. We weren't supposed to ask any questions about it. So that's all they have left. That's all he has left is just his insistence. Please believe me. Please believe my word when I say there's compelling evidence, even though you, the juror, are the sole decision maker about the evidence here and what it proves and how compelling it is. Desert Cat. Proctor also called Karen a babe, which I find very telling. Well, I mean, it's just part of the same objectification, right? She's a whack job. All the other stuff, no ass, the babe. It's just all a part of how he's evaluating her and telling you what matters to him. You know? Ken's counseling coach. Andrea Burkhart, can you please explain the Auntie Bev nickname for those unfamiliar? Auntie Bev comes from some exchange that happened on Twitter or Facebook or somewhere on social media. I don't recall if it was Turtle Boy himself. And I don't remember which one of the McAlberts it was. It's not one of the ones who's testified, I don't think. I think it might have been Tim. It might have been one of the other Albert brothers or something. Anyway, there's just part of this longer social media conversation about the case and how the Alberts are going down. Some comment to the effect of like, wait till the judge finds out about stuff. And this member of the Albert family, their response was, who? Auntie Bev? Whose beach house do you think we're going to bury your corpse under? That's where Auntie Bev comes from, because that is what, pretty sure it was Tim Albert. If I'm wrong, let me know in the comments who that was. But yeah, it was one of that crew, called her Auntie Bev, and that they're gonna bury Turtle Boy's corpse under her beach house. That's where that comes from. Bird, I hope Yannetti gets this witness like AJ, but I think Yannetti is tighter with questioning and closing some holes. I think you're talking about Tully now. It sounds like it's going to be Jackson. Just going based off of the objections, it sounds like it's going to be Jackson. I kind of would like Yannetti too. You know, not that I have a problem with Mr. Jackson, but I have some concerns about holes. I do have some concerns about holes, and I haven't seen Mr. Yannetti leave many things off the table so far. But I have seen a few things with Mr. Jackson that I just, from the outside, it's hard to second guess because I don't know what he knows that I don't. But there's just questions that I'd like answered, and he's not giving me the answers. Linda S. Thank you, Andrea, for your excellent commentary. We in Massachusetts owe a debt to KR and Action Jackson for the exposure of the untouchables. Yeah, I mean, this is a public service, this stuff. Okay, look what Karen Reed has put out there on the line. Everybody knows now her medical condition. Everybody knows the kinds of things that she suffers and how they mock her for it. She's had to put all this out there in order to get her vindication, in order to be able to expose all this. So yeah, she's put a lot on the line. Not just that, I mean, this is a high risk. This is a high risk move. There's no guarantee she's getting acquitted. Looks pretty good to me. But there's no guarantee, and you never know going into trial. You never know what's going to happen. You never know. Anything can happen. Things happen all the time. So, yeah, I agree with you. I think this is an important service that they've done. It's more than just Karen Reed and her justice. The public needs to know this. They deserve to know that this is how their law enforcement is conducting themselves. Tin Cat, who is buying that a body found in your yard isn't enough evidence to necessitate further investigation? Right? When Proctor says, I didn't investigate Brian Albert because there was no evidence that he was involved. The body's in his yard. You were partying with him before. Everybody's trying to get him to your house. Yeah, that's enough. Oh, but that's right. They said he never came inside, and so that's the end of that story. We're not supposed to ask any questions about that because they said so. So that's the end of it. Nick Trumer, why wouldn't you investigate your own simply to ensure that bridge was crossed and end any speculation they killed him that night? Wouldn't have taken much to dot those I's and cross those T's. This is that flip the script on that that line that gets used, against people that invoke or people that know their rights, people that don't participate, demand that you have a warrant, don't volunteer information. Smart people. Always get told, well, if you have nothing to hide, why wouldn't you just go ahead and look through my entire phone? Sure, go ahead and talk to police and have an interview if you have nothing to hide. Well, because we're smart enough that we know better. We know that's not how it works. We know that the questioning process, the interrogation process is literally designed to trap you. It's designed to trap you, to force you to say inconsistent things that will then be held against you as being inconsistent. There's other stuff on your phone, a lot of reasons why. I don't know, I maybe wouldn't want the police to go through my entire frickin' life on my phone just to prove. That's the burden now, just to prove I didn't do anything. I got nothing to hide. Well, everybody has embarrassing things. Everybody has things they don't want to be public. Everybody has something to hide. But this is really flipping that script on him, isn't it? Because, how often do you think Brian Albert has thought to himself, these guys, they didn't have anything to hide. Why'd she hire David Yannetti anyway, right? Why is there text messages with David Yannetti at some point before they seized her phone on January the 29th? Why is she lawyering up? She had nothing to hide. You know that they're already thinking that, and they're trying to get that implication in front of the jury. Yeah, so it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. If these guys had nothing to hide, then why are they hiding so much? Why are they deleting things off their phones? Why are they vanishing their entire phones? Why are they hiding so much? Where's the dog, by the way? The rehomed dog? Charles Argo, how big is a snowbank? 1 feet or 3 feet? Yeah, I told you my version of a snowbank. A snowbank is what gets thrown off by the plow. Depends on how big the plow is, depends on how fast the plow is moving, depends on how much snow there is in the yard, but it's usually, a couple feet. So it'd be a couple feet from the middle of the road, and then everything else going to the curb, into the grass, should be fresh snow. Should be fresh snow on top of maybe a small amount of compaction from what was already there earlier in the morning when they showed up on the scene. Not a snowbank in my definition. Man Called Clay. Thank you, Andrea. You're welcome, Man Called Clay. Thank you. Appreciate your support. Brett Cormier, I used to think Sherlock Holmes was the greatest fictional detective. After today's session, I know that Proctor is the GOAT of fictional detectives. You couldn't make it up, right? Could you make this up? Nobody would believe it. It would be an incredible story that a law enforcement officer would behave like this. Be hard to believe, wouldn't it, if you didn't have the actual text? Yeah, in his own words, this is what he did, and this is how he was doing it, and this is what he thought of who he was doing it to. And that's why it didn't bother him at all to do it. Because fucker. Nobody special. How did Karen's phone go from Tech to Proctor? Yeah, right? The whole timeline is off. The whole timeline is off. Trooper Guarino was supposed to have the phone do the extraction early February. That's when they discovered the conflict. That's when they discovered those text messages with Yannetti. So his whole explanation that happened in August when he was looking through it himself doesn't hold water, doesn't fit. You'd already discovered those months before. But yeah, another follow-up question here. So how do you get the phone? Normally what the tech guy is going to do is he's going to book it back into evidence once he's done with it, right? You put it back in the secure evidence room. So there would be a record of that. It would be in the log. He would reseal it. The whole thing is initialed, the new tape, his date, his initials on it. And then go back in the evidence room, have another sticker put on it for when it got booked back in. And everything we've heard is that Trooper Proctor doesn't have access to that room. But his buddy DeChico does. And Lieutenant Tully does. Where did he get that phone in August to be able to be thumbing through it? Great question. Great question. Patricia McLean. So the January 29th pieces are new exhibits, not in puzzle. So what I would expect from the crime lab is that when they did their reconstruction, she testified about how she had each bag would have multiple pieces in it. So then she would go through and assign each one a sub number. And so everything was A, B, C, D, E, F, whatever in each particular bag. And she then, fit the various pieces together, made that, reconstruction that we saw the photograph of. But she's got to put it back in evidence pretty much the way it came. She's got to put it back in the same bags. So I think she would have taken it back apart. And the ones that we've seen that they've shown that are still taped back together, I think are just the ones from the same evidence bag that happened to fit. But I would not have expected her to return those still all taped back together. I would expect her to have documented that and then restored them to the bags in which they came so that it can be resealed, go through this whole process all over again. And chain of custody is maintained. There's no confusion about, things merging into other things or getting lost or anything like that. It would all be crystal clear. So that's what I think happened. That's why they're back in the bag. Doesn't necessarily mean they weren't part of that reconstruction. I don't know. But I would expect them to be back in the original bags. Did they ever say who's in Sally Port Garage video? No, they didn't. They didn't get real specific, did they? A lot of people there apparating in and out. Sergeant Buchanan suddenly became blind, during cross-examination. During his direct, he was very clear who was him and who was Proctor and who some of the other people were. But no, it's not clear. Now we just know that Burke was also there, Chief Berkowitz. He was there. He apparated out of the garage. He was that one, which is interesting. That was quite interesting. He's gone at just the right time. And Higgins, we know, was in and out of the Sallyport. Don't know if it was at this time. Don't know if he's one of the ones on the camera. But that camera showed, I counted like 7 people in that Sallyport, and I don't know who most of them are. No, they have not spelled that out for us. Duncan, Idaho, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yeah, which means you can bet on it. Absolutely not means you can bet on it. Catherine Dugan, didn't it seem like the judge favored the defense today? After Proctor, do you think she might now be skeptical of the case Lally DA's office? No, it did not seem to me like the judge favored the defense today at all. It seemed to me like she was very obstructive with the defense, particularly in the early part of the cross-examination of Trooper Proctor, where she's not letting them ask questions that are legitimate. These are legitimate questions. Do you agree with this characterization of how I'm putting this evidence? Because that's what you're going to be arguing to the jury. You're basically telling them, here's how I'm going to be arguing it to the jury. What's your take on that? That is absolutely legitimate cross-examination. But she's not letting him go there. She's not letting him ask leading questions. She's making him ask open-ended questions as if this is a direct examination. It's not. No, I didn't think she was favorable to the defense at all. And do you think she might now be skeptical of the case Lally DA's office? I don't have any reason to think so. This is not news to her. See, that's the thing. This is not news to her. She's already known all this. This has been in front of her for months. She's already aware of it. So I don't think anything today has moved the needle in terms of Judge Bev's perspective on what's happening in this courtroom. Lizzie Dalton, D.A. Morrissey has a reputation at his previous law firm and in his Senate seat. Not a good one. Best friends with Bev from their hometown of Quincy, Mass. Yeah, see, good background information. I don't know these things, but I've said many times being a judge is political. And now, especially, yeah, it's a governor appointed. It's not like she can just go straight to the people and make her case. You know, rally her friends, go join Rotary Club, get all those people out to doorbell for her. That's not how she got her seat. She got her seat from the governor. And the way you get your seat from the governor is through your political connections. So, guy with the Senate seat, yeah, would be pretty helpful. Would be pretty helpful. The kind of guy you might owe some favors to. You know, maybe not explicitly, but it's implied. See a Dream with a super sticker. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for your support. Linda P., do you think that charging second-degree murder was an attempt to get Karen to plead to something lower? Yes, 100%. They charged her with the, most serious offense that they could get a grand jury to buy into. No question. And yes, because that was the goal, get her to coerce a plea. I don't have any doubt about that. That was why they wanted to do it that way, so that none of this would be coming out, none of this would be getting poked into. The holes wouldn't be seen. They had Jen McCabe's Celebrate report. They knew what was in there for the defense to find. That's why they hate David Yannetti, because he wasn't going to counsel her to just take a plea. He was going to work the case, and working the case was dangerous for them. That's my opinion. Yeah, they were trying to get her to plead to something lower by hitting her with a charge that it seems, from where we sit right now, almost incomprehensible that they'll be able to prove that. It's going to have to come down to the manner of how they allege that she hit him. Because it ain't Aruba. It's not Aruba. Nobody is sitting here going, she intended to hit him with the car because of Aruba. We haven't heard about the text messages yet from the fight. We'll get those from Garino when Nicholas Garino testifies. But she left him voice messages. I don't know if she texted him. Left him voice messages that night. This is what I understand. This is what Lally told me in opening. Not very nice text messages. Okay, they fought. Is leaving a voice message consistent with, I just killed the guy? Okay, they're going to say, well, she did it to generate an alibi. Really? Because it seems to me like you would distance yourself. If you were going to leave a voice message to generate an alibi, wouldn't it be, I love you so much. You're just the best thing that's ever happened to me. I'm so glad to be part of your family. I've never felt so seen and heard and appreciated in my life. And you're just the best partner a woman could ever hope for. And I can't wait till you come home. Isn't that what you'd say? Yeah, I murdered him, so I'm gonna go leave evidence on his phone about us fighting. It doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense. But that's gonna be the theory. She was mad, she was angry, so she intentionally hit him. I don't see how they're gonna get there, but haven't seen that evidence yet, so we'll have to wait and see. Hefty, is there a minimum deliberation time? If I was in the room, not guilty 2 seconds, my money is on FBI for finding 0041 video footage. Nope, no time limit. I'll be very interested to see how long the jury is out on this. You know, sometimes I've heard a lot of people's stories about jury duty. And sometimes, yes, they decide very, very quickly, but for a variety of reasons, they don't want to announce it very quickly. They're afraid that it will look like they didn't work very hard, or they've already been there all day and we might as well get the free lunch, you know, things like that. Let's get it to just after the afternoon break so that I can still have the whole afternoon off from work. A lot of reasons why juries might decide quickly but not necessarily come out right away. One of those, though, is also just respect. It's respect for the prosecution and for the case that they've put on. You don't necessarily want to come out in 5 minutes with your not guilty because it burns. I mean, that's going to hurt. It's going to leave a mark on that prosecutor. So if you otherwise like the guy and respect the job that he did, you might just do him that courtesy of taking a little extra time in the deliberations so that you can say, we were thorough, we looked at everything, took our time. Come out in 5 minutes, it's pretty clear that the prosecutor fell flat on his face. So I'm going to be interested. How long do they spend in deliberations before they come back with this verdict? Dennis Jensen, 27% of people proved innocent based on DNA have given a false confession. That doesn't surprise me at all. It's from the Innocence Project statistics. They have a lot of different breakdowns of the things that contribute to wrongful conviction, you know, based on those later exonerations. They're keeping a detailed record of that type of thing. False confession is really common. It's really common. And we've talked about it before, how it happens, why it happens. There's just a lot of ways that it can happen. In this particular case, can I see how Karen could think she did it? Yeah. Yeah. Because I think maybe someone could have suggested to her that she did it. Somebody who saw her broken taillight. Somebody who knew that she had been out there in front of the house. Well, Karen, you must have done it. Yeah, I could see how someone might think that. And then it's not until the evidence comes out that proves you could not have done it, because this guy was not hit by a car. He doesn't have injuries consistent with being hit by a car. And by the way, his body wasn't there when it was supposed to be. Yeah, when that evidence comes out, then you realize, guess I didn't do it. Thought maybe I did. Turns out, I didn't. I've talked about the Lucas Anderson case before because that's the trace DNA one, right? That's the most high profile case of the trace DNA leading to the wrongful charging decision. His DNA found on the fingernails of the dead man who's been, murdered in a home invasion robbery. But turns out the guy has a rock solid alibi. He's in the hospital at the time. He's under observation. Police know he's there the entire time while the crime was taking place. It could not have been him. But he falsely confessed. Because that's part of how the process works. Talked about the Reed interrogation method, the Reed method. It's there to lie to you. It's there to gaslight you, tell you there's evidence that there isn't, that they have you cold. And if you just confess, everything will go so much better for you. Just give them the details now. And you can see them. I mean, there are cases, there have been, wrongful conviction cases where you get the transcript of this interrogation. And it's just stomach turning because you see them feeding the person the information. You got to ask him, well, what are the details? So he gets the details wrong. Are you sure it wasn't X? Oh yeah, it was that. They walk him down the road to give the right information. The guy can't even volunteer the right information because he wasn't there, and because he's not actually telling you the truth here. He's just telling you whatever you want to hear to make you stop interrogating him. That's what it's about. Make it stop. Make it stop. Yeah, false confession here wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, to the extent we're even talking about a confession. I hit him. Maybe she believed she did. Just BKZ became a member. Welcome to the crew. Thanks so much for joining us. Catherine Dugan, I feel for Karen, O'Keefe family, and all those who are innocent but attacked by public, as truth will never really be known of who's involved /guilty. Yeah, and whose fault is that? It's not Karen Reed's fault. It's not her fault. Nobody's going to know. And yet people are out here blaming her like as if it's her fault because, what, she had the gall to not be a scapegoat? To not just say, okay, I'm gonna roll over and take responsibility that I don't deserve for this killing of this man? How dare she? She's hurting the victims. No. Who has hurt the victims are the people that half-assed this investigation. The people who ignored the conflicts, went full steam ahead, got their tunnel vision, knew what their story was, knew what the marching orders were. Made it happen. Made it happen so that no heat came back down on that homeowner. Yeah, there's only one group responsible for that, and that's the investigators in the case. They're the ones that are responsible for all that. Yeah, why her? Why Karen? I mean, yeah, she's the outsider. Yeah, she's an easy scapegoat. You know, I think some of it is probably just opportunity. You know, she was the one who was there that could be blamed. That wasn't any of them. And maybe that wasn't the plan, you know, from the outset. Maybe the plan was, well, just throw him out here at 3 a.m. or whatever and pretend like the plow hit him. I don't know. Maybe that was the plan. But then she starts making phone calls and looking around and being inconvenient. So then when she shows up with that broken taillight at Jen McCabe's house, yeah, maybe that was just the opportunity, and that's all it is. Opportunity. And that's why we had all these early morning phone calls. That's why we had this family meeting. Everybody needed to get together. It's been a change plan, change in the story. It's her now. Make sure you tell everyone that she's a whack job, because that's going to be a really, really important detail in the case. We got to make sure they talk to these girls from Aruba before they talk to any of the eyewitnesses who saw her in the car out there by herself with John O'Keefe not in it. So back at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Full day, 9 to 4 or 4:30 with Brian Tully. See who we get after that. Still a lot of law enforcement officers on this list, but Tully's going to have some stuff to answer to as well. Chain of custody is a big problem. It's a big problem. What's he doing? Not booking his own stuff into the secure evidence that he has access to. He's trying to tell us, oh, well, you know, he's trying to set the stage for the reason why none of this got booked in until February the 4th, days after it was collected, almost a full week after it was collected, is because it depends on if an evidence clerk is available, because they're the only ones with access. So we're supposed to believe that the evidence room is understaffed, right? There's nobody there for nearly a week to get this stuff taken care of. But we're also supposed to overlook the fact that he himself is one of them. He is one of the evidence clerks. He is the evidence clerk, the chief evidence clerk. He could have done it all. He could have done it all that day when he was there at the scene. The way that, you know, I don't know, you would want to make sure your evidence is secured and there's a log of it. And it's not just laying out there where anybody can get to it. He's going to have some answers that he's going to have to give for that. I love how he supervises Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan by the phone. He supervises them by the phone. And doesn't that just tell you everything? It tells me everything about how he supervises. He just goes with what they tell him. That's all you have to do on a phone. You just have to answer the phone and listen to what they tell you. And that's supervising to him. No verifying, no double checking, nothing like that. Doesn't need to do that. He just needs to be there to be in that chain of communication. He just needs to be an ear. That's how he supervises. Tells me everything about how this whole little crew runs. So we'll see if he learns to be active tomorrow, or if the things that he wants to distance himself from remain in the passive voice. Guess we'll see. So guys, wow. What a day. What a day. Worked him over pretty good. Some new stuff in there we didn't know about. Some new stuff there. Not a good day for Michael Proctor. Not a good day for Massachusetts State Police. Not a good day for the people of Massachusetts. But openness, transparency, it's a disinfectant. Let in the light. That's what this trial is about. We're letting in the light. And it's quite revealing. It's quite revealing, showing us a lot about this system. And wouldn't blame the people of Massachusetts whatsoever for being a little bit outraged. Well, with that, guys, the Phillies are about to kick your ass. So I gotta go check out this game. You know, have fun at Fenway. It seems like a nice park. It's no Citizens Bank or anything like that, but it does look like a pretty nice park. It's probably not so fun when you're busy getting your ass handed to you by the #1 team in MLB, but sorry. We don't get to gloat like this very often. I gotta take it. Oh, and you know what? And if we cave tonight, you're gonna get to flame me tomorrow. So hey, that's the fun of sports. That's the fun of baseball. We'll just see what we get. So anyways, guys, I'm gonna be here same time, 5:45, bright and early for me in Pacific time. But we'll be here. We'll be ready. We're gonna follow this thing to the bitter end now. Let there be light. Let's see where it goes. Thanks for being here, guys. Thank you so much. All your comments, all of your support. You're supporting the demonetization fund. Fingers crossed. There have been so many swear words over the last several days. Yeah, it might happen. I don't know. We'll see. It is what it is. But I'm not gonna I'm not gonna try to mute it or something like that. No, we're gonna hear it. We're gonna hear it. So we'll be back tomorrow. Look forward to seeing you guys back there. Look forward to more of your comments, questions. We're going to get through this. It's got to come to an end at some point. So we'll see what Mr. Tully has for us tomorrow. Thanks so much, guys. Take care of yourselves. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow.